Hello guys, welcome to Fanfiction Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories. Enjoy the journey into new worlds.
Fairy Tale. Magic is so inconvenient. Part 1. Year X 776. Earth Land, Eastern Continent of Ishgar, Kingdom of Fury, Magnolia Town. Magnolia Town was exceptionally lively today. Alert! Alert! Guildarts is back. Guildarts mode. Activate. Guildarts Clive is the strongest mage of the only magic guild in Magnolia Town, Fairy Tale. Famous in the magical world for his mastery of the super high-level destruction magic, crush magic, Guildarts has an occasionally scatterbrained personality and always ends up destroying surrounding buildings, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Therefore, Magnolia Town specifically remodeled its main street for him so that Guildarts could head straight to the guild upon his return, preventing him from wandering around the streets and wrecking the city. However, this time, upon his return, Guildarts did not act up. He didn't even bother to destroy his own guild and walked straight through the front door to return to Fairy Tale. This situation could only prove one thing. Guildarts was currently in serious mode and had no time to be scatterbrained. The lone wolf Guildarts did not return alone today. He also brought back a little boy. Fairy Tale Guild, second floor. A short, little old man was sitting on the railing. It was none other than the Fairy Tale Guild Master, Makarov Drayar, who held the title of one of the 10 wizard saints of the Ishgar continent. Makarov withdrew his gaze from the little boy downstairs and turned to look at the guild's current pillar of strength. Guildarts, if what you say is true, this is no small matter. Do you have concrete evidence? Guildarts nodded, his expression serious. I am certain that it is the dark magic cult. They are capturing civilians everywhere and secretly enslaving them to build projects. This is what I saw with my own eyes, it is absolutely not false. After hearing Guildarts' description, Makarov's face turned grim. The R system. That legendary resurrection magic. This matter is very serious. We must have the council stop them immediately. Makarov jumped off the railing and, with a touch of relief and deep emotion, patted Guildarts on the knee. Guildarts, you did well. I truly didn't misjudge you. It seems the candidate for our guild's fourth master. Ahem, old man, I'm still young and want to live freely for a few more years. You're only 80, that's the prime age for striving. Guildarts waved his hands repeatedly, politely declining the old master's good intentions. You brat. You're the only S-class mage we can show off in our guild right now. If you're not willing, who else can take over for me? That fool Ivan. I think Laxus would be good. That brat is still far from ready. Makarov was so angry he laughed, shook his head helplessly, and temporarily put the topic aside. What's the deal with the child you brought back? Is it another one of your illegitimate children? Of course not. Wait, what do you mean by another? Guildarts denied it loudly, subconsciously glanced downstairs, scratched his head, and sighed. Ibo's family was brutally murdered while resisting the dark magic cult. Then, under the intense stimulation, the child awakened his magic. I followed the child's magic to find them and discovered what happened. The child hasn't been in a good state since then, and with no one to rely on and nowhere to go, he said he wanted to follow me. I saw that he had good talent, so I simply brought him back to the guild. I see. He is a pitiful child. Makarov sighed. Then let him stay, the guild will be his home from now on. Oh, right, what magic did this child awaken? His magic power is incredible, it's already not inferior to some adult mages. Telepathy magic. Telepathy magic. Ah, that's a bit of a pity, but his aptitude is excellent, and with this amount of magic power, he will be successful no matter what magic he learns. That's true. Guildarts nodded with a subtle expression. This child sent a distress signal to me from over a dozen kilometers away just after awakening his magic. Oh, that's impressive. Makarov nodded at first, then suddenly widened his eyes, shocked. Wait a minute. How many? How many kilometers did you say? Guildarts tilted his head and thought for a moment. I didn't count exactly, but it was definitely over 10 kilometers. It took me quite a while to get there. This child is definitely gifted in telepathy magic. Even if it's only 10 kilometers, that's exaggerated. The effective range of normal telepathy magic is usually only 5 kilometers. How old is he? 5 or 6 years old. I didn't ask, ha ha ha. Hiss. Makarov's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. Not bad, not bad. He's a good seed, he might become a pillar of the guild in the future. Alright, I need to go to the council branch now. Guildarts, I'll leave the guild to you for these few days. Huh. Old man, I can't stay in the guild for long. Stop nagging. It's decided. While the loud secret conversation was taking place on the second floor of the guild. Downstairs, the little boy brought back by Guildarts was standing on the side, looking blank. Ibo had a striking head of short, light cherry blossom colored hair, a handsome appearance, and was very cute. However, at this moment, his pupils were unfocused, and he looked lost in thought. He looked a bit blank. Ibo was a transmigrator, and his current situation was not very pleasant. A few days ago, Ibo witnessed the old village chief who adopted him die right in front of him. The intense mental shock allowed him to awaken the memories of his past life. At that time, he had just been beaten up and captured by a group of cultists dressed in strange clothes, and his situation was quite dangerous. Fortunately, in his despair, his dormant power awakened. Ibo sent a distress signal to the distance through his awakened telepathy magic, and then his great benefactor, Guildarts, descended like a divine soldier, using his immense strength to wipe out the cultists. Although he luckily survived this life-and-death crisis and didn't die upon landing, Ibo couldn't breathe a sigh of relief because of it. Because the magic he awakened seemed to be a bit too strong, and he couldn't control this newly acquired ability very well. Guildarts said the magic he awakened was called telepathy magic, which allows one to communicate with others through thoughts. It was a good ability. Ibo could transmit distress signals over 10,000 meters away, but at the same time, this magic would passively receive information. It was incredibly powerful, and it couldn't be turned off. And then Ibo suffered greatly. People can control themselves from speaking, but it is very difficult to control oneself from thinking. As long as one thinks, they emit inner voices, and Ibo could hear the inner voices within a range of nearly 100 meters around him. Moreover, inner voices are different from sounds. The more intense the emotional fluctuation, the louder the inner voice. It was fine when he was camping in the wilderness with Guildarts earlier, just listening to a lecherous uncle's fantasies was bearable. But ever since entering the town, especially after walking into this guild called Fairy Tale, Ibo felt like his head was about to explode. He was dizzy and lightheaded. Countless voices flooded into his brain. He didn't know how to shut off his brain, and he couldn't rely on actions like plugging his ears to block out these sounds. The more he cared, the clearer the voices became. Ibo currently only had two ways to alleviate this pain. 1. Empty his mind and don't think about anything. 2. Fill his mind and focus on thinking about something specific. Regardless of which method he used, the outward appearance was that he seemed completely blank. Guildarts still thought Ibo hadn't been able to walk out of the shadow of his family member's passing, and he awkwardly expressed concern multiple times, making both of them very uncomfortable. And now, just as Ibo was wandering out of his mind, seriously zoning out, two small figures surrounded him. The inner voices gradually became clear. This is the child Dad brought back. This hair color. Could it be a younger brother? Kana is so annoying, why did she drag me here? I'm not interested in little brats. Ibo turned in the direction of the voices. Standing before him were two children, about 10 years old, a boy and a girl. The boy had spiky black hair, was shirtless, and had the fairy tale emblem on his chest. He was slightly frowning, with a look of impatience on his face. The girl had shoulder-length hair, wore a cool midriff-bearing top, and had the guild emblem on the side of her lower abdomen. Her eyes were flickering with a complex light. Hello, I'm Kana. I'm Gray. Welcome to Fairy Tale. Ibo didn't really feel like talking to anyone right now, After all, any movement exacerbated his headache. However, the little girl's inner thoughts managed to catch his attention to some extent. Daddy. Could this girl be Gildart's daughter? Ibo's gaze fell naturally upon the girl named Kana. The little girl was quite delicate, she would surely grow up to be a beauty. However, her features didn't look much like Gildart's, and her hair color was completely different. But inner thoughts usually don't lie. Perhaps this girl took after her mother. It was just. Gildart's hadn't made a point of greeting this daughter of his earlier, which was a bit strange. Oi, newbie, what are you spacing out for? I'm asking for your name. Idiot Gray. Be polite when you speak, don't scare him. The little girl named Kana delivered a chop to Gray's head. They seemed to have a good relationship. My name is Ibo. Since it concerned his savior, Gildart's, Ibo had to muster some energy. He then pointed at the underpants the little boy had taken off behind him and twitched his lips. Aren't you going to put your clothes on? Huh. When did that happen? To be honest, Ibo was a bit freaked out watching this boy named Gray walk towards him while expressionlessly taking off his pants. Judging by the other party's reaction, it seemed he hadn't even realized he was the one who took off his clothes. And Ibo could testify that there was absolutely no awareness of this in the other party's mind. To develop such an incredible quirk at such a young age, this poor kid. As Gray put his underpants back on, he stiffly changed the subject. Ibo, right. Do you have a surname? Ibo wanted to say his surname was I. The memories of his 20 years in his previous life were far clearer than the 6 years of this one. A surname? I'm not really sure. I've been called Ibo since I was little. Huh. Ibo, then you. What is your relationship with Gildart's? Ibo heard what Kana wanted to say beforehand, but just at that moment, the guild master, Makarov, and Gildart's happened to walk down from the second floor, causing the words on the little girl's lips to remain unsaid. Everyone's attention was drawn away, and Kana helplessly stopped her questioning. Listen up, brats. Everyone look at me. I have an announcement. Makarov jumped onto the bar counter on the first floor of the guild, raised his hands, and smiled with squinted eyes. First, let us welcome our guild's newest member, little Ibo. The small Makarov's hand suddenly grew larger in Ibo's slightly terrified gaze, and he grabbed him, placing him onto the counter. Giant magic, one of Guild Master Makarov's signature magics. This magic allows the body or any part of it to become gigantic. Little Ibo is a naturally awakened mage with limitless potential. Everyone, please take good care of our little genius from now on. Whoa! What an incredible newcomer. The future of the guild is in your hands. Ha 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 ha. Newcomer, show us a talent. This guild is really rowdy. Ibo pressed his temples, which were throbbing from the stimulation of these enthusiastic voices, and offered an awkward but polite smile. Also, I'm going to the council for a few days to handle some business. You all better keep an eye on the guild and Gildart's. Alright, that's all. Dismissed. Hey, old man, what do you mean by that? Don't worry, master. We won't let Gildart's cause any trouble. Goodbye, master. Gildart's. Come over and have a drink. Ha 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 ha. Without a moment of worry or curiosity about the master's impending departure, the guild members quickly began to rowdily mix together again. Makarov was clearly used to such scenes. He turned to look at Ibo beside him and revealed a smile full of kindness. Haha, don't mind it, little Ibo. Although these guys seem unreliable most of the time, they are very dependable when it counts. You'll get used to it gradually. Just feel free to treat this place as your home from now on. He seems like a well-behaved child. I hope he doesn't learn bad habits from this bunch of idiots in the future. Hey, master, you don't even believe what you're saying yourself. Ibo's inner monologue was quite active as well, but unfortunately, no one could hear his snarky comments. Urza. Come over and help our newcomer get a guild mark tilde. Makarov called out to the guild's receptionist. A young lady with a great figure walked over carrying something that looked like a stamp. A mark? Is this a type of tattoo? Do I have to get it? Ibo shrank his neck, subconsciously feeling a bit resistant. Moreover, this guild mark felt inexplicably familiar. It seemed he had seen it somewhere before, but upon closer thought, he couldn't recall. The receptionist Urza explained with a smile. It's not a tattoo. The guild mark is a special type of magic seal that can be removed. Alright, where do you want it stamped? Then, let's put it on my back shoulder. Ibo somewhat reluctantly pulled down the clothes on his right shoulder, exposing half of his shoulder. He didn't really want to see a tattoo on his body, so he could only have it placed somewhere he couldn't see. Alrighty Tilda. Miss Urza stamped it quickly and cleanly, leaving a pink mark on Ibo. She then excitedly pinched the little boy's fair, tender arm, letting out a boisterous, exaggerated laugh. A child's skin is just so nice Tilda. So cute WW, I really want to take him home and raise him Tilda. This child will definitely be a handsome guy when he grows up, hee Tilda. Young lady, your thoughts are very dangerous. Ibo was so scared that he hid towards the master. Makarov nodded with satisfaction. Urza, I'll leave Ibo in your care for the time being. I'm not very reassured leaving the child with that guy Gildarts. No problem Tilda master, I love children the most. Urza excitedly picked up Ibo and spun around in place. Yay Tilda such a well-behaved child, much cuter than Gray. Gray. Suddenly, his whole body sank into something soft, his nostrils filled with the girl's fragrance. Ibo blinked his eyes, and he suddenly realized. Turning back into a child didn't seem so bad after all. At this moment, Gildarts, who had already downed several drinks with others, swayed over and complained to Makarov with dissatisfaction. Hey, Master, I can't just pretend I didn't hear that. I've been living with Ibo for several days. How can you say I don't know how to take care of a child? Upon hearing this, Makarov ignored Gildarts and instead looked at Ibo with a face full of guilt. Child, it must have been tough on you. It hasn't been easy coming all this way, has it? Ibo, trapped in the receptionist's arms, revealed a sad yet relieved expression. Sleeping on the streets with a slovenly, lecherous middle-aged man, who could possibly understand? You brat, I clearly took good care of you. Gildarts curled his lip, not caring, and rested his hands on the bar counter, speaking to the receptionist in a flippant tone. Urza-chan Tilda long time no see, you've become even prettier. Do you want to go on a date with me tonight? No, I have a boyfriend, Gildarts. When? Which fool? No, I mean, which lucky guy. Ibo's gaze shifted among them, then looked at Kana, who was standing to the side with an intriguing expression. He wanted to know what this little girl was thinking right now. Although Dad is very strong, he is too amorous. No, he is just a playboy. Dad seems to take good care of Ibo. Could he be my little brother? Forget it, today I must tell him about Mom. I want to ask him clearly if he still remembers. But, what's the use of asking? Mom said he is a wanderer who will never stay for anyone. If I acknowledge him, would he stay for me? But Dad is a very strong mage. I am so weak, would he acknowledge me? I would only hold him back. Mom, what should I do? The girl's chaotic thoughts flooded into Ibo's mind all at once. The slightly heavy emotions made Ibo gasp. What a sin, Gildarts. Who would have thought that his savior was actually an old scumbag? God tilde I really didn't want to know this kind of secret. Just at this moment, Ibo's eyelid suddenly twitched. Telepathy Magic LV4, 214 right pointing arrow 230 10 millionths. As a distinguished transmigrator, Ibo naturally had a cheat. However, his cheat was rather plain and unadorned. It only had a basic character panel. Energy, 21 21sts. Stamina, 16 16ths. Magic, 351 350 seconds. And a simple skill panel. Telepathy Magic LV4, 230 10 millionths. Meditation LV0, 233 1000ths. Crush Magic LV0, 23 1000ths. Plus 1 point with an as yet unknown meaning. Inspiration points, 648. And that was it. That was everything currently in Ibo's cheat. This unremarkable panel could quantify his physical attributes and skill, experience bars. In the panel, energy was likely similar to a health bar, stamina was the endurance bar, and magic was the mana bar. These three basic panels were easy enough to understand. The caps for the basic panels would grow, and in just these few days, they had already increased by a few points. The skill panel was a bit more complex, but Ibo had already pretty much figured out how to use it. He initially thought this progress bar was for skill proficiency, only to later discover it was actually an experience bar. Whenever he correctly used the corresponding skill, the experience would increase. As for what constituted correct use, for example, just now, when Ibo was spaced out with his mind wandering, although his brain heard a lot of noise, the progress bar for telepathy magic did not increase. But when he subconsciously tried to listen to Kana's inner thoughts, the experience bar increased. When Ibo subjectively, correctly, and successfully used a skill, it would increase the corresponding skill experience. His telepathy magic was LV4 the moment it awakened. Ibo guessed that he might have a tiny bit of innate talent for this magic, though this was likely the main reason he couldn't control his mind-reading ability well. A high skill level only meant the skill effect was strong, it had nothing to do with proficiency. It had only been a few days, and Ibo wasn't familiar with telepathy magic yet, so naturally, he hadn't fully mastered it. Besides that, there was also meditation and crush magic learned from guildarts. Meditation was a skill that could train magic, and it was through learning meditation that Ibo figured out how to use this skill panel. Crush magic was the magic frequently used by guildarts, and it was extremely powerful. Ibo wanted to learn it, and guildarts dared to teach it, but unfortunately, he hadn't learned it. Those few experience points were purely a case of a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. As for what that inspiration points was, Ibo hadn't figured it out yet. His cheat didn't come with a manual or anything, but it was better than nothing. People felt a sense of satisfaction when watching a progress bar grow, especially when that progress bar concerned their own vital interests. So Ibo wasn't stingy about using his ability. If not for the headache, he would have loved to practice every second, just like now. Tisk tisk, old man, are you really such a frivolous guy? Urza already has a boyfriend, you should at least have some self-respect. Guildarts was already used to the voice that suddenly sounded in his mind. Telepathy magic could actually be actively blocked by cutting off magic conduction, but guildarts didn't do that. On one hand, it was because Ibo's telepathy magic was almost instinctual when activated, and the magic fluctuation was so small that it was hard to notice if one wasn't paying attention. Furthermore, guildarts didn't view Ibo as an ordinary child. After a few days of getting along, he had already discovered that Ibo was far more mature than children of this age. So he didn't hold back when replying. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Things between adults aren't as simple as you see. Also, hurry up and get down from Urza's arms. You brat should go play with the other brats. On the surface, Guildarts was still flirting with Urza, but his subtle and envious gaze was undoubtedly expressing one thing. You little fool, get down from Urza's arms right now. Ibo twisted and rubbed in Urza's arms, flashing a Momonosuke-like smile at Guildarts. Guildarts. You brat. What have you done? Too loud tilde I say, Guildarts, at your age, you should have been married long ago, right? HMPH, what do you know, brat? Marriage is a man's grave. Your uncle here won't hang himself from a single tree. What a terrible old man. He had originally wanted to remind Guildarts about Kana, but now Ibo changed his mind. Guildarts didn't seem to know that the little girl next to him was his daughter. It seemed there was more to this story, so he had to observe first. Although this guy was his savior, he was a bit too scummy. Ibo condemned him. Ibo gave Guildarts a look of contempt. Guildarts gritted his teeth, angry and jealous, but he couldn't do anything about Ibo, so he could only turn away to avoid the annoyance, turning to find someone else to drink with. Little Ibo, you'll stay in the guild dormitory for now. Later, after I finish work, I'll take you to buy some daily necessities. Of course, these aren't free, consider it a guild benefit. You can pay the guild back after you do jobs and earn money. Urza hugged Ibo and told him about some precautions and guild benefits. Ibo could feel that this guild was very friendly to newcomers, guildarts hadn't lied to him, and Fairy Tale was indeed a good place to be. He didn't know much about this world of magic. Back in the village, information was scarce, and he couldn't get in touch with any mages at all. Now that he was all alone, although he had awakened a superpower, he didn't have much combat capability, so he might as well stay here and slowly develop. Ibo was still very interested in the magic of this world. Urza, why don't you let Gray and me take this little brother to buy things? We're free anyway, right Gray? Kana stood on tiptoes, leaning on the table, and midway through, she elbowed Gray beside her. Gray, oi, I don't want to go shopping with a brat, I'm going to train. Stupid Gray. You're not allowed to leave. I still need to clarify the relationship between this kid and dad. This hair color is really concerning. Ibo glanced at Kana, who was pulling on Gray. Did this little girl think he was the illegitimate son of that guy Gildarts? Tisk, our hair colors aren't even the same. Your dad is orange-red, and I'm light cherry pink. That's a huge difference, okay. Ibo looked at Kana's black hair, his large eyes rolled around, and he quickly had an idea. He looked up at Urza. Urza, I want to play with the big brother and big sister. Gray. Tilde alright then, I'll leave little Ibo to Kana and Gray. Here, this is the money for daily necessities. Be careful. Urza thought about it and felt Kana made sense, so she reluctantly put Ibo down. The child was fragrant, soft, and really cute. She felt she could hold him like this all day. Got it Tilde, I'm very capable, let's go. Kana put the 10,000 J into her pocket, then took Ibo's hand with one, grabbed Gray with the other, and ran out of the guild gate. Oi, oi, Kana, let go. I don't want to go, ah. Seriously, why did you have to bring me along? I'm really busy, you know. Gray had one hand in his pocket and was scratching his spiky hair with the other, grumbling unhappily, his shirt having gone missing somewhere again. But Gray didn't know that Ibo had already seen through his bluster. TCH, whatever. The city isn't completely safe either, so I might as well protect this brat. Whoa Tilde incredible. He's such a tsundere at such a young age, this poor kid. Ibo lowered his head, timidly, acting, cautiously, looking very pitiful. Sorry, big brother Gray, I've caused you trouble. In this life, Ibo was only 6 years old, still a toddler with a 2-head tall proportion, while Gray and Kana looked like big kids of 10. So, he felt absolutely no psychological burden calling him big brother. As for shame, what's that? Can you eat it? Gray. Huh. No, I didn't say I wouldn't help. Gray's face looked reluctant, but his heart was joyful. Hey, this kid called me big brother. That feels pretty good Tilde. Ibo felt pleased, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as he looked up and smiled, sweetly. Thank you, big brother and big sister, you guys are so nice Tilde. An angel. X2. Kana and Gray were caught off guard and charmed, a faint blush rising on their faces. Ibo understood, even he, when looking in the mirror these past few days, had occasionally been charmed by the pink-haired little brat in the form of a human cub. Ibo knew very well just how cute he was. This innate power must not be wasted. Sister Kana, is everyone in the guild a mage? Does everyone know very powerful magic? Of course. Our Fairy Tale is the strongest mage guild in the Kingdom of Fury. Ahem, that's right. I traveled all the way from the distant north continent of Icevan just to join a powerful guild. I'm very strong. Ibo's eyes sparkled. Really? Then what magic do you guys know? Receiving his little brother's admiring gaze, Gray felt as refreshed as drinking ice water in the summer. He immediately raised his hand, and a large, beautiful snowflake appeared in his palm. He held his head high and said, I am an ice mage. This is magic that gives ice shape. It can be used to create all sorts of forms with ice. It's the strongest magic. Kana also pulled out a few cards, not wanting to be outdone. I study card magic. Once practiced to a high level, one becomes an all-around mage. Whether it's igniting fire or making ice, summoning thunder or rain, or even prophecy and divination, I can do it all. Wow. That's amazing, Tilda. Ibo gave them maximum emotional validation, blinking his big eyes. Big brother, big sister, can I learn your magic too? Can you teach me? HMPH. Ice make magic is very hard to learn, Tilda, but since you've called me big brother, if you want to learn, I don't mind giving you some pointers. That's simple. Actually, there are many magic books in the guild's library. I also self-studied my card magic by reading books. Is that so, Tilda? Ibo was thoughtful. It sounded like the control over magic knowledge in this world wasn't very strict. Or was it just fairy tale that was like this? In that case, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to learn other magic later on. Ibo chatted more with the two big kids. Both of them had no ulterior motives, and a lot of information was easily extracted. Ibo's understanding of this world, this country, this town, and this guild gradually became concrete, and he had a relatively clear plan for his next goals. First, he needed to establish a foothold in this world. Ibo needed a stable way to make money. Mages could earn money by completing various commissions, but this work felt a bit like being a day laborer. It wasn't very stable and could only be considered okay as a part-time side job. Then, he needed to learn magic and train to become stronger. No matter the world, one's own strength is fundamental. Since this is a world of mages, let's set a small goal first. Become the strongest mage in this country. At the same time, he also needed to research his cheat. Ibo was not a pedantic person. If there was a shortcut, he would naturally seize it. In Ibo's view, a cheat was just an extraordinary talent. The world would never lack geniuses, so why couldn't that genius be him? Finally, find some fun in life. Although pretending to be a child was quite interesting, life needed something to look forward to. Right, he also had to avenge the old village chief who adopted him. When he had the ability in the future, he had to find that cult and kill them all. 1. Earn money 2. Get stronger 3. Do research 4. Find fun 5. Get revenge. Ibo quickly set his first career plan for this other world. When he thought carefully, the noise in his mind would weaken, as if time itself sped up a bit. The three little brats strolled around Magnolia a few times and soon finished purchasing everything that needed to be bought. On the way back, Kana, who had been observing secretly for a long time, finally stopped beating around the bush, and holding Ibo's little hand, asked as if she didn't care. Little Ibo, sister wants to ask, what is your relationship with Gildarts? Why did you come back with him? Gray also turned his gaze over. He was still quite interested in this strongest mage of the guild. Ibo snapped out of his thoughts and blinked. Uncle Gildarts is my savior. A few days ago, a group of bad guys rushed into the village and killed many people. It was Uncle Gildarts who arrived in time to save me. Bad guys. Then, your parents. I've never met my parents. I've lived with Grandpa since I was little, but Grandpa was also, by those bad guys. I'm sorry. Kana waved her hands in a panic, her gaze toward Ibo filled with a bit more pity and affection. I shouldn't have brought this up. It's okay. Uncle Gildarts saved me and took care of those bad guys. I'm very grateful to him, it's just. I can't go back to the village anymore. It's all in the past, Ibo. From now on, the guild is your home. We are all your family. Kana hugged Ibo tightly. She didn't really care about the relationship between Ibo and Gildarts anymore. She decided to treat Ibo as her own little brother from now on. HMPH, and don't forget me. Don't panic, little brother. I'll look out for you from now on, and no one will be able to bully you. Gray patted his bare chest with great loyalty. He saw a bit of himself in Ibo. Really? Thank you guys tilde. What a kind child. Ibo could hear the care and sincerity in their inner thoughts. Actually, before he awakened his memories of transmigrating, he had lived in a daze. His memories of living in the village were already a bit blurry, and he only had some feelings for the old village chief who adopted him. But to say how painful it was, that wasn't really the case. Although there was the reason of being wary of the unknown world and the strange environment, Approaching the two children with utilitarian motives, still made Ibo feel a bit ashamed. Sigh. Dirty adult. Everyone in the guild is such a good person. When I first saw Uncle Gildarts, it was like seeing a father. Gray and Kana are like my big brother and big sister. I like everyone. Ibo said this with a smiling face. An angel. X2. Ibo quickly became familiar with life in Magnolia. This town was quite prosperous, and public security was better than he had imagined. There was even an unexpected thing like a magic train. Combined with all sorts of wondrous magical crafts, the living standards of ordinary people were far higher than his stereotypical, sword and magic, medieval expectations, leaning closer to the Victorian era. However, perhaps due to magic, the division and fragmentation of civilization in this world was also quite severe. The country he was in was sparsely populated, with only a handful of large cities. Far from the towns lay wild lands, and the wilderness and forests were even scattered with tribal savages and powerful magical beasts. Ordinary villagers in remote areas might never leave their hometowns in their entire lives. Therefore, Ibo felt that Gildarts's willingness to take him away from the village and bring him to Fairy Tale was a favor no less than saving his life. Although Fairy Tale was quite noisy, everyone in the guild was talented and spoke pleasantly. Ibo quite liked it here. Relying on his innocent and cute appearance, harmless disguise, emotional intelligence beyond his years, and a little assistance from telepathy magic, Ibo successfully gained a high level of favorability from almost everyone in the guild. Well, at least to the point where no one would refuse a request for some magic guidance. Although Ibo wanted to start learning magic immediately, before he could do so, he first had to learn how to read and write. There were many written languages in this world. Ibo had even seen Chinese characters in some books, which were called Eastern characters. However, he had never systematically learned the mainstream common language, so he still needed to start from scratch. Kana volunteered to be Ibo's language teacher. At the same time, Ibo also got his first job in the other world, a guild waiter. A daily wage of 1,000 jewels, 50 yuan, with room and board included. It was pure exploitation of child labor, but unfortunately, this was another world, and there was no minor protection law. Thus, Ibo worked and studied in the guild by day, burned the midnight oil studying in the guild by night, and even studied in his dreams. These past few days had been extremely fulfilling. After Gildarts saw that Ibo had grown accustomed to guild life, he took on a request and left. Not long after Master Makarov returned, the newspapers published news that the Magic Council had destroyed several dark magic cults. Those cults seemed to have been destroyed before they could even wait for Ibo to gain the power of revenge. Watching Ibo proficiently read the news in the newspaper, the novice teacher Kana showed off to Gray. Gray, I might be a genius teacher. Is there a possibility that the genius is actually Ibo? HMPH, my little brother is of course a genius too. Kana stood behind Ibo and pinched his cheeks. Little Ibo, I have nothing left to teach you. If you still want to learn other languages, I can introduce you to a friend. It only took a few days for Ibo to learn the common language. After all, he could already read it, and his new brain worked quite well, making memorization effortless. As for language knowledge, it should be enough for now, but I don't mind meeting new friends. Hehe, she's a girl from town. She loves reading books and said she'll join our guild once she learns magic. I'll introduce her to you next time. Tilda. Kana had become much more cheerful lately, not even caring much about her father's departure. Because she had gotten a very fun little brother, she hadn't known before that not all boys were as annoying as Gray. TCH, Ibo, stop hanging out with these annoying girls. How about I continue teaching you real men's magic? You'll definitely learn it in no time. Gray also ran over and patted Ibo on the shoulder. He also really liked this sensible little brother. Gray, you exhibitionist pervert, don't corrupt my Ibo. Hey, since when? Sorry, brother Gray. I want to learn some simpler magic first. Your magic is too powerful, and I can't keep letting you waste your time teaching me. But Ibo smiled. his gaze falling on the system panel that others couldn't see. His biggest harvest over the past few days was actually figuring out how to use his cheat, and now his panel data had undergone a massive transformation. Energy, 21/21. Stamina, 18/18. Magic power, 365 366. Telepathy magic LV4, 4550 10 millionths. Meditation LV1, 555 10 thousandths. Crush magic LV0, 24 1 thousandths. Smoke magic LV0, 404 1 thousandths. Fire magic LV0, 201 thousandths. Ice magic LV0, 211 1 thousandths. Make magic LV0, 333 1 thousandths. Card magic LV0, 110 1 thousandths. Requip magic LV0, 666 1 thousandths. Inspiration points, 533. His stamina had increased by 1 point, and his magic power had increased by over 10 points after learning meditation. At the same time, he had learned many LV0 magic spells. These magic spells were what Ibo had learned from the mages in the guild over the past few days, spending only 1 day on each. Although he spent the same amount of time learning different magic, the experience points he gained were all different. This indicated that the difficulty of learning different magic varied, and the speed of gaining experience points was also different. Judging by the progress, the one Ibo learned the fastest was Requip magic, and the slowest was naturally Crush magic, which hadn't budged at all. After learning Ice Make magic from Gray for a day, 2 new entries appeared on his panel, Ice magic and Make magic. The learning difficulty for both was also inconsistent. Combined magic was calculated separately on the system. Here came the main point. According to his previous learning progress, the experience for meditation magic shouldn't have increased so quickly. That was actually his cheat showing its power. Inspiration points. An asterisk had appeared after the inspiration points on the panel, meaning it could be used to allocate points. When this asterisk first appeared, the experience bar for meditation was at 300 plus, while his inspiration points were at 700 plus. Ibo subconsciously clicked it, and meditation rose from LV0 to LV1. This cheat could consume inspiration points to fill in the missing progress of the experience bar. In other words, if Ibo wanted to now, he could also consume 334 inspiration points to instantly learn Requip magic. This discovery made Ibo incredibly excited. The value of this cheat had instantly skyrocketed. However, he had no intention of consuming inspiration points to allocate points right now. Because Requip magic wasn't hard to learn. Even without the cheat, he estimated he would learn it in another day or two, so there was no need to waste these inspiration points. Requip magic was taught to him by Miss Urza. It was said to be a very popular magic among female mages, allowing them to change their clothes at any time. The principle was to place a mannequin model similar to one's own body in another room or space and change clothes through a magic circle, which was an application of spatial magic. It wasn't hard for beginners, they just needed to memorize and apply the magic circle mechanically, though there would be limits on the requipping distance. However, Miss Urza said it took her over a month to learn this magic. Ibo wasn't quite sure whether he was exceptionally talented or if he had misunderstood the experience progress bar. Therefore, he wanted to first try learning a magic spell on his own. As for inspiration points, he would save them for now. It felt like he could never have too many of them, because upgrading from LV4 to LV5 required 10 million, and the next upgrade would probably require 100 million. While the demand for inspiration points was huge, Ibo didn't have much of a clue about how to obtain a large amount of them. Although these inspiration points seemed to grow every day even if left alone, the speed was simply too slow, averaging an increase of only about 100 points per day, which was completely and utterly insufficient. As for how to actively increase inspiration points, Ibo currently had a guess, though he wasn't sure if it was correct. He decided to go and test it out today. While reading, Ibo discovered that the magic power in this world could not only be used to construct magic circles and cast spells, but it could also enhance one's body-like inner strength. He immediately thought of many clever uses for magic power, feeling a sudden burst of inspiration. He then glanced at his inspiration points and found that they had actually surged by dozens. So Ibo guessed that if he wanted to obtain a large amount of inspiration points, he might need to open up his mind and create new magic or something similar. After all, since they were called inspiration points, they must be related to inspiration. However, the history of magic in this world was long and all-encompassing. With Ibo's current level of magic, wanting to create a new magic was not very realistic. But he didn't actually plan to create a new magic from scratch. Proposing new ideas and designing new moves should also count as inspiration. As long as the ideas he proposed were actually possible to realize in this world, he would definitely gain a large amount of inspiration points. Thus, Ibo set his sights on Gray. After all, he didn't have many options right now. In the current guild, Gray was the only one who was capable and willing to help. He wasn't close enough with the older kids, Kana was still learning and perfecting her own magic, and the adults wouldn't pay any attention to him. It was still Gray Boy, who was a bit tsunere, straightforward, and easily fooled, making him super easy to deal with. But Gray Bro, Sister Urza gave me a day off today, so I want to see how you train. Haha. Did you hear that, Kana? Hand him over. Gray snatched Ibo from Kana's arms and arrogantly dragged him out of the guild. Let's go, Ibo. Big Bro will teach you how a real man trains. Hey, you two, wait for me. Watching the three little ones leave the guild, the older men laughed heartily as they drank together. The new blood of our guild is really energetic. That kid Gray has cheered up a lot lately. He doesn't look as grumpy as when he first arrived. Kana too. It's definitely all thanks to Ibo. To Ibo. Cheers. On the other side, the three of them chased and played all the way to the town's riverbank, where Gray began to show Ibo his training method. Watch closely, Ibo. The first step of training, take off your clothes. Kana angrily punched Gray on the head. Don't corrupt my brother. Cough, alright, you don't have to take them off. Anyway, this is our school's secret technique. Taking off your clothes can enhance your perception of magic power, allowing you to learn ice magic faster. Gray muttered while rubbing the big bump on his head. But I've already passed that stage. Taking off my clothes is just a habit now. As for my real training method, ice make magic, ice hammer. Gray clapped one palm and one fist together, and in an instant, his magic power formed an invisible magic circle. A half-man-tall ice hammer smashed onto the open ground ahead, creating a fairly deep pit. Ice hammer. Ice hammer. Ice hammer. Gray made 3 more identical large hammers in succession. The 4 ice hammers lined up, kicking up a wave of cold air. Gray put his hands on his hips, panting slightly. Impressive, right? My making speed is faster than many adult mages. I can make 10 hammers of this level in a row. Kana crossed her arms and curled her lip. Your training is just constantly making hammers out of ice here. Of course not. First, I have to deplete my magic power, then run along the riverbank while waiting for it to recover. Once it's fully restored, I continue practicing my moves, then run again, and just keep looping like that. Huh. What kind of foolish training method is that? It's not foolish. My master said the body is the vessel that holds magic power. The stronger the body, the more magic power it can bear and store. Kana, you have no one to teach you, so you don't understand at all. Huh. I'd rather spend that time in meditation. Guildarts taught me this. Idiot. What will you do if you encounter close combat enemies in the future? You're the idiot. We are mages, not warriors. We find ways to keep others from getting close. You're misleading people. Kana, you idiot. Gray, you fool. Ibo watched helplessly as the two argued heatedly and came to blows, eventually turning into a classic Showa-style cartoon dust cloud. In all fairness, Ibo thought Kana was right. A mage should act like a mage. A mage couldn't just go around fist-fighting people bare-chested, right? But what Gray said also seemed to make some sense. After all, magic power in this world could directly enhance the body. Furthermore, the 3 stats given on his cheat system panel were energy, strength, and magic power. He felt that this crappy system wouldn't do things without reason, so strength must have a huge impact on combat. But there was no need to think too much about that for now. He hadn't come here today to watch little kids punch each other. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Don't argue. Ibo forced himself between the two, managing to separate them with great difficulty. He first sighed and looked at Kana. Sister Kana, is it really okay for a girl to be so wild? What if you get scars from fighting? Don't let those uncles in the guild corrupt you. Kana's face flushed slightly. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and pretended to be reserved and bashful. Cough, cough, little Ibo, don't misunderstand. Big sister isn't usually like this. It's mainly because Gray is too infuriating. Huh. Ibo immediately turned around. Gray bro, I watched your magic and noticed that you mainly use make magic for physical attacks. Don't you think an ice mage should mainly deal damage using low temperatures? Gray was a simple-minded guy most of the time, and his attention was instantly diverted. Oh. Ibo, you actually noticed that. You're right. My main means of attack is indeed make magic rather than ice magic. This is because lowering the temperature also consumes magic power, but my current magic power doesn't support me dealing both low temperature damage and molding damage at the same time. Gray shrugged indifferently. Can't be helped, I'm only 10 years old after all. It'll get better in the future. I see. Ibo then naturally proposed his idea. Then Gray bro, can you make mirrors out of ice? Mirrors. I should be able to do that by changing the arrangement of the ice elements during creation. Why? An ice mirror is also a form of ice make, right? I think we can use special ice mirrors to achieve the effect of visually deceiving enemies. For example, you set up several ice mirrors in front of the enemy, using one of them to project your image while you actually hide behind another mirror. When they attack you, the more Ibo spoke, the brighter Gray's eyes became. You can even do that. I think it could work. Let me try it right now. Without another word, Gray created several ice mirrors and excitedly began researching the reflection and projection of light, completely forgetting about Kana. And just as Gray successfully created the ice mirrors, Ibo, who was staring intently at his system panel, noticed. Inspiration points. 540 right pointing arrow 710. It works. I knew it would work. My train of thought was indeed correct. This is what inspiration is. Ha ha ha. Just as Ibo was getting extremely excited over his discovery, he suddenly felt a subtle sensation on his cheek. With a moi tilde sound, he fell into a soft embrace. Wow. My Ibo is a genius. To think of such an amazing idea. You're so awesome. Let big sister kiss you again. Moi tilde tilde. Inspiration points. 710 right pointing arrow 1001. Ibo was stunned. He looked at Kana, who was snuggling close to him, then at Gray not far away, and finally blinked at the panel. Inspiration points. 1001 right pointing arrow 1111. Ibo. Ibo was completely bewildered. Ibo pondered it repeatedly. Ibo suddenly realized the truth. After several days of extensive testing, Ibo finally figured out the acquisition logic for inspiration points. His previous guess was only partially correct. The inspiration from creating new magic did indeed significantly increase his inspiration points, but that was not the primary reason. At first, he had just been misled by the name, inspiration points. Ibo felt that renaming inspiration points to pleasure points would be more appropriate. As long as one's emotions provided positive feedback and one felt happy, inspiration points could be gained. The greater the pleasure, the more inspiration was gained. Therefore, it wasn't that creating magic granted inspiration, but rather that the excited and joyful mood while creating magic generated a large amount of inspiration for him. This guess was not unfounded. This discovery aligned with the underlying logic of this magic world: emotions are power. This was something the guild master and one of the 10 wizard saints, Makarov, had told Ibo. Strong emotions can erupt into powerful magic. The heart is also magic. Thus, Ibo understood. No wonder his inspiration points would slowly increase even if he did nothing. It turned out he just needed to maintain a positive mindset, and he could continuously become stronger. Haha, this is truly wonderful. Life can be so marvelous. When Ibo discovered the true operating logic of his cheat, an intense sense of pleasure allowed him to instantly gain nearly 1,000 inspiration points, once again corroborating his guess. And now, Ibo's reserve of points was inspiration points, 3,712. This was enough for him to learn 4 LV1 spells. But, Ibo glanced again at his signature ability. Telepathy Magic LV4, 5,621 10 millionths. A drop in the bucket, it's far from enough. Although the new discovery was exciting, there was still a long way to go. Fortunately, he was only 6 years old and still very young, time was on his side. Moreover, this point-adding function shouldn't be treated as the primary path to getting stronger, self-cultivation was the proper way. Requip Magic LV1, 1021 10,000. The LV1 Requip Magic allowed Ibo to change clothes within a 5 km radius of his Requip doll, which meant he could change outfits at will in most areas of Magnolia Town. It was a very convenient ability. Ibo had mastered this magic entirely on his own, without using any inspiration points. Although it took him a week from first contact to using this magic, Ibo had actually only spent 2 days truly studying it. His magical talent was actually quite good. When Ibo used Requip magic in the guild, it caused quite a commotion, with the older men joking that a little monster had come to the guild. Although this convenient life utility magic wasn't considered difficult, it wasn't that easy to learn either, generally requiring 1 to 2 months of study. Someone like Ibo who learned it in 1 week, was naturally seen as a genius by others. And after truly learning a spell, that is, once the level reached LV1, Ibo could gain experience points by repeatedly casting it. Therefore, grinding levels from LV1 to LV2 should be quite fast, and there was no need to use inspiration points at all. The places where inspiration points were truly needed were actually at the LV0 to LV1 stage and after LV3. The former had the highest cost effectiveness, while the latter required grind or breakthroughs in the heat of the moment. So, Deep Blue, add points for me. Crush Magic LV0 Right Pointing Arrow LV1, 0 10,000ths. By the river in the town, at Gray's training ground, Ibo came here alone to test the magic he had just learned. Crush Magic was Gildart's signature magic, a super high-level destruction magic with immense attack power, and it was extremely difficult to learn. Ibo had studied it seriously before, but the experience bar didn't move at all, so he had temporarily put it aside. Now that he basically understood the principle of his cheat and had enough inspiration points, there was naturally no reason to miss out on this powerful magic again. Although he had a high-level telepathy magic and plenty of magical power, he had basically no attack capability, which made him feel very insecure and afraid to go anywhere. Now that he had learned a powerful spell, he naturally had to come out and test its effects. Very good, no one is around. Let me see what this magic is all about. Telepathy magic had a scouting effect. Now, Ibo could roughly sense the distance to the source of sounds. The nearest passerby was currently over 300 meters away, so no one would come to disturb him. Ibo stood by the riverbank, carefully feeling his new power. Forcibly raising the level of crush magic did not allow Ibo to fully master this magic. His cheat displayed an experience bar, not proficiency. Furthermore, without systematic learning, Ibo couldn't fully understand how to activate crush magic or its power effects. All he had was a feeling, a kind of, I reckon, power. He felt that he possessed the power to crush everything before him, just like when he had first awakened telepathy magic. He didn't know the principle, but he could just use it. Let me test it out a little first. Smashing the ground. No, better to smash the wall, it should be safer. Actually, the riverbank wasn't a suitable place to test skills, but Ibo was a bit cowardly right now and didn't dare to leave the town for the forest. So it was better to test near the guild. If something really went wrong, he could call the master for help. Phew, get ready. Let's try the minimum power. Ibo took a deep breath, stood on the riverbank facing the embankment, and let his magic power condense on his fist. Following his feeling, the magic power would autonomously form a magic circle. Then, release. The moment his little fist swung out, Ibo felt that something was wrong. The magic power inside his body was sucked away by the magic on his fist, pouring out recklessly. Oh no. Rumble. The very moment Ibo realized something was wrong, the crush magic was successfully released. The unreasonably tyrannical magic directly crushed the riverbank in front of him. Cracks appeared on the ground, as if a small earthquake had occurred. Wah! Master, help! Caught off guard, Ibo fell directly into the crevice in the cracked ground beneath his feet, and then the river water poured in, instantly submerging Ibo. In a panic, Ibo felt himself being grabbed by a giant hand, and then he was instantly lifted out of the water. Cough, cough. Ibo. What happened? Is it an attack by a dark guild? Where is the enemy? Ibo opened his eyes and found himself sitting on a giant's palm. It was Guildmaster Makarov, who had heard his telepathy distress call and rushed over. Looking at the master's anxious and worried expression, Ibo guiltily averted his gaze and turned to look down at the riverbank where he had released the magic. He saw that the previously neat riverbank looked as if it had been scooped out by a ladle. A small pond, 10 plus meters in length and width, had appeared where Ibo had originally been standing. Fortunately, there were no houses or pedestrians on the riverbank here. Other than the environmental damage, it hadn't caused too much of an impact. While Ibo breathed a sigh of relief, his soaked body stiffened completely. He looked at the master guiltily and held up his fingers in a pinch gesture. Master, there are no enemies. I was just testing magic earlier, and there was just a little, small accident. Seeing Guild Master Makarov's face getting darker and darker, Ibo's neck shrank shorter and shorter. Even his angel-like adorable charm seemed to have lost its effect. Master, I think I can still make an excuse. This was really just an accident. Bo. Afterward, Ibo was grabbed by the scruff of his neck by Makarov to apologize to the mayor, with the guild master covering the riverbank's repair costs. This only added insult to injury for the already debt-ridden Ibo. At only 6 years old, he had incurred hundreds of thousands of J in debt, which was heartbreaking. Finally, he was ordered by the guild master to write letters of apology and repentance, and was strictly forbidden from using crush magic within the town. This resulted in Ibo not gaining a single inspiration point for the entire day, which was a huge loss. Strangely, however, Ibo's reputation among the guild members improved significantly. A group of middle-aged men cheered things like, "I am not alone on this path," and "There is a successor," getting dead drunk and leaving Ibo completely bewildered. It wasn't as if he hadn't gained anything, though. A single use of crush magic at the riverbank consumed about 100 points of magic power and granted 2 experience points, allowing Ibo to test that his mana regeneration rate was roughly 1 point per minute. Well, he hadn't had a chance to consume a large amount of magic power before. Telepathy magic and short-range requip magic consumed very little. At the same time, the immense power of crush magic gave Ibo a bit of confidence. He was no longer a powerless mage. However, Ibo also knew that he hadn't truly mastered crush magic. This was likely a drawback of the system. Spells that were forcibly leveled up were hard to control, whereas the requip magic Ibo had learned himself didn't have this issue and was very stable. This discovery made Ibo abandon the idea of continuing to use inspiration points for topping up his skills. Besides, ordinary magic wasn't that hard to learn, so he might as well learn it slowly on his own. Moreover, Ibo's most pressing issue right now wasn't learning magic, he needed to make money. Not to pay off his debts, it didn't matter if he owed the guild money for a while. The important thing was that he needed to move out. Ibo could no longer stand the days of living in the guild's men's dormitory. It wasn't that the quality of the dormitory was bad, but the environment was terrible. The guild's men's dormitory was filled with a bunch of lawless troublemakers who not only made a racket at night but also fought every day. Fighting was one thing, but they used magic, causing the dormitory to suffer from either minor earthquakes or fire alarms. Fine, he could put up with that. They acted the same way in the guild anyway, and no matter how many times they were scolded, they never changed. Ibo was almost used to it. The most important thing was that this bunch of romantically repressed jerks would get horny at night, and all sorts of strange thoughts would flood into Ibo's brain, and fool it, he couldn't block them out. What was even more painful was that Ibo was stuck in a situation where he couldn't speak up. He was suffering, yet he couldn't blame them. Ibo wouldn't tell anyone that he couldn't turn off his telepathy magic. No one wanted someone around who was constantly eavesdropping on their inner thoughts. So, Ibo had always claimed that he could control his magic well, and given his genius performance, no one had ever doubted it. He had to bear this pain alone. At first, Ibo thought that living in the dormitory could be considered a form of training, and under pressure, he might quickly learn how to turn off his telepathy magic, but the reality was disappointing. 10 days had passed, and he was still helpless against his out-of-control telepathy magic. He was tortured every night, like having a dozen burly men snoring in his ears. It was simply a living hell. A harsh living environment would affect his mood, and if his mood wasn't good, he couldn't feel happy, and if he couldn't feel happy, it would slow down his progress. If he couldn't become strong quickly, how could he build a harem in this other world? This was a matter of life and death. Therefore, making money and moving out had become Ibo's top priority. Oh, little Gildarts Tilda, are you here to take a request too? Macau, a core member of the guild who excelled at fire magic, put his arm around Ibo, who was standing in front of the request board, and said with a grin. Uncle Macau, if you call me by that silly nickname again, I'm really going to get angry. Hey, what do you mean, Uncle? I'm only 28, I'm still very young. Ibo swatted away the large hand, rubbing the top of his head and sighed helplessly. Ever since people in the guild learned that Ibo had actually learned Gildarts crush magic, some troublemaker had given him the nickname, Little Gildarts, which thoroughly disgusted him. It was a pity that his strength was insufficient, and he couldn't do anything about these drunken uncles for the time being, so he could only make a mental note of those guys. Because I was fined over 100,000 J, I've been thinking about how to make money lately, but I've looked, and none of the requests I can take pay much. Haha, you don't need to worry about paying that money back. With your potential, it'll be easy to pay it off later. It's not that I'm in a rush to pay it back. The mage guild in this world was not quite the same as the adventurer guilds in other worlds that Ibo had in mind. Although the mage guild had a unified management body, they were basically operated independently, and the requests that needed to be handled were highly localized. Most of the requests in the guild were provided by residents within Magnolia Town and the surrounding villages. Generally, only S-class requests required traveling far away, and there were very few people in the guild who could take such requests. There were many dangerous requests, but there were also many simple requests without much difficulty, such as delivering letters or finding cats. Even Ibo could complete these requests on his own, and the guild master wouldn't block him from taking them. But they didn't pay much. Even if these requests were completed, the reward was only a few thousand J, at most over 10,000 J. Renting a house outside the dormitory started at 60,000 to 70,000 J per month, and buying a house was even further out of reach. Besides, even if he moved to rent a place elsewhere, it seemed like it wouldn't solve the problem of being disturbed by inner thoughts at night. He would need to buy a big house at the very least. Sigh, what a headache. Little Ibo Tilda, let's go, sister will take you out to play. Kana came running over, bouncing along, and took Ibo's hand, intending to drag him outside. Taking my little brother to meet new friends, Tilda, so happy Tilda. Wait, Kana, His mouth was stuffed with a peeled orange slice, and he was dragged out of the guild amidst Kana's laughter. This could be considered a follow-up effect of the river explosion incident. Kana had become closer and closer to Ibo, treating him completely like her own little brother. No, from Kana's inner voice, it was clear that she completely regarded Ibo as another illegitimate child of Gildarts. Because Ibo had similar cherry-colored hair and had used Gildart's signature crush magic at only 6 years old, plus the unscrupulous uncles in the guild making wild jokes. Kana was now firmly convinced that Ibo was her half-brother. Even, in the inner thoughts of Kana that he occasionally overheard, her attitude toward guildarts had undergone a subtle change. It had gotten to the point where Ibo didn't dare to call Kana sister anymore. His original intention was to get closer to the children, but now the intimacy seemed to have the risk of going off the charts. Too much of a good thing could be a bad thing. Sigh. What a headache. Kana, where are you taking me? Geez, you have to call me sister. Kana pinched Ibo's face and smiled. Sister is taking you to make a new friend, she's my good sister. Ibo, don't you want to learn more magic? Learning various magic scripts is essential, and that sister can help you. Although Ibo's mind was currently full of how to make money and he had postponed the sequence of learning magic, he couldn't refuse Kana's good intentions. Kana took Ibo wandering around the town and arrived at an old bookstore that had been around for a while. Before even entering, she started greeting enthusiastically. Levi tilde, I've brought my cute little brother here to play with you. Kana. Levi. Snuggle tilde. Inspiration points +66. Watching beautiful girls snuggle really is a treat. Before he could marvel any further, Ibo was pulled in front of her by Sister Kana. Look, Levi, this is my little brother Ibo. What do you think? I told you he was cute. Haha tilde, that's true. Hello, little brother, I'm Levi McGarden, and I'm a good friend of Sister Kana's. Levi was a pretty girl with blue hair, possessing a quiet temperament. One look and you could tell she was a literary girl. She was likely about the same age as Sister Kana. Well, she's my type. She's definitely worth raising. Ibo put on his signature smile. Hello, big sister Levi is so pretty tilde. Little Ibo has never complimented me. Big sister is going to get jealous. Ha 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 tilde, little brother is very cute too. Cuckoo. Could it be that he's a natural type Shota? This is amazing. It's a pity that if it's the little brother type, I prefer them a bit more black-bellied, but cuteness is justice. Are literary girls really all two-faced? This little girl seems to know a bit too much. Ibo said nothing, just smiled. After the two girls messed around for a while, Levi took them into a room upstairs. This bookstore was run by Levi's family. It was said that her father was a retired mage, and having lived in piles of books since she was little was what cultivated that ladylike temperament of hers. Levi, when are you joining our guild? Have you learned your magic yet? If it's just letter magic, I learned that a long time ago. What I'm learning now is solid script magic. My dad says that in a little while, once my magic power increases a bit, I'll be able to use it smoothly tilde. That's awesome. Wait a second, what's the difference between the two? And, since you can use magic, you could join the guild now, right? Joining the guild sooner or later is the same. Anyway, with my current strength, I can't take on any requests. Levi brought over some desserts and poured tea for the two of them, her expression quite cheerful. As for letter magic, strictly speaking, all mages know letter magic. After all, words themselves possess power. The runes we use when constructing magic circles are also a type of writing. Solid script magic is a type of magic that can manifest words. It can make words three-dimensional and realize the meaning of the words. It's a very versatile and practical magic tilde. This little girl is actually an academic type mage. After seeing so many barbaric, uninhibited mages in the guild, it's actually quite novel to see such a traditional mage. And solid script magic. It feels quite interesting. Stop, my head is spinning just listening to you. I'm not interested in letter magic. Actually, it's my little brother who wants to learn magic, but he can't understand some of the magic text in the books. Levi, could you teach him? That's no problem at all. But does little brother like reading too? Levi's eyes lit up. Yeah, I do. Reading books helps me calm down. This was the truth. When he focused on reading, the influence of the telepathy magic would weaken. Plus, there wasn't much fun entertainment in this world, so Ibo did indeed like reading. Haha, then big sister has a lot of books here. Not just magic books, I have all kinds of books. Do you need me to recommend a few for little brother? Ibo looked at the bookshelf in Levy's room, which held many novels. Inspiration struck, and Ibo froze, as if he had discovered something. That's it. Novels. It seems I can write books to make money. Big Sister Levy, can I take a look at these novels? Tap, tap, tap. Levy flashed in front of the bookshelf, face slightly flushed, and forced a smile. Ahem, some of the novels here aren't really suitable for children. Let me recommend a few for you, little brother. PFF'd, Levy, you wouldn't happen to be reading some pretty outrageous books, would you tilde tilde? I am not. A minus anyway, just listen to me. That was close. I can't let a child see these ones. Levy hurriedly moved some books to a higher shelf before picking out two picture books to hand to Ibo. Little brother should like this one. Looking at the cover, Legend of the Holy Stone. He flipped through it. It was just a children's book, completely useless as a reference. Big Sister Levy, I don't want to read this kind of book. Do you have any currently popular novels? This. I do. Levy was a bit surprised. It seemed little Ibo was more mature than she had imagined. She then took out another one. This, Chronicles of the Mage Hero, is the most popular novel right now. It tells the story of a powerful dragon slayer from hundreds of years ago defeating an evil dark mage. I really like it too. Wait, little Ibo, didn't we come here to learn magic? No need to rush things. Didn't Sister Kana say she was taking me out to play? I guess that's true. Then Levy, recommend a novel for me too. Are there any adventure stories where the protagonist is a bit older? Let me look. Ibo took the novel and sat down to read. This book was one of those relatively traditional hero stories. The author's writing was decent, and the story could be considered full of twists and turns. But to Ibo, who had been bombarded by the information age, it was just okay. People in this world still lacked a bit of imagination. It felt like his idea of becoming a copycat writer was feasible. Making money, after all, no need to worry about too much. Sister Kana and Levy sat to the side, chatting while reading. Levy, you usually read so many books unrelated to magic, doesn't that mean you don't have much time to practice magic? If you keep this up, it will affect your strength later. HMPH tilde that's why I chose to learn letter magic. Reading itself can improve one's understanding of letter magic. My usual way of practicing is by copying magic books. It kills two birds with one stone. Ibo had a sudden inspiration. Then wouldn't writing also be able to practice magic? That's right. Many mages have the habit of writing books. In fact, many books are themselves a form of magic. The power of words is very strong. Please, you must teach me letter magic. I beg you, Big Sister Levy. At this moment, Ibo was unprecedentedly serious. If writing itself could practice magic, he could write books while grinding express. More importantly, he could also make money. This was perfect for him. Little Ibo, you're not reading anymore. Finished it. It's boring. I think I can write better than him. Let's learn magic instead. Ha 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 ha, little brother has a lot of spirit. Big sister likes confident boys. Hey, Levy, you're not allowed to hit on my little brother. Little Ibo is mine. Cuckoo, I'm going to steal the cute little brother. The two girls started wrestling, and the innocent Ibo was passed back and forth like a doll. The room was filled with the laughter of children. The room was filled with fragrance not. From then on, Ibo had one more place in Magnolia to drink afternoon tea. Levy's boudoir became the secret base for the three little ones. Gray was unaware of this. A week later, Ibo brought his latest work to Levy's home. Naruto. Ninja. Did you write this yourself, Ibo? Levy picked up the notebook with Naruto, the legendary story of Oriental mages, written on the cover, her face full of surprise. That's right, just a little experiment. Could you big sisters help me see if I can submit it to a newspaper? Little Ibo is so amazing. I was wondering what you were hiding away and scribbling about recently. Are you actually writing a novel? Let me take a look. Kana was also very shocked and huddled together with Levi to read it. I'm writing a fantasy story about the mysterious east of the continent. Of course, I don't know the actual situation in the east, so it's all a fantasy story. I've only written 10 chapters so far. Do you think anyone will like it? Don't worry, we big sisters will definitely read it carefully. Levi and Kana were giggling at first, but as they read on, they became more serious. Finally, the room went quiet, with only the sound of turning pages remaining. Half an hour later, Levi and Kana suddenly sat up and sandwiched Ibo from left and right. What about the rest? What about the rest? I want to read the story that follows. Did Naruto and Sasuke pass Kakashi-sensei's test? It's super interesting, isn't it? Are you a genius, little brother? Levi couldn't stop once she started. Ibo, your setting is so interesting. Hundreds of years ago, the Eastern magic world was in constant chaos. Mage guilds organized by family units fought each other, resulting in heavy casualties. Later, two powerful 10 wizard saints joined forces to end the chaotic times. To eliminate the influence of mages on ordinary people, the 10 wizard saints decided to abandon the name of mage, transform into shadows, and take the name ninja to hide behind the scenes. Each country only has one guild left. Oh wait, called a ninja village, and the ninja village uniformly coordinates all the commissions. Wow! It's truly incredible. This is the whimsical idea of a 6-year-old child. Levi, is that all you care about? I just want to know how the story develops now. Little Ibo, quickly give me a spoiler. Seeing their reactions, Ibo felt confident. It seems people in this world have a high acceptance of new things. It was worth the effort he put into the magical adaptation. Come to think of it, his gains this week were quite significant. Letter Magic LV1, 987 10,000ths. This week, Ibo focused on mastering letter magic without using inspiration points. However, LV1 letter magic didn't have any attack power. LV1 letter magic allowed Ibo to inject magic into the text while writing, making the written characters materialize. Apart from that, it had no other effects. But that didn't mean it was useless. On the contrary, this magic was extremely useful. After obtaining letter magic LV1, Ibo's overall understanding of magic improved significantly. He could clearly feel that when he was learning other magic, the speed at which he gained experience became faster. Previously, Ibo could only gain less than 300 experience in a day of learning fire magic. Now, he could gain nearly 500 experience in the same amount of time. His progress in fire magic had now reached fire magic LV0, 888 1000ths, and he would be able to learn it soon. Letter magic was equivalent to adding an experience gain up pointing arrow buff to himself. This effect alone was more useful than learning a dozen other spells. In addition, Ibo also learned solid script magic from Levi, and something interesting happened. His skill panel showed the skills side by side. Letter magic LV1, 987 10,000ths, solid script magic LV0, 36 1000ths. Solid script magic appeared after letter magic, instead of starting a new line. Maybe it was because these two types of magic were related. Ibo hadn't figured it out yet. And the experience bar for solid script magic was hard to increase, much harder than ordinary magic. But farming experience for letter magic was very easy, he just needed to inject magic while writing the novel. In just a few days, he had farmed nearly 1,000 experience points. He felt that if he was a bit more diligent, it would probably take 2 or 3 weeks to reach LV2. His previous guess was indeed correct. He could completely earn money while practicing magic. This exciting discovery even provided Ibo with nearly 1,000 inspiration points. This feeling of stepping on his own left foot to lift his right foot into the sky was just too amazing. Now, as long as he could confirm that the book he was copying could make money, Ibo could basically just lie back and relax. Don't be impatient yet. Do you think there's anything in this draft that needs improvement? If I submit it, will I receive payment? Kana gave a thumbs up. Absolutely no problem. I've already become a fan of your book, Ibo. Do you have the rest of the manuscript? I also think it's written great. Although your writing style and vocabulary are simple, little brother, the charm of the story itself is enough to cover these shortcomings. I can offer some suggestions on the wording and grammar in some places, but I think there's no problem submitting it now. Levi was right. Ibo hadn't learned the language of this world for long. Although the common language here was very similar to English, there were many differences after all. When he wrote, he definitely used the simplest and easiest to understand sentence structures. It was a novel translated from a manga, so the writing style, well, it was elementary school level, which fit his character persona. Then where do you think I should submit it? Sorcerer Weekly. Kingdom Daily would be better. The target audience of Sorcerer Weekly is only mages. Alright, Levi is right. Levi thought for a moment and added, by the way, it's best to let the guild master of your guild handle this. Why? After all, Master Makarov is one of the 10 wizard saints, and his status in this country is very high. If he steps in, he should be able to secure more benefits for Ibo. Submitting to a newspaper is just for serialization, right? You'll definitely want to publish it as a book in the future. If it's not negotiated well, maybe the newspaper will publish it themselves, and that would be a huge loss. Wow, Levi, you know so much. Hehe, because my family runs a bookstore, I've heard a lot of similar newspaper scandals. Ibo nodded. He was just a small kid now. If he went to talk to the newspaper himself, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. Better to go and ask the dear guild master. Hehe, how about taking this opportunity for you to join our guild, Levi? The master will definitely agree. This wouldn't be very good, I haven't learned solid script magic yet. What are you afraid of? I didn't even know any magic back then, just hanging around the guild eating and drinking. The master thought I had a lot of magic power, so he just let me join the guild. Although I'm only staying in the guild because of that fool father. Ibo glanced at Kana a few more times, shifting his gaze away with a guilty conscience. He didn't know if it was because he told Kana that during the days he traveled with Guildarts, that guy slept with different aunties almost every village and town they went to. Plus, Kana thought Ibo was also an illegitimate child of Guildarts, and was left in the guild unattended. Which caused Guildarts' reputation with Kana to be damaged, and his status as a father dropped significantly. However, it wasn't really damaging his reputation, Ibo hadn't lied. And many things were just Kana's own imagination, and she didn't verify them, so he couldn't correct her even if he wanted to. Anyway, it's all Guildart's fault. Afterward, the three of them took the manuscript and returned to Fairy Tale. Levi joined the guild very smoothly. Master Makarov praised Ibo's work highly and patted his chest to guarantee he would find the newspaper to help. It was estimated that the serialization of the Naruto novel would be seen in the newspapers of this world very soon. Ibo's mood was a bit subtle, but joy was the dominant feeling. After all, this was his own labor, and fanfiction didn't count as plagiarizing the original work. He was actually a bit curious about what impact such a work would have if it appeared in another world. Thinking that future mages might open their mouths and say, "Fire release, great fireball technique," was inexplicably funny. What should he do? Inspiration points plus 233. It was truly delightful. The novel serialization was going very smoothly. Thanks to the connections made by the guild master, the newspaper offered a rate of 3000 J per 1000 words. Ibo didn't know if this price was cheap or expensive, but it was said to be above average payment. Each publication contained about 3000 words, averaging 10,000 J per day, totaling around 300,000 J a month. For the people in the guild, this amount of money was just a matter of a few requests. Looking at it this way, it seemed that mages had stronger earning power. It really wasn't easy for ordinary people to make money. Fortunately, this was just the beginning. Once the novel was published in single volumes later, he should be able to make big money. However, speaking of Naruto, it would definitely be best to have a manga version. This was one of the few mangas he had finished, and it would be a nice way to commemorate his past life that he couldn't return to. With this thought in mind, Ibo found Ritas, who was skilled in painting magic in the guild. Brother Ritas, have you read the novel serialized in Kingdom Daily recently? Ritas was 19 years old. His daily attire was quite proper, his suit and hat rarely changed. He had a very gentle personality, completely out of place with the group of violent monkeys in the guild. Ritas usually liked to sit in the corner of the guild drawing. He was one of the few men whom Ibo had to take the initiative to approach, belonging to the I type in a guild full of E types. Ah, it's little Ibo. The novel in the newspaper. I hadn't noticed. Oh, then let me show you. Ibo shoved the manuscript directly into Ritas's hands. These introverts generally didn't know how to refuse, so just being forceful was enough. Ritas picked up the manuscript and scratched his head in difficulty. He had intended to draw, but he still took it and started reading. Ibo, have you learned my smoke magic yet? Wakaba, who had nothing to do, ran over to tease the kid. Wakaba was a young man with a long, curly pompadour, looking like a spirited guy, but he was quite warm-hearted. He had taught Ibo smoke magic for a day before, and he and Macau, who liked using fire magic, were a pair of frenemies. Not yet, I'm busy learning other magic. Ibo smiled and brushed him off. In reality, he felt that smoke magic was useless, it didn't do much damage and was just flashy, so he didn't really want to learn it. That guy Macau's fire magic is useless. It gets easily extinguished by me every time. Don't learn from him. Yesterday, Ibo had used fire magic in the guild, and Macau had excitedly clamored to teach him purple flames, showing off back and forth in front of Wakaba. He didn't know what these boring adults were competing about. I'm not planning on learning fire magic right now. I'm interested in Brother Ritas's painting magic. Ibo shook his head. He intended to specialize in letter magic in the coming days, but he had to maintain a persona, the persona of someone who loved learning all kinds of magic. Maybe one day, some fool would come to him to teach him new magic. Ibo, this novel is pretty great. At this moment, Ritas had finished reading the manuscript, his expression very happy. Is it serialized in the Kingdom Daily? It seems I'll have to buy an extra copy of the newspaper from now on. What is it? Let me take a look. Ibo handed the manuscript to Wakaba and said to Ritas. Do you like it, Brother Ritas? Are you interested in turning this novel into a manga? We can collaborate and make big money together. Manga. Wait, collaborate. Did you write this novel, Ibo? Ritas was so shocked that his glasses fell off. That is indeed the case. Alright, I'll believe it for now. But then again, how do you draw a manga? Like those picture books. It's a bit different. How about you teach me painting magic first? So, are you willing to collaborate to make money? Ritas scratched his head in distress. Being able to make money, of course I have no objection. I already love drawing, but I don't really want to turn drawing into a job. In principle, I won't rush you. I'm only responsible for the novel part. I can understand the desire not to turn a passion into something utilitarian. Alright then, let me teach you. Hey, brat, is it really good for you to waste your talent like this? An unfriendly voice sounded, and Ibo felt someone resting their arm on his head. I heard you brat learned Guildarts' magic. Not bad, but you should be focusing your energy on increasing your own magic power right now, instead of wasting time learning some magic with no future. Do you know what I mean? Hey, Laxus. You've gone too far. Wakaba put down the manuscript and clicked his tongue in reprimand. Ibo also knew who had come from behind. Laxus, 15 years old, grandson of Guild Master Makarov, could use a very strong lightning magic, the strongest of the younger generation. But he was sensitive inside, liked to act cool, and was also a tsundere. His father, Ivan, was an S-class mage, but he was full of bad intentions and was one of the few bad seeds in this guild. Ibo judged that neither of this father-son pair was easy to approach, and he usually had no interaction with them. He hadn't expected them to come looking for him today. What? Am I wrong? Your magic is just very weak tilde. Laxus sneered like a brat, and patted Ibo's head again. What do you say, brat? Stop hanging out with these deadbeats. How about I teach you lightning magic? You see, a persona is still very important. Isn't there someone here to deliver a skill? Ibo turned his head back, pretending not to understand, and smiled sweetly. Thank you, brother Laxus tilde, but I'm going to learn painting magic right now. Wait until I've learned brother Redis's magic, then I'll come find you. Laxus. Laxus had wanted to curse, but seeing that the other party was just a 6-year-old kid, he felt relieved, and even a bit bored. TCH, I'm leaving. Once Laxus had walked away, Wakaba angrily slapped the table and took a drag of his cigarette. That brat Laxus is getting more and more arrogant. Ibo, you must never learn from him. Haha, it's fine, don't argue. If Ibo wants to learn painting magic, he has to learn how to draw first. This can only be done step by step. It's fine, brother Redis, you just teach. As for whether I can learn it, I'll think of a way myself. Redis. Ibo didn't plan to waste time learning how to draw. If he had a cheat and didn't use it, wouldn't his transmigrating be in vain? As long as the skill appeared on his system, he would immediately add points to it. Alright, actually, painting magic is a combination of letter magic and make magic. It has another name called letter make magic. It is a type of make magic that bestows properties onto the painting itself. The difference is that for painting magic to manifest a painting, you need to, instantly, and simultaneously, pour magic power into the entire painting. I can't do that, so I always draw on my skin and inject magic power through my body, which leads to me only being able to manifest some very small items. As Redis spoke, he used his paintbrush to draw a lifelike pink bird on his palm. After it was drawn, the bird flew out from his palm and landed on Ibo's hand. Chirp chirp tilde. Whether visually, auditorily, or through tactile sensation, it was no different from a real bird. Then the bird flew back onto a piece of paper, the magic dispelled, and it became a drawing of a bird. Redis looked at his painting and revealed a very gentle smile. It's magical, right? This is the reason why I like this magic. Yes, it's a very beautiful magic. Ibo nodded, his peripheral vision glancing at his system panel. Make Magic LV0, 333 1000ths, Painting Magic LV0, 1 1000th. After the Make Magic line, Painting Magic appeared. They were listed side by side without a line break. Ibo looked at his inventory again. Inspiration points, 5481. Add points. After work, passing by a group of drunken alcoholics, Ibo returned to his single-room dormitory. Ibo looked at the system in front of him and fell into deep thought. Just a moment ago, he had poured 1000 inspiration points into painting magic, and then the system underwent an unexpected change. From the original panel, Make Magic LV0, 333 1000ths, Painting Magic LV0, 1 1000th. It changed to Make Magic LV1, 334 10,000ths, Painting LV1, 1 10,000th. After investing 1000 inspiration points, painting magic disappeared, turning into LV1 Make Magic and LV1 Painting. This was a change that had never happened before. What did it mean? It's really tough that this crappy system doesn't provide a manual. So, after adding points to sub-skills, the experience points merge into higher-level skills. So, did I lose out or make a profit? So it turns out my skill list can not only record magic but also other life skills. Then my writing ability should count as a skill, right? Why isn't it there? Just as Ibo was thinking this, the panel changed again. Writing LV1, 107 10,000ths. Whoa. It appeared. Can this crappy system patch itself? No, thinking about it calmly, this must be because I haven't fully figured out how the system works yet. Before today, I didn't view writing as a skill, so that's why it wasn't displayed on the panel. Thinking back, this kind of situation hadn't happened before. The names of these skills I possess were all taught by others. At the very beginning, when he had just awakened his memories, the system showed that the first skill he possessed was telepathy LV4. After Gildarts told him that the magic he awakened was telepathy magic, telepathy changed into telepathy magic. At the time, Ibo didn't pay attention to this small matter, but now it seems that the secret of the system is hidden within it. The system's perception of skills is entirely dominated by Ibo's own will. In other words, this system is a dummy-proof system that only passively quantifies and organizes data, while other functions require him to use his own subjective initiative to dig them out. Then, does cooking count as a skill? Cooking LV0, 233 1/1000. I really don't know how to cook, but I always feel like this system is mocking me. Then do running, sports, and fitness count as skills too? Body forging LV0, 69 1/1000. Wow, that's exaggerated. How about music? Music performance LV0, 6 1/1000. Inspiration points, 4,377 right pointing arrow 4496. Wait, the inspiration points aren't quite right. Ibo suddenly discovered that just now his inspiration points jumped several times, although they were quickly replenished, they definitely decreased. So, creating new skills also consumes inspiration. However, compared to his current joyful mood, that little bit of consumed inspiration points was insignificant. Since life skills can be created, can magic skills also be created by oneself? Mages need to control magic, so manipulating magic power should also count as a skill, right? Magic power control LV1, 555 10,000. It really works. Inspiration points, 4,496 right pointing arrow 3245 right pointing arrow 4063. Exclamation mark question mark. The inspiration points jumped several times right before his eyes, giving Ibo a fright. Whoa, it consumed over 1,000 inspiration. However, it's worth it. This is so worth it. Inspiration points, 5,156. I am practically a Superman. A happy Superman. Hee tilde after finishing the commission tomorrow, I'll go find Miss Jenny. Miss Jenny's big butt tilde hee tilde. Oh, Tom is coming back next week. I have to go to his place a few more times these few days. Who knows when I'll have the chance again. Sigh, all the beauties in the guild have boyfriends. Where is my spring tilde tilde? Ibo's face darkened. These bunch of old lechers have returned to the dormitory, and his good mood has been ruined. Ibo was so angry he threw a set of air punches, a burst of impotent rage. Venting was useless, so he had to sit at the table and start writing his book. But the chaotic voices in his mind never stopped, mixed with all sorts of messy thoughts, making him irritable. Ah. No, I can't take it anymore. I can't stand it. I'm moving out. Ibo grabbed his head and messed it up, making his hair a complete mess. He had realized that moving was urgent. Staying in this crappy dormitory for one more day was torture. He was a happy Superman and needed to maintain a good mood to become stronger. Staying here would only make him sink into a quagmire. I am moving out. Having made up his mind, Ibo picked up a thick book, lay on the bed, raised the book, and slammed it against his forehead, fainting in a spectacular fashion. What? You're not living in the boys' dormitory anymore. Why? The next day, Makarov looked at Ibo, who was submitting his resignation in front of him, surprised and curious. I plan to move out and live outside the forest on the east side of town. I want to find a place to practice magic. This was the reason Ibo came up with. The guild master knew he had learned crush magic but forbade him from using it in the city. Using this as an excuse should get him approval. The forest on the east side, huh? Guild master, you don't need to worry about my safety. I already know how to use a lot of magic. If I really can't manage, I can use telepathy magic to call for help. No, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried that you'll be in danger if you use magic recklessly in the forest. Makarov tucked his hands into his sleeves and explained. One of my old friends lives in the eastern forest. How should I put it? She doesn't really like humans. I won't go out of my way to disturb anyone, and I generally won't go deep into the forest anyway. Fine, as long as you have a plan. But what about building a house? Can I pay someone to help me build a house? That is a bit troublesome. Since you haven't bought any land, building a house on the edge of town counts as an illegal structure, and no one will take on such a job. Ibo scratched his head. Does that mean that people would actually be willing to take the job of building a house in the forest? Yes. Then would the illegal structure that's built be torn down? Normally yes, but you're a mage, so no. Fine. Ibo sighed and reached out his hand towards Makarov. Guild Master, do you have any magic books introducing earth magic and wood magic? The most basic ones will do. I do have them, but what do you want to do? I'm going to teach myself how to build a house. Expressionless. In the end, Makarov found the magic books Ibo needed from the guild's library, then watched as the kid looked at 2 pages, clapped his hands, and left the guild, leaving him with a head full of question marks. In reality, after Ibo looked at the books for a moment and received the skill prompt, he directly spent 2,000 inspiration points to instantly master these 2 types of magic. Earth Magic LV1, 1/10,000th. Wood Magic LV1, 1/10,000th. Inspiration points, 3,210. Although he felt it wouldn't take much time to teach himself these 2 types of magic, Ibo couldn't wait. Carrying a small bag, he jogged all the way to the edge of the town, found a riverbank, and chose a spot several hundred meters away from the nearest residence as his new settlement. The environment is nice. Although it's a bit far from the guild, it is just what I wanted. Combining elemental magic and make magic, after testing a few times, Ibo successfully used earth make magic and wood make magic. Although it wasn't very smooth and was quite forced, he didn't need to make it luxurious. As long as it was functional, that was enough. He would just treat it like playing Minecraft. He used earth make magic to build a foundation first, then made a simple rough house. LV1 wood make magic requires plant seeds, but it can also be used by getting close to trees. He found a nearby hardwood tree, placed his hand on the trunk, and injected magic power, which allowed the branches to grow according to his will, obtaining the wood he wanted. Beams, doors and windows, wall pillars, chimney, roof tiles, furniture. Undoubtedly, in this world, magic is the primary productive force. Work that should have required the combined effort of many people, Ibo figured out and completed by himself. Just like that, Ibo spent the day as a construction worker on the edge of the city, and finally, near evening, he finished his first house. Although it was very simple, perhaps influenced by the LV1 painting skill, the little house actually looked quite pleasing to the eye. His body was very tired, and his magic power was heavily consumed, but because he was far away from the crowd and couldn't hear much noise, his mood was peaceful like never before. Having completed the house building work DIY, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction washed over his soul. So satisfying. Magic is truly amazing. Inspiration points, 4,410. Have you heard? That kid Ibo built a house on the East Riverbank to live in by himself. Really? How could a kid like him build a house? I went to see it, it's true. He used make magic to make it. Kids these days are truly incredible. Ha ha ha, the master said that kid learned it after just glancing at a magic book twice. That's an exaggeration. Let me count. Little Ibo can use telepathy magic, fire, earth, wood, 3 types of elemental magic, make magic, and crush magic. Good heavens, what kind of little monster is this? That kid has only been in our guild for half a month, right? Shall we start a betting pool on how many types of magic he can learn in a month? Come on. I bet on 10 types. Count me in. 12 types. I'm in too. Gray watched the adults arguing intensely, listening in a daze. What's going on? What happened while I was focused on cultivating new magic? When did Ibo become so powerful? Isn't he dragged around by Kana to play every day? Oi! Where is Ibo? That kid is on break, probably hiding at home studying magic now. Where is his house? In the forest on the east side near the riverbank, there's an abrupt-looking house. You'll see it as soon as you go over. Hey, Gray, what are you going to do? I'm going to find Ibo for a spar. At least put your clothes on. Gray jogged out of the city and soon spotted the target cabin. It was mainly because this house was too conspicuous, built like a watchtower, as if it was originally intended to be one story, but then he realized the area wasn't enough, so he forcibly added 2 levels underneath to prop up the original small house. When Gray approached, he walked around the watchtower once. Wait, no. Where's the door? The first floor of this house didn't even have a door. There was only a sign hanging on the wall that read, Little Garden Ibo's Home. Gray stepped back a few steps and looked up, only to see that there were doors on the second and third floors. But, where are the stairs? This house was built too abstractly. Hey, Ibo, are you home? Just then, a little blue-haired head poked out of a window on the third floor. Oh, is that Gray? Ibo, Gray has come to find you Tilda. Levy. Oi. Ibo, why doesn't your house have stairs? Ibo also poked his head out of the window. Hi Tilda brother Gray, wait a moment, it'll be ready soon. Gray saw Ibo snap his fingers, and the stone ground around the watchtower began to surge, rising in tiers to form stairs that circled the tower, ending right at the third floor entrance. Cool Tilda. Gray followed the stairs up to the third floor. Upon entering, he saw Kana lying lazily on her side on a blanket covering the floor, flipping through a magazine. Levy was sitting on the sofa next to the coffee table pouring tea, while Ibo was organizing a set of cards. Opposite the entrance of the cabin, there was a huge bookshelf occupying an entire wall. It wasn't full of books, but there were quite a few. Under the left window was a long sofa, under the right window was a desk, and in the center was a coffee table and plush floor mats covering the floor. Although the space wasn't large, it was arranged quite warmly, much better than his doghouse dormitory. Wait, no. What about the studying magic at home? What are you guys doing? Why are you so decadent? Gray, you came at the right time. Do you want to play Fight the Landlord? Fight the Landlord. What's that? A card game, little Ibo taught us. Play. No. I came to spar with Ibo. I heard you learned a lot of powerful magic, Ibo. Let's have a match. The air suddenly went quiet. The three of them stared at Gray with strange expressions. Kana threw the magazine in her hand at Gray in annoyance. Are you okay? Ibo is only 6 years old. Are you trying to bully my little brother? Everyone in the guild said that Ibo is already very strong. This is a battle between us boys, Kana, don't interfere. Ha! You brat, come here, let me train you eek. Ibo, stop messing around. Ibo quickly stopped the huffing Kana and greeted Gray to come in and sit down. Since it's brother Gray's first time at my house, sit down and have a cup of tea first. Looking at Ibo, who was a head shorter than him and so small, Gray also felt like he was bullying someone and felt a bit awkward, so he just looked around the room. Ibo, this house of yours is not bad. It's quite pretty. Don't mention it. After I finished, I felt the area was too small, especially when the big sisters came over to find me to play and there was nowhere to sit, so I remodeled it later and separated the bedroom and bathroom, moving them downstairs. Kana shook her head repeatedly. If you ask me, you'll have to make big changes to this house later. Without a fireplace, you'll freeze to death in winter. And there's no kitchen, and my room isn't there either. You should have asked for your big sister's opinion before building the house. Levy laughed as she listened. Haha, Ibo has already done a great job. We can take it one step at a time later. Actually, it's quite good now. When I move my books from home over here, this will be our secret base in the future. Gray picked up a piece of small cake, took a bite, and asked curiously. Ibo, why don't you live in the dormitory? Isn't it very inconvenient here? And it's far from the guild. Places without guard patrols are easily targeted by thieves. Ibo twitched the corner of his mouth, recalling those days in the dormitory. Compared to that kind of pain, any amount of inconvenience was bearable. Actually, it's to facilitate magic practice. This is the edge of the city, so no one cares how much noise I make. As for other problems, they will be solved slowly in the future. Ibo had no intention of sparring, and Gray wasn't unreasonable or prone to picking fights, so the group sat down and chatted. By the way, everyone in the guild says you learned requip magic, Ibo. What about ice magic? I haven't learned it yet. And I only know some very simple magic right now, there's no combat power at all. The only magic with relatively high destructive power, crush magic, I can't control well, otherwise I wouldn't need to move out to live alone. This was also the truth. Although Ibo had learned a bunch of fancy magic, they were basically all LV1, just the level of someone who had just started. His strongest ability was using telepathy to call the master for help. It could hardly be called having much combat power. In short, he was still in the accumulation stage of a dragon hiding its power, and had no intention of looking for trouble. Kana came behind Ibo and reached out to pinch his cheeks, smiling to express comfort. Little Ibo is already very amazing. I hadn't even started learning magic when I was your age. Only the shameless Gray would run over to bully a child. Hey, I did not. Since you're already here, let's play cards with us. This way of playing that Ibo taught is quite interesting. Ibo quickly escaped from Kana and sat down at the desk to the side. Then you guys play, I still have some things to sort out. He really needed to think carefully about his key tasks for the next period, mainly his plan to improve his strength. Because he started serializing a novel and built his own house, Ibo was temporarily not short of money. Making money could be put aside for now, so next, he had to figure out how to improve his strength as quickly as possible. You know, if he hadn't been unable to stand the environment of the dormitory, Ibo wouldn't have been in such a hurry to move out. Actually, he lacked a sense of security. Moreover, this world wasn't safe. There were powerful magical beasts, dark guilds, and he heard there were demons and such. If he wasn't confident in his speed of calling for help, Ibo would never have dared to move out and live alone. After all, this world was one where the strong were respected. Even secular nobles didn't dare to provoke a mage easily. Getting stronger as soon as possible had only benefits and no harm. As for how to improve his strength, Master Makarov had also taught him. First, he had to learn a powerful magic suitable for himself, then increase the magic power in his body as much as possible, and beyond that, it was increasing combat experience. Ibo was actually stuck at the first step, he hadn't found the magic suitable for himself yet. Although he had learned quite a lot of magic, and crush magic was also very powerful, it actually wasn't that suitable for him. According to Ibo's own understanding, the most suitable magic for him should be the magic that gained the most experience when learning it. Currently, the magic he learned the fastest was requip magic, but this didn't look like something suitable for combat. So next, Ibo would try to learn as much magic as possible, find the one most suitable for himself, and then just bury his head in grinding experience. So, everyone in the guild, please take care of me. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed in a rush. During this time, Ibo's life had become regular. He would start his morning exercise with a glass of milk, practice and test various skills at home in the morning, arrive at the guild on time for lunch, spend the afternoon at the guild asking for guidance on magic, occasionally help out as a waiter, play with his friends after dinner to build bonds, then return to his home in Little Garden to write updates for his novel, meditate, and go to bed on time before 11 p.m., never leaving fatigued for the next day. Everyone in the guild said that Ibo was a normal kid. This disciplined life kept Ibo in a happy mood for a long time, and naturally, the harvest was huge. First was the study of magic. Ibo learned lightning magic from Laxus, light magic and giant magic from the master, transformation magic from Urza, and water magic, sand magic, and shadow magic from other uncles in the guild. Of course, he only learned them, not mastered them. Most of the magic hadn't reached LV1, and Ibo didn't intend to spend inspiration points to upgrade them yet, he was just holding a spot for now. Then came the most important harvest, the magic he learned from a young man named Mest, teleportation magic. This magic could also be called instant movement, it was very cool. Most importantly, Ibo learned this magic extremely quickly, mastering it in just one day. Not only that, when Ibo maxed out the experience points for teleportation magic to 1000, Requip Magic LV1, 2139 10 thousandths and Teleportation Magic LV0, 1001 thousandths both disappeared, and what appeared next was a brand new magic. Spatial Magic LV1, 6979 10 thousandths. Aibo was quite surprised. The system actually hid a little surprise. For magic of the same type, if it wasn't topped off by inspiration points but instead learned by reaching 1000 experience points, this portion of experience would be doubled and returned to the higher level skill. After acquiring Spatial Magic LV1, he could still use the Requip and Teleportation Magic he had already learned, and Spatial Magic would soon reach LV2. At the same time, Aibo also concluded that among the many types of magic, the one that suited him best was spatial magic. Requip magic could only spatially transport inorganic clothing, while teleportation magic could move his entire body. However, teleportation magic consumed quite a lot of magic power and couldn't be cast instantly, but these were minor issues. It would definitely get better after leveling up later. Furthermore, Aibo was thinking that he could develop his own skills later, such as Flash and Flying Thunder God. He had gained a lot in terms of magic, and now Aibo's basic panel had become Stamina, 25/25, Energy, 20/20, Magic Power, 401/404. Overall, there had been improvements, and his magic power had even broken through the 400 mark. Then there were the magic spells he had already learned. Telepathy Magic LV4, 20,086 10 millionths. Spatial Magic LV1, 6,979 10 thousandths. Meditation LV1, 3,456 10 thousandths. Letter Magic LV1, 3,364 10 thousandths. Solid Script Magic LV0, 207 1 thousandths. Magic Power Control LV1, 3,208 10 thousandths. Make Magic LV1, 1,959 10 thousandths. Fire Magic LV1, 404 10 thousandths. Crush Magic LV1, 33 10 thousandths. These were the magic spells he knew before. Spatial Magic was about to reach LV2, and the meditation and letter magic he used frequently were also progressing side by side. As for the newly learned magic, Light Magic LV1, 1,111 10 thousandths. Lightning Magic LV1, 888 10 thousandths. Water Magic LV1, 678 10 thousandths. Enhancement Magic LV1, 168 10 thousandths. Ice Magic LV1, 66 10 thousandths. Transformation Magic LV150 10,000. These elemental magic spells weren't hard to learn, so Aibo had lit them all up. Among them, the fastest progressing one, Light Magic, was the magic that suited Aibo best, besides spatial magic. As for enhancement magic, it was actually a magic application that amplified physical abilities through magic power. Originally, this magic didn't exist. Like the magic power control skill, it was unlocked using inspiration points. Using enhancement magic allowed him to easily lift objects many times his own body weight. However, Aibo didn't usually participate in guild brawls, and no one took him along when fighting, so he didn't use this skill much, only using it when moving things. Transformation magic was learned recently, but LV1 transformation magic could only turn Aibo into a child with a different appearance. It couldn't even change his build much, which left him slightly disappointed. Aside from the magic he had already learned, there was a pile of LV0 magic he hadn't learned, so he couldn't be bothered to list them one by one. Aibo now understood why mages in this world basically only specialized in one or two types of magic. Learning too much meant he couldn't manage it all, biting off more than one can chew. Aibo had decided to specialize in spatial magic from now on. Spacetime magic was top-tier magic, and since he had talent in this area, he naturally had to carry it forward. Besides these magic skills, there were also a few lifestyle skills. Writing LV1, 1,587 10 thousandths. Drawing LV1, 104 10 thousandths. Body Forging LV0, 509 one thousandths. Cooking LV 0, 251 thousandths. Singing LV 0, 9 one thousandths. Basically no changes, and Ibo didn't pay much attention to them. The only one he cared about was the body forging, fitness skill, which he felt would be useful. But he was still too young, and the progress in practicing this was slow. He could only say that the future was promising. During this time, Ibo basically hadn't used any inspiration points, always acting like a hoarder. Now he possessed inspiration points, 29,686. Nearly 30,000 inspiration points. He could learn over 20 small skills, enough to upgrade 3 skills to LV2. However, Ibo still had no intention of using these inspiration points because just watching the constantly rising numbers made him feel happy. Anyway, there was nothing urgent to use them for right now, so he would just keep them for now. Besides, it was all this lousy system's fault for being so weak. System infusion actually resulted in a shaky foundation. To fully master a skill, he still had to rely on his own cultivation, which was disappointing. Even without relying on system cheating, Ibo's learning speed could be considered astonishing. He was already a recognized little genius, so he would save more surprises for his guild friends in the future. After talking about magic, let's talk about making money. The novel, Naruto, had been serialized in the newspaper of this other world for over a month. The Land of Waves arc had just ended, and reader feedback was overwhelmingly positive. The cultural shock from another world still had some power. This novel was already somewhat famous in the Kingdom of Fury. Not long ago, with the Master's help, Ibo had reached further cooperation with the Kingdom Daily and the Sorcerer magazine. One was the publication of the first single-volume novel, and the other was the new serialization of the Naruto manga in the Sorcerer Weekly. Originally, the cooperation for the manga serialization was also being discussed with the Kingdom Daily, but a Sorcerer magazine suddenly appeared midway, and they offered way too much. People can't go against money, so it ended up like this. As for drawing the manga, naturally, Ritas was the main artist, while Ibo was responsible for authorization and providing basic character design sketches. He believed that before long, Ibo would be able to make money while lying down. How gratifying and congratulatory. Nothing noteworthy had happened during this time. The guild was still noisy, guildarts hadn't returned, and he was enjoying a rare and precious childhood with his friends. He thought today would also be an ordinary, plain day. A little girl, ragged, covered in wounds, and filthy all over, arrived at the guild entrance. Fairy tale. Is this where Gramps Rob talked about? One more time. Why is my luck so strong today? The results of the divination won't change no matter how many times you try. Are you an idiot, Gray? You have a problem with having good luck. But I fell into a ditch the moment I went out today. I even lost my wallet. Nothing good has happened. Gray slammed his hands on the table and loudly accused Kana. I think your divination isn't accurate at all. You haven't even mastered your magic. Are you looking for a fight, you brat? Seeing that the two were about to start bickering again, Ibo was just about to step in to stop them when he was distracted by a young girl walking into the guild. The girl was about 11 or 12 years old, had short scarlet hair, and wore a white eye patch over her right eye. She carried a small cloth bundle, and her entire body was in tatters, looking like a refugee from somewhere. However, Ibo vaguely sensed magic power from her that was no less than his own. This girl is a mage. How did she end up in such a miserable state? So this is the place where Grandpa Rob stayed. It feels so noisy, and why is there a child not wearing any clothes? Is this a pervert guild? Ibo speechlessly glanced at Gray, who had stripped off his clothes again. This guy was completely ruining the guild's reputation. Ibo, who was working part-time as a server, sighed and stepped forward to greet her. Hello, big sister. Are you here to post a request at our guild? Show. The little girl stared at Ibo with a slightly dazed look, and her inner voice emerged. If he hadn't suffered through all that pain, Sho would surely be as cute as this child. Ibo blinked. It seemed like another girl with a story, but now was not the time for her to be reminiscing about others while looking at him. Excuse me, miss. Are you here on business? The girl came to her senses and shook her head. No, I'm here to join your guild. Oh tilde old man. Come out and greet the guest. Ibo shouted toward the second floor, but in reality, he used telepathy magic to wake up Makarov, who was sleeping upstairs. Soon, the little old man jumped down from the second floor and came to the girl with a smile. Child, I am Makarov, the master of this guild. I heard you want to join us. Can you tell me your reason? The little girl answered with a serious expression. I am Urza Scarlet. Grandpa Rob introduced me here. He said this was the guild he used to belong to. Rob, where is he now? Seeing Urza hesitate to speak, Makarov's expression slowly became heavy. Child, come with me. I think you have a lot to tell me. Then, Makarov took Urza away. The people in the guild discussed it for a moment, but soon lost interest and went back to being lively. Ibo returned to the small table with Gray and Kana. Gray threw down his divination cards. Ibo, who is that person? A mage. She's a newcomer coming to join our guild. She should be our comrade in a little while. She looks dirty. Can she really be a mage? She should be quite strong. At the very least, her magic power is higher than yours, Gray. Ha. Wait, Ibo, how do you know? Ibo tilted his head. Tilde a feeling. TCH, just wait. I'll challenge her next time and show you what a truly powerful mage is. Kana pushed Gray aside and pulled Ibo to sit down. Ibo, let me do a fortune telling for you. That stinky Gray actually doesn't believe me. I don't believe in luck anymore. Let me see. Wheel of Fortune. 10 of Cups. A fated encounter. Emotional fulfillment. Ibo, today is another day full of happiness for you. See, you said the same thing to me just now. You divination fraud. Gray, I think you're itching for a beating. Stop right there. Kana chased Gray around the table, and Ibo, sitting in the middle, sighed helplessly. Compared to 10-year-old Kana and Gray, 6-year-old Ibo was a bit more mature. Kana was clearly much livelier than when he first arrived, and he didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. After a while, Makarov came out again with the little girl named Urza. He jumped onto the bar counter and clapped his hands. Ahem. Everyone, quiet down. I have an announcement. This is our guild's newcomer, Urza. She was introduced by an old senior of the guild. Everyone, get along well in the future. That is all. Subsequently, Makarov brought Urza to Kana's table and took out a small pouch of coins, placing it on the table. Kana, you guys take Urza to buy some daily necessities. Since she's new. But before the master could finish, Urza reached out and snatched the money pouch, head lowered, her expression gloomy. No need. I can do it by myself. After saying that, without waiting for them to reply, she turned and ran off. What kind of attitude is that? Gray slammed the table indignantly. Makarov sighed. He glanced at Gray, then at Kana, and finally cast his gaze toward Ibo. Little Ibo, take care of that child in the future. Help her integrate into the guild as soon as possible. Like you, she has had it rough. Me. Ibo pointed at himself with his little finger and rolled his eyes cutely. Got it, I'll keep an eye on her. Gray and Kana whispered to each other. Did the master look down on us just now? Did you feel that? Shut up. Ibo is just much more sensible than you. It's the sins of that dark magic cult causing misfortune again. Those fools really deserve to die. Makarov left in a low mood, but Ibo heard his inner voice. Ibo was lost in thought. So that girl, just like him, had her hometown destroyed and her family killed by the dark magic cult. Sigh, this world isn't easy either. If I run into anything, I'll help if I can. So, aren't we going to follow her? Kana pointed outside the door. Just let the newcomer go buy things by herself. What if she gets ripped off? TCH, didn't Ibo say that person is very strong tilde if she can come to Magnolia by herself, would she be afraid of that? Back in the day, Ibo thought about it and didn't follow. The girl was clearly very resistant to contact with others, and following her would just be asking for trouble. However, he still chatted with Urza using telepathy magic. Urza, when you buy things, you can show the shopkeepers the guild emblem on your arm. Everyone in town gives our guild face, so you'll get a discount when buying things. Who are you? I'm the boy who just talked to you in the guild. My name is Ibo. This is my magic. We're members of the same guild from now on, so please take care of me. Okay, thank you. Levi. Come here, let me do a fortune telling for you. The guild was still noisy, and Ibo started working while practicing his magic. He would occasionally take the initiative to use telepathy magic to eavesdrop on what was going on in Gray's little head, or change his outfit while going to the kitchen to get food, using light make magic to put a halo over his head. In short, he used magic as much as possible to grind for experience points. Ibo might seem lazy in other people's eyes, but in reality, he was secretly getting stronger every single minute and second. When it came to working hard in secret, Ibo wouldn't lose to anyone. This was the confidence brought to him by years of being a top-tier student. Suddenly, the discussions in the guild quieted down. Ibo followed their gazes to the guild entrance and saw Urza returning to the guild, wearing a suit of armor that didn't quite fit her. She actually went and bought a suit of armor. That was the inner voice of most people at this moment. Pia tilde. At lunchtime the next day, the ever-so-cute Ibo suddenly appeared inside the Fairy Tale Guild Hall. Yo, Ibo, your teleportation magic is getting more and more proficient. Ibo raised his hand to block the crew-cut man who was trying to bite him with his mouth wide open, and said speechlessly. Brother Mest, can you please break this bad habit? Don't just eat children whenever you want. Haha, I'd eat you even if you weren't a kid. Sister Urza, one steak set meal. Whoa. Gray, what happened to you? Just as Ibo sat down, he discovered a black-haired pighead sitting next to him and was startled. Ha ha ha, Ibo, let me tell you, this morning Gray went to bully that new girl from yesterday, and then got beaten up severely by her. It cracked me up. Kana rushed over to mock him, vividly sharing the morning's farce with Ibo, clutching her stomach and unable to stop laughing. You were lying. Look at my face. Who's the one actually bullying people? It's you. You ran over and kicked her chair. Who told her to ignore me? Just you wait. I'll get my revenge. Ibo scanned the guild and finally managed to find Urza hiding alone in a corner. The girl had changed into a clean, pretty outfit, but she still had yesterday's armor on over it, which looked a bit out of place. That girl has built a castle and locked herself inside. We tried to talk to her, but we were ignored. Kana ruffled Ibo's hair, leaned in, and lowered her voice. Why don't you go and try to talk some sense into her, little Ibo? Me. Your magic allows you to communicate with her thoughts directly. She won't talk to us when we go over, so we're counting on you. Fine. I'll give it a try. Ibo scratched his head, feeling it was a bit tricky, but he was still very happy to help a pretty girl. Well, the important part is that she's pretty. Although one of her eyes is covered, Urza is definitely a beauty in the making. I feel like when she grows up, she'll be a great beauty. Even though I'm young now, I've got guts. Raising someone up is one of life's great pleasures. Plus, the master gave me a mission. Let me help her integrate into the guild. Hello there, Sister Urza. It's you. I remember your name, Ibo. That's right, that's right. Why are you sitting alone in the corner, sister? Do you hate everyone in the guild? No. The guild is quite nice, I don't hate it here. Then come over and sit with us, sister. No need. I prefer being alone. Being with other people actually makes me feel uneasy. Rob. Grandpa Rob. Shu. Simon. Jello. A person's, Nen, can be roughly divided into 3 layers. The surface thoughts of consciousness, the deeper thoughts of the preconscious, and the core at the bottom, the subconscious. Telepathy magic conversations occur at the shallowest surface consciousness, but Ibo's magic level is very high, allowing him to hear all 3 layers of voices. Under normal circumstances, the 3 layers of Nen are unified. Only people in a state of chaos will be inconsistent. Urza is in that situation right now. Her preconscious is frantically thinking, appearing as a tangled mess, but in the deepest subconscious. She is crying, and she is also calling for help. That's a lie, Tilda, but I respect your decision, sister. How about we keep chatting like this? Since we're both members of the guild, we're companions. Can I be your good friend, sister? No. Okay. Alright, we are friends. Sister Urza is a bit nervous, huh? I'm just a kid. Are you nervous even with me? You're really timid, sister. Let's stop here for now, we'll chat again later, Tilda. No, I'm not. Urza stood up abruptly, turned around, and looked straight at Ibo. Ibo also looked back, winked mischievously, and then buried his face in his food. Urza's face flushed red. Seeing Ibo start eating and ignoring her, she puffed out her cheeks and sat back down. I'm not a coward. And I wasn't lying. Are you still there? Ibo listened happily, didn't reply, and kept eating. Looks like he's really gone. How amazing. The outside world really has all kinds of magic. This kid is kind, and pretty, but not cute. Dialoguing with other people's minds and stuff, that's just too much of a cheat. Grandpa Rob was right. The people in this guild are all very gentle. The master is very kind, just like Grandpa Rob. The adults take care of my feelings and give me space, and even the children know how to take the initiative to show me kindness. Except for that perverted brat who doesn't wear clothes. PFF'd. Cough, cough. Ibo. Eat slowly. Honestly, here's some juice. Urza looked back and saw Kana patting Ibo's back while feeding him water. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of her neck stood up. The more she thought about it, the more wrong it felt. He heard it all. You heard it all, didn't you? I didn't hear anything. Phew, Tilda, that's good. You scared me. Eek. Urza stood up abruptly, nearly falling off her stool, and glared at Ibo in shame and anger. You're not allowed to eavesdrop on my inner thoughts. Alright, Sister Urza, then I'm leaving. You're still there, right? I know you're still there. I won't fall for it again. I'll leave myself. Urza ran out of the guild with a blushing face. As soon as she walked out the front door, she heard a burst of uproarious laughter from behind her. She froze, turned back sharply, and pulled the door open, only to see people eating and chatting as if the laughter she'd just heard was an illusion. Macau, who happened to be sitting next to the door, raised his glass and asked. What's wrong, little girl? Did you forget something? Nothing, sorry to bother you. Urza took a deep breath, closed the door, and left. But a few steps later, she heard the burst of laughter from behind her again. At this moment, the girl's blush was more intense than any curse word. Tilda, you guessed right, sister. Actually, everyone in the guild heard our conversation just now. Sorry, I forgot to mention, I had the area network chat on. Ibo, you big idiot. But Urza had no heart to settle scores with Ibo at this moment. Her brain was severely overloaded, and she ran for her life in shame and anger, quickly disappearing into the distance. Meanwhile, inside Fairy Tale, everyone was laughing loudly at the pig-headed gray. That perverted brat who doesn't wear clothes. He's a disgrace to Fairy Tale. Ha ha ha. Wah ha ha ha. Who gets it? I was really struggling to hold it in just now. That little girl is just too cute. Ha ha ha, she really is a good girl, just a bit awkward. Sigh, she must have gone through something very painful before. It'll probably take a while for her to move past it. But then again, Ibo's telepathy magic is a bit ridiculous. To think he can even separate groups for communication. This must be something only a telepathy magic master could do. That's just talent. We can't envy that. The master said Urza's magic also awakened naturally. I guess she's another little monster just like Ibo. A little monster is better than a little pervert. Ha ha ha. That's enough. You guys keep laughing at me. Fool Urza. Next time I'll definitely win back my pride. Inspiration points plus 233. The corners of Ibo's mouth were harder to suppress than a berserker's. Before he started talking to Urza, he had pulled everyone in the guild into a telepathy magic group chat. He then told them that he would be initiating a chat with Urza and would broadcast the conversation in the group chat. Urza wouldn't be able to hear the voices in the group chat, but the group chat could hear Urza's voice. He made everyone promise to act like they didn't know and not to give it away. LV4 telepathy magic isn't just about having a large coverage area. With the telepathy magic connected by Aibo, all interactive information is under Aibo's control. Who can hear what and who can't hear what is entirely up to Aibo. So, even if Urza said some secrets that shouldn't be known by everyone, Aibo could blur them out immediately so others wouldn't hear. This function of telepathy magic wasn't something Aibo had just discovered, but it was indeed the first time he had used it this way. Judging by the results, it was super effective. The ice-breaking effect was also excellent. Now everyone in the guild knows that Urza is an upright and cute girl, so they will definitely be more tolerant of her in the future. And Urza has already made a big fool of herself in the guild, which has greatly lowered her sense of shame. Afterwards, she should find it easier to let her guard down and integrate into the fairy tale family. Except for Gray, no one was hurt. Everyone is happy. It's a joyous occasion. It's just that I don't know if Urza will come to settle scores with me. Now, it's time to show the real technique. Urza ran all the way to the riverbank and sat by a small pond, waiting for her face to cool down. At this moment, the devil's voice sounded in her mind again. He, Sister Urza tilde it's useless tilde no matter where you run, it's useless. I'm always by your side tilde. Eek. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello guys, welcome to Fanfiction Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories. Enjoy the journey into new worlds.
Fairy tale. Magic is so inconvenient. Part 2. Stop peeking into my thoughts. Otherwise, even if you are just a child, I will get angry. Don't worry, my ability has limits too. I can only hear thoughts within 100-meter range. Right now, I'm only using telepathy magic that allows for conversation. If you carefully sense it, you can unilaterally cut off the connection, but Urza, you haven't learned the technique yet, so there's no way for you to refuse me. I see. Then I will learn it as soon as possible. Wait, the people in the guild aren't listening, are they? They aren't. This is our whispering time now, so don't be angry, sister. Fine. Actually, I'm not that angry, but I really have many secrets that I can't let others know. Aibo, you will respect that, right? Of course, I won't tell anyone Urza's secrets. I mean you are not allowed to pry into my secrets. Urza was fuming. She realized that even with her thick armor on, she still felt no sense of security at all. How could such a shameless magic exist in this world? Urza tilde. What is it? You don't want everyone in the guild to hear your thoughts in the future, do you? What? What do you want? I want Urza to agree to one thing for me tilde. Fine, as long as it's not too much. Urza, you are full of wariness toward this world and lack trust in everyone. I guess you most likely lived in a malicious environment before, or experienced betrayal by someone close to you, which is why you've become so sensitive. Urza buried her face in her knees and hugged herself tightly. Memories of the past flooded her mind, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Aibo, are you really just a child? Urza had actually inquired about some things regarding Aibo yesterday, a genius mage only 6 years old, who had joined the guild less than 3 months ago, could use many types of magic, and like herself back then, had no surname. But now it seemed, this genius was a bit too terrifying. Currently, Urza was a bit far from the guild, so Aibo couldn't hear her thoughts, but he could guess what she was thinking. People in the guild often complained about him being a monster, saying he didn't act like a child. Aibo didn't care about this at all, and even scoffed at it. Always overthinking all day, have you ever been a child prodigy? Do you know how tired I am from pretending to be a child every day? Can't you show some understanding for me? I am only 6 years old in this life, so of course, I am a child tilde. Aibo's next sentence, however, made Urza suddenly look up. I was also captured by the dark magic cult before. If some lecherous uncle in the guild hadn't saved me, I probably would have had the same encounter as you, sister. No, maybe I would have just died like that, who knows, haha. You, too. Urza's heart tugged. She immediately imagined a lot and felt guilty for doubting a child's maturity. Although I was a little luckier, I can also understand Urza's feelings. That kind of losing everything, feeling chaotic and confused, the feeling of being at a loss. Even across the distance, she could feel the sadness on the other end of the connection, and Urza felt even more heartache. Had this child also experienced that kind of pain? Then Ibo was much stronger than her. A soft spot in Urza's heart was deeply touched. Ibo. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing, sister? The pain of the past is not worth remembering, people should always look forward. Actually, what Ibo was recalling was the time when he had just awakened his memories. Although he wasn't quite sure what Urza had experienced, her current feeling of isolation and helplessness was surely extremely similar to his own back then. So Ibo was confident he could persuade her to move on. When you feel lost, just give yourself a new goal. With a new destination, you can temporarily forget your worries and keep moving forward. So tell me, what does Urza want the most right now? That's right, fear and hesitation couldn't solve any problems, this was a truth even a child could understand. If there was no answer, then seek one out yourself. Before that, I need to possess enough strength. The confusion in Urza's heart gradually dissipated, and her gaze became firm. I want to become stronger. Ibo, I want to become stronger than anyone else, and then return to that place once more, and settle things once and for all. Back at the guild, Ibo stretched and gave a thumbs up to Kana. With this, the task assigned by the master was completed. It wasn't that hard after all. I didn't expect I had the potential to be a supportive little brother. However, Ibo didn't end this psychological counseling session, continuing to chat with Urza. It seems Urza has an answer, but this goal might not be easy to achieve. Don't underestimate me, Ibo, I will show you. No, I mean, the strongest person in this guild in the future, will definitely be me, Ibo. PFF'd, ha 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 ha. Urza, by the riverbank, suddenly burst into laughter, raising her hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. For some reason, thinking that this sentence might have come from that little pipsqueak Ibo's mouth, she inexplicably felt that this child was so cute. Were you just laughing at me, Urza? No, I received Ibo's conviction. Let's get stronger together. HMPH, Urza, you can try trusting me a little more, you know. Oh well, since we're having such a good chat, I'll tell you a secret about me. What? Anticipation. Actually, I am family hero. Urza was stunned. Family hero. That's right, we are companions in the same guild, right? A so-called guild is family. When family needs help, I will appear by their side at any time. I heard Urza's cry for help, so I came to help you. It's like this today, and it will be the same in the future, so, Urza, can you promise me one thing? Urza turned and looked up, only to find that Ibo had arrived at the riverbank at some point and was standing above, looking down at her with a smile. When one day, Urza decides to treat Fairy Tale as your own home, when one day, you are willing to become family with me, someone you can entrust everything to, at that time, you can talk to me about your past, okay? Urza felt her vision blurring. At this moment, what she recalled was not the pain she endured in the Tower of Paradise, but earlier memories. She had been abandoned in Rosemary Village, adopted by the church, had no surname, didn't know who her parents were, and for no reason, had just been abandoned like that. She had once fantasized about having a family. In the Tower of Paradise, she had even once thought she grasped that phantom, but in the end, the person who gave her the surname, Scarlet, had abandoned her once again. To be free, I betrayed my companions. I only bring misfortune to others. I am someone who isn't needed. Is this really the freedom I wanted? These thoughts echoed in her mind over and over again on the way to Magnolia. Urza questioned herself countless times, is there really any meaning to me living like this? But now, a child who, like her, had no surname but was even younger, had come before her. He saw through her fragile armor at a glance but didn't press her about her miserable past. Instead, he pointed out a direction for her to move forward. Then, he reached out his hand and extended an invitation to her, an invitation for her to become his family. Family. Can someone like me, also, have a family? Looking at the teary-eyed girl in front of him, Ibo knew what she needed most at this moment. So Ibo stepped forward and hugged her, answering calmly. Of course. From today on, we are family. Welcome to Fairy Tale, Urza. A few days later, at the Fairy Tale Guild, Kana was slumped over the table, her whole being shrouded in a dark cloud, looking completely listless. Say, Gray, don't you think? Urza and Ibo seemed to have gotten a bit too close. Gray was sprawled on the other side of the table, equally shrouded in low pressure. Did they? I hadn't noticed. I only know that Urza is really strong, and I'm wondering if I really can't beat her. Do you even need to think about that? She knocked you down with one punch, you useless, hey. Ah. Fool Urza. She's actually holding hands with Ibo. Since when did they get so close? I'm clearly Ibo's sister. As she spoke, Kana started biting her handkerchief, glaring daggers at the sister and brother duo following Makarov back into the guild. Urza. This time I will definitely defeat you. Just as Gray jumped in front of Urza, he realized that Urza wasn't wearing an eye patch. Urza, your eye is healed. Congratulations. Now, let's duel again. You really are stubborn. Fine, I will take your challenge seriously. Ibo, give me a sword. At this moment, Urza wasn't wearing armor, but a casual dress, making her look like a beautiful noble lady. A longsword suddenly appeared in Ibo's hand, transported from their home in Little Garden via requip magic. Here. 5 seconds later, the battle was over, and a black-haired hedgehog head was stuck to the guild wall. Urza smiled and handed the sword back to Ibo. This magic of yours is really useful, it pairs well with my own magic. You must teach me next time. No problem. With Urza's talent, you'll learn it in no time. The magic Urza awakened is called night magic, though Ibo prefers to call it sword mastery. This is a type of magic that relies on magic power control and weapon enhancement. Ibo tried learning it too, and then. Magic Power Control LV1, 3708 10,000ths, Night Magic LV0, 3 1,000ths. The fact that this night magic appeared under the magic power control skill suggests that night magic is a form of reinforcement for magic application, specifically tailored for metal weapons. Ibo guessed that night magic itself is a composite magic. Once night magic is upgraded to LV1, it will likely become magic power control experience plus a metal control type skill. Furthermore, magic power control itself is a very versatile skill. A higher level in this skill will overall improve control over all magic. And the night magic that Urza awakened is at least LV3, which equates to her possessing LV3 magic power control skills plus LV3 metal control. That is why she is able to easily, almost instinctively, use her magic power to enhance her physical body, which is equivalent to awakening with a bonus LV1 enhancement magic. Coupled with Urza's already powerful magic and keen combat instincts. Even if Urza hasn't undergone systematic magic training, she can still easily crush Gray, it's purely a stat-based beatdown. To be honest, Ibo is even a bit envious of Urza's talent, her magic power is a notch higher than his was when he first awakened. Although she doesn't have LV4 skills, one LV3 composite skill is worth several others, plus she comes with innate combat talent. This starting build is even more luxurious than his own. It's like the heavens are force-feeding her success. Someone who didn't know better would think she's the protagonist. Wow, Gray lost so easily. It looks like Urza will have to shoulder the burden for the next generation of our guild. It's truly terrifying. The children these days are getting more and more impressive. Listening to everyone's discussion, Makarov, leaning on his staff, had his mouth stretched from ear to ear, and his eyes were practically shimmering with delight. Wahahaha. Those old geezers are definitely going to be dying of envy. In a few years, I'll take Urza to the regular meeting to show her off. Ha 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 ha. Today, Ibo went with Urza and the master deep into the eastern forest to meet the master's old flame, Perliuzika. She is a strange, pink-haired old lady who possesses superb pharmaceutical skills and is a powerful pharmacist. Urza's eye was healed by her. Although there are still some flaws, it is no longer an obstacle for daily use. Urza is very grateful to Perliuzica, and Ibo is also quite covetous of her pharmaceutical techniques. However, when Ibo asked her to teach him pharmacy, he was kicked out. It is said that this old lady doesn't like humans. But Ibo won't give up. Having been in this world for so long, he has seen many strange and peculiar magics, but he has never seen healing magic. Whenever he asks, the answer is always that it's lost. Legend has it that there used to be gods in this world, and the priests of the divine church all knew healing arts, but later the gods died out, and the healing arts were lost. This means that nowadays, people can only rely on bandages and doctors for treatment. It's completely scientific, without a single element of magic. Perliuzica's magic pharmacy is the most useful healing technique Ibo has learned about so far. Anyway, Ibo has already left a coordinate at Perliuzica's place, intending to run over and pester her from time to time, striving to learn new techniques one day. After Ibo's guidance, Urza has moved past her confusion. She no longer hides in a corner, but instead has become very open and bold in her actions. Urza is the type of serious executor of righteous arguments, but she tends to be strict with herself and doesn't overly impose her own standards on others. She has a bit of a disciplinary committee member vibe. For example, right now, she has caught a certain hedgehog head on the wall, putting clothes over his head, and occasionally throwing a couple of punches to remind him to wear clothes. Poor Gray is shivering under Urza's iron fists, and even his eyes have become clear. Little Ibo, come sit over here with sister. Kana seized the opportunity to lure Ibo to the side, pouting with a hint of jealousy. Ibo, tell me, who is the best sister? Between Urza and me, who do you like more? Woo wuuu, I am Ibo's real sister, only me. Ibo broke into a sweat. Young girls are really difficult to deal with, she's jealous over this. I like Sister Levy more. Kana. Haha. I heard that. I also like little brother Ibo the best. Levy suddenly popped out from behind Ibo, hugged him, and rubbed her face against his. No. Not this kind of thing. Fool Levy, give Ibo back to me. Ibo was plunged into a soft, fragrant embrace, being pulled back and forth by the two girls, feeling both overwhelmed and happy. Stop messing around, Sister Kana. Can you let me see your guild mark? Kana's pretty face flushed red, and she shyly lifted the hem of her clothes, revealing her slender waist. Here, if Ibo wants to see, then see. Eek. Little Ibo, what are you doing? However, Ibo placed his hand on the guild mark on Kana's waist, and waves of magic power transmitted from his palm. When Ibo took his hand away, the black fairy mark on Kana's lower abdomen seemed to have an extra faint, pink outline, which one wouldn't notice unless looking closely. This is the Ibo's Flying Thunder God Space-Time Flash Type 1 seal that I figured out after studying text and spatial magic. Of course, you can also call it Ibo's mark. Kana was stunned, blood rushing to her head, and she stammered, what kind of weird name is that? Does it mean I've been marked by Ibo? This is actually a spatial coordinate. As long as you, Sister Kana, activate it with magic power, I can sense your location, and then, whoosh, I can arrive by your side. Ibo made a peace sign, waving his little finger. Currently, my maximum teleportation distance is nearly 50 kilometers. As long as you are within this range, I can sense the fluctuations of the mark on you, and then arrive by your side in an instant. Pretty cool, right? In fact, even without activating it with magic power, Ibo can roughly sense the coordinates of nearby marks, but there was no need to mention that, and he didn't intend to say it. Kana touched the mark on her waist, feeling Ibo's concern. Her heart was warm, and she couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth. Is that so? But as a sister, I wouldn't ask my little brother for help. I should be the one protecting Ibo. But since it's little Ibo's kind intention, I'll accept it. Levy's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she enviously asked for one too. Ibo. I want this too. Okay, don't rush, everyone will get one. In the blink of an eye, the end of the year arrived, and today it was snowing heavily. Ibo's house has really changed a lot. Gray arrived at the entrance of Little Garden, scratched his head, and let out an incredulous sigh. It had been over a month since his last visit, and the once inconspicuous little hut had actually transformed into a giant cake. If it weren't for the fact that the top layer of the cake still retained some resemblance to the original hut, Gray would have suspected he had come to the wrong place. Ibo's house was one story higher than before, with each level shrinking in size as it went up. Once the exterior walls were covered in heavy snow, it looked from a distance like a giant cake sitting on the ground. This private residence is almost half the size of the guild. Won't you get complaints about this? Gray sighed. Just as he stepped into the courtyard, he noticed a line of text appearing in the air. Only those bearing the fairy tale mark can enter and exit without triggering the alarm. What is this? Did Ibo learn a new magic? This is a formula, a type of script magic, though it's much more complex. I've been practicing it lately. Ibo, when did you get here? Gray was startled by Ibo, who had suddenly appeared beside him. Ever since this guy mastered teleportation magic, he had become increasingly elusive. I noticed you as soon as you walked through the door, Gray. What brings you to my place today? Ah, well, the guild's annual S-class mage promotion test has started. The adults are all gone somewhere, and the guild is too quiet. I had nowhere else to go, so I came over to hang out. Oh, right. I completely forgot about that. It doesn't really have anything to do with us. Let's go inside first. So you finally decided to put a door on the first floor. Whoa. Why is it so warm in here? Gray took off his coat as soon as he entered. As he prepared to take off his undershirt as well, he suddenly froze in place. Urza. Why are you in Ibo's house too? Half of the first floor of Ibo's house had been turned into an indoor training ground. Inside, Urza, wearing training clothes, was practicing swordsmanship against a dummy. Yo, Gray. Welcome. Urza stopped her practice and walked over to answer. As for why I'm at Ibo's house, it's naturally because I live here. Urza looked at Gray with a confused expression that clearly said what's the problem with that, not understanding why it was so strange. Because Urza uses all the money she earns from jobs to buy weapons and equipment, she can't really afford rent. Plus, the girls' dorm doesn't have enough space to store all that stuff, so she decided to stay here until she earns enough money. Ibo shrugged and helped explain. To store Urza's equipment, I added another floor. Now the second floor is practically turning into an equipment exhibition hall. Gray twitched his mouth, feeling that Urza was becoming increasingly abnormal. There was no chance of ever surpassing her at this rate. The number of jobs you've done in the past few months is almost catching up to me. Urza, stop working so hard, leave us a way to survive. No matter what you do, you must give it your all. Gray, with such laziness, you'll never catch up to me. Urza grabbed a towel to wipe off her sweat, and then extended a bathing invitation to Ibo. I'm tired. I'm going to take a bath. Want to join me, Ibo? Urza. How many times have I told you? Girls shouldn't invite boys to take a bath with them. That is extremely indecent behavior. If you do that again, I'm kicking you out. Watching Ibo, whose face was flushed red as he scolded her, Urza wore a satisfied smile. Ever since she discovered that this younger brother, who acted so mature in every aspect, could actually be less than calm about certain things, she had loved teasing him about it. After all, an angry Ibo was a very rare sight. What a pity Tilda big sister has always wanted to help scrub your back, Ibo. I didn't think you were that kind of person, Urza. Shameless. Gray was also startled. With a flushed face, he stood with Ibo, united in their indignation, and they fiercely condemned Urza one after another. Shameless. Impudent. No morals. Gorilla woman. Urza didn't care at all and walked up the stairs to the second floor with a triumphant smile. Once Urza was far away, Gray, face still flushed, put his arm around Ibo's shoulder and muttered. Did that Urza really try to pull you into, ah? Don't bring it up. That idiot had absolutely no common sense before. I had to teach her about a girl's reserve, and now that she clearly understands everything, she still loves teasing me, not treating me like a boy at all. Sigh, I'm so tired. Although Ibo liked getting close to beautiful girls, he was a person with principles, he couldn't bring himself to deceive an innocent girl. Of course, more importantly, he was only 7 years old, an age where he couldn't do anything anyway. Besides getting himself worked up, there was absolutely no benefit to it. Ahem, you've got it tough, brother. Grace sympathetically patted Ibo on the shoulder. Living with that super strong gorilla woman Urza was miserable enough, and having to be teased on top of that, his little brother really endured too much. Are we not taking the stairs? Let's take the elevator. The first and second floors are Urza's territory now. Let's go straight to the third floor. Arriving at the third floor and stepping out of the elevator, Gray immediately saw Kana slumped on the sofa like a maggot, and remarked, "Can I say I'm not at all surprised to see you here? Kana, you didn't move in here like Urza, did you?" Kana waved her hand and replied listlessly, "Don't talk to me about that bad woman Urza. I've broken off relations with her." That's serious. Isn't that a bit much? Because Sister Kana lost a duel again. This is the 29th time, right? They break off relations for a few days after every duel. I'm already used to it. Gray couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. PFF'd. Why are you so unable to let go that you went to challenge Urza? You two have dueled way more times than I have. What do you know? This is a duel staking the name of a big sister. Only the strong deserve to possess a little brother. HMPH, you just wait. Sooner or later, I will defeat Urza and drive her out of this house. If you really want to move in, I wouldn't refuse. No, I have to drive Urza out. Woo woo woo, I was clearly here first. I'm Ibo's big sister. That hateful female bandit. If I had known, I shouldn't have let Ibo go and guide her. I'm so stupid. Really, woo woo woo, I'm so stupid. Watching Kana rolling around on the sofa, completely losing her image, Gray really couldn't hold it in. What is wrong with her? Ibo sighed. She drank fake alcohol. It was a drink I mixed while practicing potion making. I thought it was pure fruit juice. I didn't expect it to have an intoxicating side effect. But it tastes pretty good. Do you want some? No, forget it. But Ibo, when did you start learning pharmacy? I've been learning it on and off for a few months. Unfortunately, I've only learned the basics. This stuff is much harder to learn than magic. I actually think you're learning too many things at once. How can a person have that much energy? Can you handle it all? It's okay. Actually, for many types of magic, I gave up right after getting a basic grasp. I just look like I know a lot more than I actually do. You're being modest. Little brother Ibo is a true genius, unlike us mediocre people. Only then did Gray notice that there was someone else sitting on the other side of the room reading a book. Levy, you're here too. Wait, have you all started treating Ibo's place as your own home? It is a secret base, after all. I only come here occasionally. Today, I was responsible for being the witness for their duel. Gray realized, then gave Kana a look of disdain. Urza goes back to training after a fight, and you just drink here after losing. No wonder you can't win. What did you say? Gray. I might not be able to beat Urza, but can't I take care of you? Die. Bring it on. You think I'm scared of you? Wait. If you two want to fight, go outside and do it. Seriously. Teleport. Today, Little Garden was very lively as well. It's been over a year already, time really flies. It had been a year since I joined Fairy Tale. Many things had happened without me realizing it. Guildarts had come and gone a few times, many newcomers had joined the guild, and I had completely integrated into this world. I hadn't encountered much trouble, and if I did, the guys in the guild would rush to solve it for me. The only major event was that, not long ago, the master's son, Ivan, Laxus's father, was expelled from the guild on the grounds of endangering the guild's safety. It seemed Ivan was kicked out because he wanted to obtain something called lumen histoire. Ibo had, accidentally, overheard this, though he wasn't interested in the matter. At the time, Laxus had a huge argument with the master, and the scene wasn't very pretty. However, Ibo and Ivan had no interaction to begin with, and Laxus was always so arrogant, so he didn't have the time to go comfort the man. Anyway, Ivan was a bad guy, and he wasn't well liked in the guild to begin with, so the impact was almost non-existent, nobody cared. As for changes, the biggest change was naturally in his own abilities. His basic stats had improved quite a bit. Energy, 36/36. Strength, 30/30. Magic power, 505/515. Unfortunately, his body, at over 7 years old, hadn't even started developing yet. It was truly quite weak. Of course, the main problem was that there were too many things to keep busy with, so there was simply no time to exercise. However, several of his core abilities had received significant improvements. Telepathy Magic LV4, 37,786 10 millionths. Spatial Magic LV2, 15,086 100 thousandths. Script Magic LV2, 7,364 100 thousandths. Magic Power Control LV2, 1,415 100 thousandths. Meditation LV1, 9,156 10 thousandths. In over a year, he gained 3 LV2 abilities, leading to the data. When specializing in a certain ability, one could gain about 20,000 experience points a year. Assuming Ibo was a fairly talented native, it would take him several days to reach LV1 in a new magic, half a year for LV2, 4 to 5 years for LV3, and 50 years to reach LV4. LV5 was almost impossible in a lifetime. From this, one could see how privileged those who awaken magic on their own are. It could be said that Ibo's telepathy magic, which was LV4 upon awakening, was likely the peak that ordinary people could reach in their entire lives. Of course, skill level and personal strength were not directly correlated. After a year of studying magic, Ibo had understood one truth: battles between mages were actually battles of magic power. If magic power was the numerical value, magic was the mechanism. Then, the contest between magic levels only had meaning when the magic power of two mages was not significantly different. If one mage's magic power was overwhelmingly strong, then even using only LV1 level magic could crush the opponent on the other side. Of course, that didn't mean magic levels were useless. There were restraint relationships between magics. In most cases, a mage's battle wouldn't have absolute magic power suppression, and there were various variables in battle, naturally leading to various games of strategy. For example, Gray's ice magic and make magic were both at LV2 strength, but his magic power was only around 200 plus. Ibo's fire magic was LV1, his make magic was LV2, but his magic power was over 500 plus. If the two fought using only these two magics, the outcome would be hard to predict. If Ibo then used his LV2 spatial magic, Gray would likely not be able to win. However, Gray's energy and strength were far higher than Ibo's. If both ran out of magic power and started a physical brawl, Ibo would definitely lose. If it were Urza, it would be different. Urza's energy, strength, magic power, and magic levels were all much higher than Gray's, so the battle between the two was completely one-sided. Judging strength couldn't just rely on data from a single ability. Besides that, if the two people in battle had no difference in magic power and both used the same type of magic, then at that moment, the suppression of skill levels was absolute. A while ago, a young man named Warren came to the guild. He used telepathy magic, but his skill level was only LV2. When using telepathy magic at the same time, he was completely suppressed by Ibo. Ibo could detect the fluctuations of his telepathy magic, could eavesdrop on the information transmitted by his magic, and could even forge fake information to insert into the other party's magic. Conversely, Warren had no way to detect the traces of Ibo's telepathy magic. This kind of confrontation between similar magics with a level difference was a complete dimensionality reduction strike. Of course, if Warren's magic power was as strong as Gildart's or the Master's, he would be able to influence Ibo's telepathy magic in return. It could only be said that in the game of magic, the weight of magic power was still too high. As long as the numerical value was high enough, magic was the power of miracles. The Master said that some people were like protagonists in shonen manga who could ignite their emotions in battle, erupting with magic power far beyond their own in a short time, thereby reversing the battle situation. In this regard, Ibo could only comment that this magic world was still too idealistic. He didn't feel he was the type of player who relied on emotional outbursts. If he really encountered such an enemy, he might be plotted against and killed. Sure enough, he should just be the sword god of Shilipo, training to max level before heading out. Digressing. Besides these core skills, Ibo had also learned many LV1 magics. Those he could name included Crush Magic LV1 Fire Magic LV1 Ice Magic LV1 Enhancement Magic LV1 Smoke Magic LV1 Light Magic LV1 Lightning Magic LV1 Earth Magic Wood Magic Giant Magic LV1 Transformation Magic LV1 Water Magic LV1 Sand Magic LV1 Shadow Magic LV1 Card Magic LV1 Metal Magic LV1. Because the cost-effectiveness of learning a new magic was simply too high, Aibo would learn one whenever he was free. He basically upgraded all the magic he could learn to LV1, and for those he couldn't learn, he forcibly raised them to LV1 using inspiration points. Aibo might not be the most powerful young person in the guild, but he was definitely the young person who mastered the most magic. No one would refute the statement that he was now an all-attribute mage. Moreover, the inspiration points Aibo currently possessed were Inspiration points, 660,528. Yes, 660,000 inspiration points. On average, he gained 50,000 inspiration points per month. Aibo basically hadn't spent much, he had been playing the role of a hoarder. These inspiration points were enough for him to raise 6 LV2 skills to LV3, but Aibo still felt that the collection was too slow. After all, these inspiration points looked like a lot at first glance, but in reality, all-in wasn't even enough to raise one skill from LV3 to LV4. At this speed, it would take 10 years to barely raise one skill to LV5. How many 10 years are there in a life? With such slow upgrades, how could he be the supreme ruler of the world? Alas, this cheat was still too underwhelming. If only inspiration points could be added to the three-dimensional magic power. Wait. Did I overlook something? Aibo tilde. Interrupted by the girl's call, the next moment, Aibo had already arrived downstairs at his home. Because he liked the teleportation magic too much, Aibo had gotten used to instantly appearing behind the other person whenever someone called him. This was also the main reason why his spatial magic experience rose so quickly. Sister Kana, what's wrong? Today, Kana was wearing a floral dress. When she turned around, her black hair brushed past the tip of his nose, carrying the sweet scent unique to a young girl. Her eyes were filled with undisguised joy, and her lips were curved into a smile. Aibo, we agreed to watch the stars together tonight, right? Sister has come to keep the appointment tilde. It's only afternoon, isn't it? Then we need to prepare. Let's go, accompany sister shopping, we're going to buy a bunch of delicious food. Ever since Urza saved enough money to move out of Aibo's house half a year ago, Kana finally gave up the futile effort of challenging Urza. The score between the two ended with a record of 81-0. Actually, Kana's magic power was not much less than Urza's, she was definitely a standout among her peers. It was mainly because although card magic had strong functionality, it was really just average in combat. Aibo had also learned card magic. It was a very versatile magic that could be combined with various magics and was very powerful when used as an auxiliary or logistical magic, but the positioning was very awkward if used as a main magic. Aibo also advised her to learn another type of magic, but Kana didn't seem to care much about this matter. Without the pressure from Urza, she even became lazy in her cultivation. In the past, when Guildarts returned, Kana would often hang around her father to probe him, but after many subtle hints yielded no results, she simply gave up. Now, even if Guildarts returned, she didn't care, she focused entirely on Aibo, becoming a complete, little brother Khan. Aibo didn't know how to evaluate Kana. If he still wanted to clarify the misunderstanding that he was not Guildarts' illegitimate child, by now, his relationship with Kana was no different from family, and it didn't seem important whether he said it or not. Aibo raised Kana like a little sister, and Kana pampered Aibo like a little brother. Each treated the other in their own way, and they got along harmoniously. Tonight is July 7th, X777, the day of the solar-lunar intersection. This is a very rare astronomical phenomenon. My divination shows that tonight is a night of destiny, good things will definitely happen, and there is a high probability of meteor showers. Holding Aibo's hand, Kana's expression was proud and happy. On such a special day, we siblings must spend it together. Who knows, we might even be able to make a wish to the shooting stars. It was night, a lunar eclipse. I'm home. Did you hear any sound just now? No. On the top floor of Ibo's house, 3 lounge chairs were lined up, but only Ibo was lying on one. Nearby, Kana and Urza were staring at each other, or rather, Kana was glaring fiercely at Urza. Urza ignored the murderous gaze and said calmly, "Sorry, I didn't hear anything either. No one should have been speaking just now. So, why are you here, Urza? Tonight was supposed to be family time for Ibo and me. What are you doing here?" Urza tilted her head. "I am Ibo's sister, and also family. Why can't I be here?" "Ha. Ahem, stop bickering for a second. Look, a shooting star." Ibo couldn't be bothered with the sound he'd just heard. It was probably just someone's inner voice nearby that he'd picked up again. Where he pointed, a shooting star appeared, flying from bottom to top. Where? Wow. It really is a shoot. Wait, isn't the trajectory of this shooting star a bit weird? Urza nodded in agreement. Indeed. So there are shooting stars that fly backwards. To be honest, is this really a shooting star? Why does it feel like it's getting closer and closer to us? Then, the three of them watched as the bright shooting star began to turn and fly from top to bottom, getting closer and closer, streaking across the sky above Magnolia, and falling towards the forest in the east. Did the shooting star fall near our town? Seems like it. But why didn't we hear it land? Is it too far away? Oh no. I forgot to make a wish. Urza, it's all your fault. Unreasonable. Urza shook her head, took a few steps forward, reached out, picked Ibo up, and held him in her arms. Let's watch the moon with your sister tonight. Wait a minute. Urza, what are you doing? Put Ibo down. I'm his sister. Urza easily pushed Kana aside and said unhurriedly. First of all, there isn't a limit to only one sister. Second, I am the oldest, so I am the sister. You should call me sister too, Kana. What did you say? Seeing that Kana was on the verge of turning into a gorgon, Ibo sighed and quickly flashed out of Urza's arms. Can't you two just settle down for a moment? The lunar eclipse is almost over. We came here to stargaze tonight, right? Can you both just lie down nicely? Finally, with Ibo's coordination, he lay on the middle lounge chair, while Urza and Kana pushed their chairs together, sandwiching Ibo between them. The three of them lay side by side looking at the starry sky. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was rare and tranquil. Although, in Ibo's ears, their inner voices never stopped. As long as I'm by Ibo's side, my mood is always easy to calm. Days like this continuing forever wouldn't be bad. Of course, it would be even better if the annoying Urza wasn't here. As long as I'm by Ibo's side, I don't feel that loneliness. I hope I can protect this happiness with my own strength. I've already lost too much. This time, I won't let go. Ibo didn't dare say a word. Although he was happy to see the girls getting close to him, the pressure was starting to feel a bit high. He felt like he couldn't breathe. He used to feel it was a loss to be born a few years late, only able to be the little brother, but now he felt it was a good thing he was young and only had to be the little brother. He didn't know how long the quiet time lasted. Kana, are you living in the church now? HMPH, yeah, so what? If the priest hadn't said I was too young to leave, I would have moved in with Ibo a long time ago. Nothing, it's just that I was also raised by the church, so I always feel a sense of closeness to you. I have parents, okay. Kana blushed. Although she didn't get along well with Urza, she knew she couldn't say that out loud. Unfortunately, Ibo had already heard it. Even if you say that, I won't get along with you. HMPH. I actually really like everyone in the guild. I like Ibo, and I like you too. What about Gray? The air suddenly went quiet. Finally, Urza rubbed her forehead and commented helplessly. Gray is also quite lively and cute. Kana gave a mischievous smile. Then I'll give Gray to you as a little brother, and Ibo is mine. I don't want that. Urza sat up, slapping the chair. The two looked at each other, and after a moment, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. While silently mourning for Gray, Ibo covered his face with both hands. He wasn't laughing, he just felt that these two weren't quite right, the atmosphere was strange, and he decided to obediently be a sister's plaything for the night. Urza sighed helplessly. Geez, I just wanted to smooth things over with you, Kana. Kana grinned. Haven't our relations always been good? Urza was stunned for a moment, then smiled and lay back down. So I was just overthinking it. Sorry, I still have a lot to learn about interpersonal relationships. He, as long as you don't fight me for Ibo, we'll be the best of sisters. Ibo is everyone's little brother. I think we can share. Alright then. Since you're my good sister, I'll lend you Ibo to be your little brother when I'm not around. Ibo wanted to say something but stopped. If he didn't know that both of them were at an age where they hadn't even finished elementary school, he would have called the police. Forget it, nonsense. The two sisters chatted for a while longer before realizing they had seemingly neglected their little brother. Kana leaned in and pinched his little cheek. Why aren't you saying anything, Ibo? I'm meditating. The magic power is abundant tonight, it's suitable for cultivation. Indeed. I hadn't noticed until Ibo said it, but the magic power in the air is indeed much more active. Then I'll do it too. Wait, no. You too, do you have to be so competitive? It had taken Ibo a year to figure out the importance of magic power. Although his magic power growth hadn't been slow during this time, Ibo was still unsatisfied. Because Urza had already far surpassed him in magic power. Ever since coming to the guild to learn magic, Urza's strength had begun to grow explosively. Even he, a cheater, couldn't keep up, it was absurd. He couldn't go back on the big promises he'd made. Ibo planned to focus his next efforts on increasing his magic power, so today he spent some inspiration points to upgrade meditation to LV2. If upgrading the basic meditation skill could improve his magic power growth efficiency, then it was time to spend a wave of inspiration points. Actually, I can chat while I'm meditating, they don't conflict. Sigh, I really don't know why you both like cultivating so much. I just want to stay with my family and be happy every day. Urza said in a firm tone. In order to protect my family, I must possess greater strength. The current me is too weak. Truly, an answer full of Urza's flavor. What about you, Ibo, what is your reason? A man doesn't need any reason to want to become stronger. You're just a little boy who hasn't grown up yet. Kana pouted. Alright, I just feel like if I don't work hard, I'll be left behind by you too. Ibo, can you teach me some magic suitable for me later? No problem at all, my sister Kana. Thanks, my little brother Ibo tilde. Afterward, the three of them just kept chatting about everything under the sun, talking about the guild, the future, dreams. Unfortunately, two of the three were just little brats with no real experience. Most of the time, it was Ibo bragging aimlessly. He had the accumulation of an entire world, so he said whatever came to mind, while the other two could only listen silently with bright, wide eyes. Before they knew it, it was time to rest. At the end, Kana reached her hand out toward the starry sky, her tone filled with emotion, her gaze gentle. Sigh, I really hope we can always be like this in the future, never separating. Tell me, can we be family together for a lifetime? Together. Feeling that something wasn't quite right, Ibo felt inexplicably guilty. Urza, however, suddenly sat up and grabbed Kana's hand, her eyes so determined it looked like she was about to join the party. It will definitely happen. We are fairy tale, after all. Is that phrase supposed to be used at a time like this? Two burning gazes were cast from above down onto Ibo on the lounge chair. The atmosphere was inexplicably eerie, making one feel a bit scared. No, how did things suddenly develop like this? Ibo. X2. Forced by the strange pressure, Ibo swallowed a mouthful of saliva, stretched out his short little hand, and placed it on top of their hands. Oh okay, let's be best friends for a lifetime. Yeah, a lifetime. X2. Ibo. Where's the update? I want to see the latest update. Ibo had just appeared in the guild when the clarion call for updates came from all directions, he was already used to this. You all should go pester big brother Redis, he's the one who's always delaying his manuscripts. We've already locked Redis in the dark room, we won't let him out until he finishes this week's update. Are you guys devils? Ibo's career of transcribing literature in this other world had been going on for over a year, with remarkable results. Naruto had become the most popular novel in the Kingdom of Fury, the manga serialization was in full swing, and people had even started selling merchandise for the work. Its influence was still brewing. The success of his work had brought Ibo a huge amount of funds. Now, he had tens of millions of J in savings, placing him in a completely different class from the penniless wretches in the guild. Although he had been in the guild for a year, he hadn't taken a single job, yet he was living quite comfortably. Now, he only came to the guild to practice telepathy magic, listening to gossip, or just to hang out. Oh, he also had a job as a waiter, but Ibo had no intention of quitting at all. On the contrary, he planned to make being a waiter his primary occupation. Ibo planned that when Sorcerer Weekly came to interview him later, he would say that he was an amateur mage of fairy tale, with writing novels as a side job and being a restaurant waiter as his main profession. The reporter's expression would surely be wonderful at that time, which would undoubtedly amuse him. Ibo didn't actually have much ambition, he just wanted to live happily in this life. As a happy Superman, he grew stronger through happiness, so naturally, he did whatever made him feel good. Brothers, just now when I was passing by outside the town, I saw the master bringing back a kid who can breathe fire. We might have a newcomer again. A big kid whose feet never stopped moving was scurrying around the guild. This was Jet Troy, who had joined the guild a while ago and used the magic Godspeed. Ibo had also learned that magic, and it eventually turned into 3,000 experience points added to enhancement magic. This experience was quite practical. He was currently short of 2,000 more experience points for enhancement magic to level up to LV2. Another newcomer. Our guild is really thriving lately. We are the #1 mage guild in the Kingdom of Fury, after all. Cheers. Amidst the commotion, Master Makarov walked into the guild with a big boy with cherry-colored hair who looked a bit boisterous. Everyone, quiet down. I have an announcement. This is Natsu, a new member who has just joined our guild. Please take care of him. Before the master could finish speaking, Natsu took a big step onto a table, breathed a mouthful of fire toward the ceiling, and shouted loudly. Roar. Has anyone here seen a dragon? I'm looking for a dragon. A fire dragon that can breathe fire. Everyone in the guild had their attention drawn by this brat, and then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Is this kid not awake yet? How could there still be dragons in this world? Dragons have long since gone extinct. Kid, that fire you breathed just now was pretty good, perform another one. Natsu turned red and yelled angrily. I'm not joking with you guys. I'm looking for Igneal, the strongest fire dragon. He is my father. I was raised by a dragon, how could there not be dragons? The guild went quiet again, everyone was looking at each other. After all, this kid, who didn't seem very bright, didn't look like the type to lie. Could it be that everything he said was true? Were there really dragons in this world? Oi, you fire-breathing fool, get down from the table immediately, nobody here has seen any fool dragon. Ha! Are you a pervert? Why aren't you wearing clothes? Ah! When did this happen? And, you guy, you're not allowed to speak ill of Igneal. Natsu leapt from the table and punched Gray, who was in the middle of putting on his pants. The two rolled onto the ground and soon began to brawl. The unscrupulous uncles, seeing that there was a show to watch, immediately ran over to spectate, and some even started a betting pool on the side, with Gray's odds at 1.3. Go, Gray. Beat him up. Come on, newcomer. Don't lose. Get him. Get him. Get him. Ibo looked at Makarov, who was about the same height as him and smiling kindly, and asked. Master, are you not going to stop them? It's fine, they're just kids, it's good to be lively Tilda. You look quite happy, because you've picked up another talented genius with good potential. Oh, Ibo, can you see something special about Natsu? He didn't have a single bit of nonsense in his heart just now, he's that kind of simple-minded, straightforward person. What he said must be true, right? The fire element on his body is so rich it's about to overflow. So, there really are dragons in this world. That's right. Natsu is a practitioner of lost magic, dragon slayer magic. This is a very rare type of magic. If it was truly a dragon that taught this child, his future is limitless tilde. Just as Makarov was smiling smugly, Natsu suddenly shouted. Is there any fire? Give me some fire. Macau, not fearing that things would get too chaotic, threw a ball of fire over, which Natsu gulped down with his head tilted back. Ha ha. The power is surging up. Fire dragons. Roar. Natsu suddenly opened his mouth and breathed a large fireball toward Gray. Gray ducked to dodge it, the onlookers scattered, and Aibo disappeared with a flash. Then, the fireball landed in front of the master and exploded directly. Makarov's face turned black in the physical sense, the crowd scattered in a swarm, leaving only Natsu standing there blankly. Immediately, Makarov transformed into a 10-foot giant and picked Natsu up. You are not allowed to use magic inside the guild. Are you looking for death? You brat. So, sorry. He even scared the kid to tears. Aibo, who had teleported to the side, shook his head. The master was no better than the members, just the pot calling the kettle black. However, Aibo didn't expect this boy to be able to devour fire. It was interesting. He had to find time to learn this Dragon Slayer magic, and see what it was all about. While Aibo was watching the show came to him. Aibo, what magic are you going to teach me? Aibo was already used to being suddenly engulfed in a girl's soft embrace. The girls in the guild all liked to hug him, and he was happy to be coaxed like a child. Sister Kana, I think your card magic pairs best with two other types of magic. What? The formation from script magic, and contract summoning magic. You mean Levi's magic and celestial spirit magic. Levi learned solid script. As for contract summoning magic, it's not necessarily celestial spirit magic. What do you mean? I don't understand. I'll explain the contract summoning series of magic to you in detail after I study it. Sister Kana, you can learn formations now. Script magic is the foundation of almost all magic, so there's no harm in learning it. Alright I'll listen to Aibo. Aibo now had an understanding of most of the magic in this world. Whenever summoners were mentioned in this world, everyone would talk about celestial spirit mages. Aibo had also communicated with celestial spirit mages, but the spirits they contracted weren't very powerful. The information known so far was, the summoned creatures of celestial spirit magic were not in this world and would not die. The strength of the spirits depended entirely on the magic power intensity of the mage who summoned them. And Kana's greatest talent was having an extraordinary amount of magic power. She was someone who could catch up to Urza just by training her magic power half-heartedly, so theoretically, celestial spirit magic was the most suitable magic for her. But Aibo felt that summon-type magic didn't necessarily have to be implemented using celestial spirits. He had an inspiration, but he wasn't sure if it could be realized yet. He needed to study celestial spirit magic more deeply to be sure. Before that, he needed to first possess a celestial spirit. This world has 88 constellations in the sky, exactly the same as on Earth. Aibo was quite surprised by this at first, but after thinking about it, since even transmigration exists, he didn't dwell on it further. The 88 constellations naturally correspond to 88 celestial spirits. Among them, the zodiac has 12 unique gold keys. In addition, there are 76 types of silver keys that exist in multiples. These keys connect to the celestial spirits residing in the celestial spirit world, forming the celestial spirit magic system. The zodiac keys are quite rare due to their uniqueness, but the remaining 76 silver keys are not very valuable because the abilities of the celestial spirits vary, and sometimes they can be bought at magic shops. Aibo prepared to go to the shops in town to try his luck, so for the first time in a while, he accompanied Kana shopping. Speaking of Magnolia Town, it is considered a fairly famous city in the Kingdom of Fury, famous because it houses Fairy Tail. But Fairy Tail is both its success and its failure. People willing to stay in this city basically have big hearts and can tolerate the guild's reckless behavior. Those who couldn't stand it naturally moved away. Although this city has a long history, it has only developed to have a little over 60,000 long-term residents to this day, which, in Aibo's view, is pitifully few. In fact, he had the intention to develop Magnolia Town. If the city developed, the guild would also benefit, but he lacked the ability for now and hadn't figured out how to go about it. However, he had plenty of time to think about it slowly. Aibo, how about Sister Kana buys you a few new clothes? You've grown quite a bit this year. Ah, whatever, I don't really care about that. Then let me help you pick tilde leave it all to Sister Kana. Okay, thank you Sister Kana. Ibo was actually a person with low material desires, he cared more about spiritual enrichment and was usually quite lazy about things he didn't care much about. For food, as long as it was edible, it was fine, for clothes, as long as they were wearable, it was fine. He knew he could level up his cooking skills, but he was too lazy to cook, and his clothes were basically all bought when he first arrived, worn day in and day out. He only had higher requirements for where he lived, sleep quality was related to his mood, which he valued, so his sleeping place had to be comfortable. Compared to the new clothes Kana bought for him, he was happier about the fact that someone was willing to buy him clothes. The sentiment was more important than the gift, that's what Ibo felt. After walking around the commercial street a few times, they had bought quite a lot of bags, big and small. If not for his LV2 spatial magic, which could create a small personal space, the two of them wouldn't have been able to carry so many things. Finally, Kana brought Ibo to the town's largest magic item shop. Boss, do you have any celestial spirit keys for sale here? Yo, it's Kana. Are you planning to switch to celestial spirit magic? No, my little brother wants to buy them. Look, this is my little brother Ibo, isn't he cute? Kana was very familiar with the shop owner. Because of their holder type characteristic, magic cards were a unique form of magic craft, occupying a similar niche in this world as magic scrolls, and were frequently traded by mages. In other words, Kana was actually a talisman maker. A large part of the reason she chose to learn card magic was because magic cards could be sold for money. After all, as a stubborn person who wouldn't even want to cause trouble for her own biological father, she wouldn't feel comfortable accepting help from the church. When Kana came to Fairy Tale, she was 6 years old, the same as Ibo. At that time, she couldn't take on many requests, so from the very beginning, when choosing what magic to learn, what she had to consider was how to support herself as quickly as possible. Over the years, Kana had done quite well. Not only did she pay off her debts, but she also often donated money to the church and bought food for the children in the orphanage. Now she even had spare money to buy Ibo new clothes. These little secrets were pieced together from information Kana mentioned inadvertently during casual conversation. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her initial choice, but Ibo felt quite sorry for this big sister of his. Card magic really didn't do justice to her talent. It was all that fool Gildart's fault. We do have celestial spirit keys in our shop, and we have 3 types: Canis Minor, Lepus, and Pegasus. The first 2 are very popular pet celestial spirits, and Pegasus is even a mount-type celestial spirit that can fly. These keys are very sought after tilde. What are the prices for them? The Canis Minor key is 20,000 J, Lepus is 50,000 J, and Pegasus is 200,000 J. Because of Kana, I can give you a 10% discount. Ibo heard how cheap it was and waved his hand. I'll buy all 3. Thanks for your patronage tilde. Ibo flipped through the Celestial Spirit Contract Guide, given to him by the shop owner while walking with Kana back to the guild. Although in Magnolia, he could go anywhere with just a thought, and his teleportation could even take people with him, Ibo wouldn't use magic to save time while walking down the street with a girl. It feels like celestial spirit magic is surprisingly interesting, involving combinations of various types of magic. It's much more powerful than I imagined. Little Ibo really likes to learn all kinds of magic. Even at such a young age, you have the temperament of a scholar. You will definitely become an amazing great mage in the future. Doesn't Sister Kana think that researching magic is a very interesting thing? Although magic is interesting, it is also very difficult to learn. It is not easy for an ordinary person to master one type of magic, and most mages' attitude toward magic is that as long as they can use it, it's fine. Rarely does anyone research it thoroughly like Ibo does. Well, that's because I have a cheat. As long as I read books and research magic, I gain experience. No matter how difficult the magic is, as long as I have a little experience, I can learn it instantly with inspiration burst. I have never experienced the pain of not being able to learn magic. Moreover, after learning magic, looking back at the basic principles gives the illusion that it was actually so simple. Therefore, Ibo, having learned a massive amount of magic, had an astonishing foundation in magic theory, and this rich accumulation of knowledge in turn accelerated his experience acquisition speed when learning magic. It was precisely because he possessed this, stepping on his own feet to spiral into the sky, snowballing, learning method that Ibo always felt that learning magic was a happy thing, the positive feedback was just too abundant. I always thought everyone only learned one or two types of magic because they lacked the energy. Is it really that hard to learn magic? Popped up on Kana's head. Even if it's you, Ibo, you have to be prepared to get beaten up for saying such excessive things. Sorry, my bad. Since that's the case, I will create a summoning magic that even Sister Kana can easily learn. Kana froze, then suddenly pressed down on Ibo's shoulders in surprise. Huh, wait. Does that mean, Ibo, you are learning celestial spirit magic because you want to create a new type of summoning magic for me? Ibo nodded. Yeah, although I'm not sure if I can succeed, that is indeed what I'm thinking. Many types of magic in this world are actually not complicated. As long as you understand the principles, creating magic is not that difficult. But Kana's eyes were shining, she seemed to be focused on something else. Just for me. Creating a magic just for me. Yeah. Wow. Mwah. I love Ibo the most. I must be the happiest big sister in this world. Ibo, being held in Kana's arms like a ragdoll, smiled helplessly, feeling that he still didn't quite understand a young girl's heart. Forget it, as long as Kana is happy. The guild has been even livelier than usual lately. Because a rowdy newcomer has arrived at the guild, Natsu, who eats fire. His destructive power as a brat alone is equivalent to 10 adults. I heard even the boys' dormitory was burned down by Natsu. That day, the master picked Natsu up and scolded him for a long time, warning all the boys that if they destroyed the dormitory again, he wouldn't rebuild it for them. But Natsu is a complete troublemaker. He can fight Gray 7 times a day, and the guild has been burned by him several times, making Makarov so angry he's going bald. This chaos continued until Urza returned to the guild after completing a request. You two. Get along with each other. Do you hear me? We hear you, X2. No using magic in the guild. No fighting. Do you understand? We understand, X2. Two swollen pig heads sat kneeling upright in front of Urza, not daring to breathe. Good boys. In the future, you should learn more from Ibo. He's younger than you, yet much more sensible. On the other side, watching Urza instantly cure the pig-headed troublemakers, Kana felt bored. She had originally wanted to unite the three of them to overthrow Urza's iron-fisted rule, but it seemed there was no chance now. Sigh, Urza is just too overpowered. I guess only Laxus could beat her. He might not make it this year, but he's guaranteed to reach S-class next year. A 16 or 17-year-old S-class mage. I'm so envious. He's older, after all. In a few years, Sister Kana will definitely be able to do it too. Ibo was a bit indifferent and absent-minded because he had been very busy lately, busy beyond measure. Ever since he learned celestial spirit magic, he had become a bit obsessed. Ibo was scribbling something in a small notebook, while Kana sat beside him, holding a pink puppy, with a round head, round face, and drill nose. This pink puppy was the celestial spirit of Canis Minor. It had signed a contract with Ibo allowing it to be summoned 7 days a week, anytime. The magic power required to maintain this puppy was less than what Ibo recovered, so he just kept it as a portable pet. A few days ago, after successfully summoning the celestial spirit, the skill Celestial Spirit Magic LV0, 1/1000th appeared on Ibo's panel. It seemed that as long as he maintained the summoning, he would gain experience points. But the problem was that the experience growth rate was unprecedentedly slow. Several days had passed since then, and he had only gained 4 more experience points, even though he had been repeatedly summoning the celestial spirit and maintaining the Canis Minor form the whole time. This could only mean that his compatibility with celestial spirit magic was very poor, or that his method of practicing celestial spirit magic was completely wrong. It didn't matter if the magic was hard to learn, Ibo had a cheat anyway. He later directly invested 1000 inspiration points into it, and then, a terrifying thing happened. The celestial spirit magic just shattered and was gone. Celestial Spirit Magic LV1 Right Pointing Arrow Spatial Magic Express plus 1000 plus Link Magic LV1 plus Stellar Magic LV1 plus Time Magic LV1 plus Contract Magic LV1 plus Soul Magic LV1 plus Heterogeneous Magic LV1. At that moment, this sudden change completely stunned Ibo. He never expected that a single celestial spirit magic could cause such a huge development. So the system meant that a mere celestial spirit magic, which anyone could learn, was actually a super composite magic formed from 7 profound types of magic. Ibo had truly opened his eyes. Who would have dared to think it? He only spent 1000 inspiration points and learned 6 types of magic he hadn't encountered before. But this also meant that if he wanted to master celestial spirit magic, he might have to spend 7 times the experience points. Spatial magic goes without saying. Being able to summon celestial spirits from another dimension definitely involves profound spatial magic. Link magic is the magic that forms a magic power connection between a mage and a celestial spirit. Stellar magic is magic that utilizes the power of the stars. The effects of these 3 types of magic are very obvious. But he had no clue about time magic. Ibo tested it and found that he could only reverse the time of inanimate objects, and the effect was limited. He didn't know where time magic was used in celestial spirit magic. There was nothing much to say about contract magic. In this world, it often exists in the form of contracts and is very common in merchants, guilds, but ordinary mages rarely use it. Soul magic was a pleasant surprise for Ibo. He had originally planned to learn the thought projection clone magic after some time. Thought projection is a type of soul magic. Now that he had learned soul magic in advance, learning thought projection later would surely be twice the result with half the effort. As for the last one, heterogeneous magic, he was completely clueless. It was a type of magic he had never even heard of. Ibo suspected that even the name was something the system made up based on his own imagination. He tried to use and feel this magic and discovered it was a type of magic that could convert the attributes of magic power, such as converting fire attribute magic power into ice attribute magic power, with energy loss in the middle. He didn't quite understand how to use this magic for now. Ibo guessed it was for converting stellar power into magic power. Because the amount of information was too large, Ibo felt at the time like his brain was about to grow, but he also had a feeling that he had inadvertently discovered some incredible secret. So, during this recent period, Ibo had been organizing knowledge related to celestial spirit magic. If he didn't clarify the relationship between the various types of magic within it, the matter of creating summoning magic would be out of the question. After all, who could have thought that the celestial spirit magic, which he originally thought was super easy to learn, was actually a hidden boss? It scared the kid to death. However, compared to Ibo's gains, these little troubles were nothing. Not to mention the 6 types of magic he got for free. While Ibo was pondering celestial spirit magic, various inspirations emerged one after another, and his inspiration points skyrocketed. The 1000 inspiration points he spent were returned 10 times over. Ibo had learned more and more magic, but he didn't have enough time to practice these spells to gain experience points, so his skill list remained largely at LV1. As for using inspiration points for instant mastery, don't be silly. Ibo now felt that his inspiration points weren't enough, because he discovered that upgrading meditation could increase the growth rate of his magic power. He needed to save inspiration points to upgrade the meditation skill. Now, Ibo's situation was that he didn't have enough inspiration points, not enough time, and his brain wasn't enough either, so he was very anxious. This feeling was like having many treasure mountains in front of him. He could dig out a large amount of treasure just by spending some time, but there were too many treasure mountains, and he didn't know which one he should spend his time digging, making him so anxious he almost cried. Ibo now felt that he had been too conservative in the past. He could have been more extreme in his daily life and thoroughly integrated the act of practicing magic to gain experience into every aspect of his life. Ibo planned to completely abandon the ineffective act of walking in the next step. He wanted to learn wind magic or gravity magic to make himself fly, staying in the air anytime and anywhere, so he could constantly practice magic and gain experience points. Later, he would try eating without using chopsticks, writing without using his hands, training magic power control, using water magic for bathing, using requip for dressing, and using meditation for sleeping. Aibo's meditation skill had now been upgraded to LV3 through inspiration points infusion, doubling the effect of increasing his maximum magic power, and it also had the effect of restoring spirit and magic power while meditating. It was still a bit difficult to manage not sleeping all night and only meditating, but Aibo felt this direction was correct. Aibo planned to save up 1 million inspiration points and then upgrade meditation to LV4. That way, his magic power surpassing Urza's would be just around the corner. After using up over 100,000, he still had over 500,000 inspiration points, and he estimated he would have enough saved in less than a year. So, next, Aibo needed to familiarize himself with the power of celestial spirit magic, go learn wind magic and gravity magic, help Kana create brand new summoning magic, find an opportunity to learn dragon slayer magic, study, cultivate, update, and spend time cuddling with his sister. Sigh. So busy. He wished he could grow 6 more brains and become 7 Vegapunks. After learning celestial spirit magic, a brand new door to the magical world opened before Aibo. This was the second time he had received such a huge shock since coming to this world. The first time was when he used telepathy magic. Where will Aibo's path of magic lead next? Gildarts is back. Magnolia was in a chaotic uproar today. The newcomers who hadn't met Gildarts yet asked around curiously, only to learn that this guy was actually the guild's strongest S-class mage. So that means that guy is really strong. Natsu didn't understand anything else, but he started rubbing his hands together, completely oblivious to his own limits. When Gildarts walked into the guild, he looked half asleep, and before Natsu could even see him clearly, he shouted and charged forward. Gildarts. Let's have a duel. Ouch. What was that? Gildarts yawned, feeling groggy, as if he had just swatted away a fly. Oh. Hey everyone, I'm back. Gildarts. Come over and have a drink. Ha ha ha, Gildarts, you just sent the guild's newcomer flying. What? Is the newcomer okay? Don't worry. Natsu is tough as nails, he's not afraid of a beating. The guild quickly became noisy again, and after Natsu pulled himself out of the wall, he didn't hold a grudge and just started circling around Gildarts. Because of his immense strength and generous personality, Gildarts was indeed very popular in the guild. But after a few rounds of drinks, Gildarts felt something was off, until he saw Aibo and Kana hiding in a corner of the guild. On the table in front of Aibo were several books and many notebooks. He was hunched over the table, writing incessantly, while Kana stood guard by his side, not moving an inch. Why didn't this guy Aibo come over to say hello? And didn't Kana used to adore him the most? Gildarts wasn't happy, so he grabbed a bottle of wine and swayed over there. Aibo. Kana. Long time no see. The warm welcome he expected didn't happen. Aibo looked up at him with dark circles under his eyes, gave a grunt of, oh, and buried his head back into his writing and drawing. Kana just, HMPHED, and turned her face away, completely ignoring him. Gildarts felt very hurt, especially by that, HMPH, from Kana, which inexplicably made him feel very flustered, as if he had done something terrible. Gildarts subconsciously sat up straight. After all, Aibo was a child he had brought back to the guild, so it was only reasonable for him to take care of him. What's wrong with you two? Aibo, you don't look so good. Have you run into any trouble lately? I've been researching a troublesome magic lately and got a bit carried away, but it's not a big problem. Oh, right, Gildarts, you're back just in time. The guild doesn't have any books on gravity magic. Do you know anyone who can use gravity magic? Or could you bring me a book? I can use gravity magic. Though I'm not very proficient at it, I can teach you the basics. But more than that, I'm worried about your mental state, Aibo. That would be great. You're worried about me. I don't think there's any problem. Haven't I always been? Aibo. You can't keep going like this. Kana finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She reached out, pinched Aibo's face, and stared at him very seriously. You've been in this state for 2 weeks. You're not writing your novel, you're not sleeping well, you're not even dressing properly, and you've even forgotten to eat. You spend all day holding your notebook, writing away. You have no idea how worried I am about you. If this is all for creating some new magic, then I don't want to learn it anymore. Ibo noticed the slightly red corners of Kana's eyes and only then realized, he really had been a bit obsessed lately. Because he had thrown himself heart and soul into the research of magic, he hadn't even heard the side effects of telepathy magic, the world had been quiet like never before. His mind was full of thoughts like, the design here is so ingenious, would it be better if I changed this, and, so magic can be used this way. His inspiration points were popping like gold coins, his brain was constantly storming, and his body had basically been put on autopilot. Ibo felt he had fallen into some mysterious state, even feeling smug and overjoyed. That feeling of excitement, that, I've made it as a mage, wouldn't go away. But he hadn't expected that he had ignored the concern of the people around him. As his mind relaxed, the sounds around him flooded back into his brain. I must stop Ibo from going on like this. It won't do if he ruins his body. He's still so young, as his older sister, I must take good care of him. Hey, I feel like I really struck gold back then. This kid is actually a scholar-type genius. I've only seen people like this at the Magic Academy. Should I talk to the old man and send Ibo to the Magic Academy for a few years? I'm sorry, Sister Kana, for making you worry. It was my fault. It won't happen again. You said the same thing yesterday. HMPH, I'll be keeping an eye on you for the next few days. Gildarts suddenly laughed heartily, walked behind Ibo, and lifted him up. Gildarts, what are you doing? Let's go. Kid Ibo, I'm taking you outside the town to fool around. No, let go first, I can teleport there. Ibo struggled and jumped down, grabbing Gildart's arm with one hand and holding Kana's small hand with the other. The next instant, the three of them appeared in an open area to the west of the town. Whoa! Incredible, Ibo. Your teleportation magic has really reached a proficient level. It's just average, there's still a lot of room for improvement. So why did you call me out here? Are you going to teach me gravity magic? Gildarts let go of Ibo, walked 10 meters away, and gestured with his hands. Come on, I'll spar with you. Ibo blinked his big eyes, extended a small hand, and pointed at himself in confusion. Huh, me? Yes, attack me with everything you've got. As far as I know, you've been in the guild for over a year and haven't taken a single job, right? You haven't fought anyone either. You can't make progress by just studying behind closed doors. Come on, let me test your progress over this past year. Ibo felt a bit numb, he didn't want to be abused at all. Kana, on the other hand, was very excited and kept cheering him on. Go for it, Ibo. Let Gildarts taste your power. Beat him up. Ibo also heard Kana's incredible inner voice. I knew it, Ibo is my own brother. That scumbag father probably knows everything. He'd rather secretly give him special training than acknowledge the two of us. That fool. This is ridiculous, where is all this coming from? Maybe I should find a chance to explain it to Kana. Ibo, come on. Don't have any reservations, you can't hurt me. Alright, then I'll give it a try. This was indeed Ibo's first time actively using magic in combat. He knew many types of magic, but he was purely a theoretical master with zero combat experience. And Ibo didn't think his LV1 skills would be effective against Gildarts. The skills he currently possessed that were LV2 or above were Telepathy Magic LV4, Meditation LV3, Spatial Magic LV2, Script Magic LV2, Magic Power Control LV2, Enhancement Magic LV2. I can't think of any way to fight Gildarts. If he uses Crush Magic on me, I'm done for. Forget it, let me see which elemental magic has the most experience points. Oh, it's you. Add points to it. Light Magic LV1, 6245 10,000ths to Light Magic LV2, 1/100,000th. Let me check my mana bar again. Magic Power, 626/126ths. Okay, I'm coming, Gildarts. Bring it on. There was no chance of winning in melee combat, and it was meaningless, he could only play to his strengths and act as a turret. After thinking it over, Ibo raised his hand, and 3 magic circles appeared in the air behind him. Light Magic Thermal Ray. By condensing light elements, it continuously fires a scorching laser beam. Its characteristic is that as long as mana doesn't run out, it can keep firing. It's extremely fast, but its power is average. Nice casting speed, and the power is okay, but it's useless against me. Gildarts threw a punch at the incoming beam, shattering the light in front of him into small, broken pieces. But Aibo also knew crush magic and had long known the characteristics of this magic, so his attack wasn't a single burst, but a continuous assault. The crushed light dissipated into magic power, and the subsequent beams immediately filled the gap, finally landing on Gildart's arm. Hiss, that's actually pretty hot tilde. Naturally, an attack of this level couldn't break his defense, but Aibo's goal had already been achieved. He constantly used telepathy magic to monitor Gildart's thoughts, ensuring his actions went smoothly. Another characteristic of light magic is that it's bright. The light shone on Gildart's, making it hard for him to see what was happening on Aibo's side, which gave Aibo room to maneuver. Script magic, Eastern characters, copy. A large Chinese character appeared above Aibo's head. This script magic could batch copy and generate magic circles. As long as there was enough magic power, theoretically, it could copy thousands of magic circles in a short time. So when Gildarts threw another punch to shatter the light in front of him, he looked up and was instantly stunned. Behind Aibo, over 100 magic circles had appeared, all simultaneously condensing terrifying beams of light. One or two such beams might have average damage, but over 100 beams landing in the same spot was no joke. Hey, hey. Are you serious? I'm firing. Gildarts. Wait a minute. Aibo. Ouch. Before Aibo finished speaking, he had already fired the beams. Gildarts tried to dodge, but he couldn't outrun light, and Aibo's magic power control wasn't just for show, it kept tracking and hitting Gildarts. Hundreds of scorching rays pierced directly through the cloak Gildarts had thrown out and shone on his body, giving him a hot jolt. Gildarts stomped his foot, shattering the ground, and dived into it. The spot where Aibo was standing also shattered, so he used 2 consecutive flashes and teleported back to the guild with Kana. By the time Gildarts gloomily crawled out of the ground, Aibo had just teleported back with Kana. Looking at the hole in Gildarts' shirt and his red chest, Aibo grinned. Hee, I surrender, my magic power is all used up. You brat, this fighting style of yours, it's pretty shameless. Isn't that how mages are supposed to play? That bunch of savages in the guild who use their fists are the real heretics. Not everyone can use teleportation magic like you do. Gildarts sighed, patted his dirty clothes, and began to give Aibo a post-battle summary. I've figured out your fighting style, kid. Let me go over a few points briefly. Using light magic for offense, script magic to boost power, and then teleportation magic to ensure mobility. The idea is good, but Aibo, you are still too naive. Gildarts pulled Aibo to sit down and patted the child's head. This is a very typical academic style of fighting. Through precise calculations of magic and magical power, you pursue ultimate output efficiency, acting as a turret-type mage who treats offense as defense. Is there a problem with that? I think this is what a real mage is. Well, I'm certainly not saying you're doing anything wrong. These are your strengths and advantages, and you should continue to build on them. But you also need to remember to address your weaknesses. I'll give you a piece of advice. You should really start training your body. Are you serious? Mages need to train their bodies and all that. Isn't strengthening yourself with magical power enough? Of course I wouldn't lie to you. Let me put it bluntly. Your fighting style can only bully ordinary mages. When you encounter powerful magical beasts, you'll be out of options. Many magical beasts in this world have strong magical resistance. To deal with them, physical methods are most of the time more effective than magic. Ah, really? Heh, do you know why I learned crush magic? Because this magic possesses both magical damage and physical damage, it's super useful. Why don't you stop learning all that useless stuff, Aibo, and just practice crush magic with me? I don't want to trip and destroy the entire city. This, ahahaha, the more powerful the magic, the harder it is to control. That's just the way it is. Aibo could solve this problem by learning one more physical output magic. Besides, he didn't mind knowing more magic. Even if you're right, what does that have to do with training the body? Does every mage in fairy tale have to fight with their fists? Of course not. Training the body is to increase a mage's survival rate. Gildarts extended his strong arm and showed off his muscles to Aibo. You know, Healing magic in this world has been lost. That is the case. I even studied pharmacy for a year, but I felt the effects of the potions were mediocre. You kid are really busy. Are you talking about Ms. Perliusica's potions? Those are already top-tier potions. You won't find a pharmacist as skilled as her anywhere else. Gildarts shook his head. But the capabilities of potions are limited, and you can't count on having a potion to save your life every time you get hurt. So, what I want to tell you is, only by staying alive can you deal damage. If you're dead, you have nothing. In this era without healers, mages basically rely on their own magical power to heal. The better your body, the better the effects of self-healing with magical power, and the less likely you are to die easily. Ah, then this really is a pathetic era. Hasn't anyone tried researching healing magic? Well, actually, if you insist that healing magic is lost, that's not entirely true. As far as I know, there is still one type of lost magic that possesses healing capabilities, but the problem is that absolutely no one can learn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ibo's eyes lit up suddenly. What magic is it? Where can I learn it? I want to learn it. Sky magic, but this kind of magic has extremely high requirements for aptitude. For hundreds of years, basically no one has been able to learn it, so it gradually fell into obscurity. I don't know where there are any related magic books either, but if you're interested, I'll keep an eye out for you later. Thank you, Gildarts. Much appreciated. Don't be so eager yet. Even if you really learn sky magic, I still suggest you don't give up on physical training. A good body can increase your maximum magical power, improve the absorption efficiency of magical power, enhance magical resistance, strengthen the effects of self-healing, and even. Gildarts noticed Kana sitting quietly nearby and pulled back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Ahem, in short, there are just too many benefits. This is all based on my own experience. This kid is still young, better not corrupt him. Ibo's eyes lit up, his eyeballs rolling around. He had heard exactly what Gildarts had been about to say. You really can't say otherwise. Ibo had forgotten about this. For the sake of his future happy life, Ibo decided that after returning, he would level body forging, this life skill, up to LV3. You're right. Gildarts, I will pay attention to training in the future. Besides that, I also have to advise you not to be too impatient. Huh. Gildarts smiled and scratched his head. You are already more powerful than the vast majority of people. I hadn't even started learning magic at your age. There's no need to spend all your time on magic. There are many things around you that are more important than magic. Knowledge can be relearned if you miss it, but some people and some things cannot be recovered if you miss them. You guy, you occasionally do say a few sensible things. You brat. Is that how you talk to your savior? Show me some respect. Kana, sitting quietly to the side, watched the incredibly harmonious scene in front of her, her mood complex. That fool father is capable of being a good father, isn't he? Why is he just unwilling to acknowledge us? Ibo noticed that Kana was still wildly overthinking things and really couldn't hold it in anymore, so he changed the subject. Speaking of which, Gildarts, do you have any very important people whom you haven't visited in a long time? I don't mean guild partners. Ibo was at a loss. Kana wasn't willing to bring up her identity herself, so he couldn't just say it directly. The scumbag Gildarts seemed completely unaware that he had a daughter, and Ibo didn't know how to remind him. Ahem, what I mean is, look at Kana. Isn't Kana very beautiful? Very cute. Ibo. You. Kana looked at Ibo with a complex expression, then lowered her gaze and hung her head, saying nothing. Instead, Gildarts suspiciously looked left and right, then, suddenly realized, oh. So Ibo, you like Kana. Good lad, you've got a bit of my style back in the day. But this kind of thing is still too early for you Tilda alright, let's stop here for today, let's head back. It's totally screwed. There's no saving this, just wait for death. Ibo couldn't bear to watch and slapped Gildarts back to the guild, leaving himself to face Kana with a numb scalp. Ibo. Ahem, Sister Kana, I'm here. Did you hear it a long time ago? You knew I was his daughter. Yes. So I guessed wrong after all. He didn't recognize us at all, and he even forgot that he still has a daughter and a son. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Ibo braced himself and interrupted. I'm not Gildart's son, really not. I don't even know who my parents are. Ibo originally thought that if he explained it, Kana would understand, but he didn't expect Kana to say, "But, Ibo, you can't guarantee that Gildart's definitely isn't your father, right?" Ibo was stunned. Huh. Wait, no, holy crap, it actually might be true. He had absolutely no memory of who his parents were, so it wasn't impossible that it really was Gildart's. It was over. How did he actually get himself tangled up in this? That scumbag father left lovers everywhere. He can't even remember how many affairs he's had, so how could he possibly know whether he has children or not? Kana had a gloomy face and gritted her teeth. Ibo, you promise me that you will never mention that I am his daughter in front of him again. Promise me. Oh, okay. Ibo realized this development wasn't right, but it seemed like things couldn't be undone anymore. I will no longer have useless fantasies, and I won't easily forgive him. Although my mother never blamed him, he owes me. I want to become stronger, even more powerful than him, then defeat him head on, and then tell Gildarts that he is a failed father who has never participated in his child's life. This is my revenge. Sister Kana, I don't think it's necessary. Help me, Ibo. Ibo, now I only have you. Facing Kana's sincere and burning gaze, Ibo really couldn't bring himself to refuse. Sigh, Gildarts, look at the mess you've created. It's really not that I don't want to help you, buddy. Alright, I will help you. Kana stepped forward and hugged him. Thank you, Ibo. This is enough. As long as I have Ibo, it's enough. Ibo coaxed her cautiously, but his heart was ice cold. He hadn't paid attention for a while, so how did his cute sister Kana develop a tendency to go dark? No way. No way. It shouldn't be like this. It's all that fool Gildart's fault. Since that day, Kana's mindset had undergone a huge change. Although she was still her usual carefree self and often messed around with Gray and the others, she became serious when studying script magic with Levi, stopped slacking off, and would occasionally practice magic alone in private. Ibo wasn't sure if this change was good or bad for Kana. He hoped it was good, but he had certainly learned his lesson. Ibo no longer obsessed over magic to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep, striving instead to balance his daily life. He had truly been obsessed before, actually getting so carried away with studying magic that he even cast aside the matter of updating his work to earn money. Fortunately, the people in the guild saw him holding a notebook and scribbling away every day, assuming he was suffering from writer's block, so they didn't come over to rush his drafts, which allowed Ibo to escape unscathed. After calming down, Ibo felt that Gildarts was right. There was no need for him to rush at all. Why should a 7-year-old child pressure himself to become stronger? It wasn't as if the world was going to end in 20 years, he clearly had plenty of time to study magic at his own pace. It must be because he had lived through too many miserable, competitive days in his past life, which led him to think about how to use his abilities to grind out new technologies and breakthroughs the moment he gained power, rather than thinking about how to enjoy himself. This isn't right. I've been fighting my whole life. No, grinding my whole life. Can't I enjoy myself now? I am happy Superman. After all, I must start living it up. But then again, Ibo really didn't know how to enjoy himself. Just like a peasant can only imagine an emperor using a golden hoe, Ibo, who came from a working-class background in his past life, really had no imagination when it came to enjoyment. In Ibo's view, the meaning of life boiled down to two things, eating and pleasure. So, the most indulgent thing he could think of was not having to worry about life while having a personal maid to take care of me, helping with laundry and cooking every day. Wouldn't such a life be complete? To be even more indulgent, maybe add a few more maids. In the end, after thinking it over, Ibo helplessly realized that besides planning to have more girlfriends when he grew up, only learning more powerful magic could make him feel excited. He suddenly felt pathetic and pitiful. However, one person's ideas are always limited, so Ibo decided to seek help from others. What do you want to do the most? Why are you suddenly asking about this, Ibo? Kana looked over in confusion. The study group of Ibo, Kana, and Levi had become a unique combination in the guild, and they were gathered together to read books today as well. Because, other than tinkering with magic, I don't seem to have any other hobbies. I feel like I'm quite boring, so I wanted to reference others' hobbies to see if I could learn something. The two of them couldn't understand Ibo's eccentric train of thought. Levi squinted and laughed. I actually think you quite enjoy watching others make fools of themselves, little Ibo. Every time Gray and Natsu make a scene, you laugh very happily. I won't deny that. Perhaps it's because I'm too boring myself, so I enjoy watching others for entertainment. Kana tilted her head, curious. So, you don't actually like writing books, Ibo? I don't. I only write books to earn money. I will never write again once I'm done. Tilde, how could you? I'm a fan of yours, Ibo. I really like reading Naruto. Levi pinched Ibo's face in dissatisfaction, then thought for a moment and slumped down powerlessly. If we're talking about what I want to do most, what I want to do every day is just read books with you guys. What do? I think I'm also a boring person. No wonder I like Sister Levi the most. Hee hee, moi, Ibo tilde. Kana propped up her face and scoffed. You two only have such childish hobbies. I'm different from you brats. I've always wanted to try what it feels like to drink alcohol. The fruit juice I drank at Ibo's place last time wasn't enough. Boring hobby. Lame. Kana received the disdain of the other two. What are you all chatting about? At this moment, Urza happened to return, looking travel-worn. Today, she had gone to a nearby town to eliminate a giant wild boar and return to the guild carrying two tusks that were half a person's height. Oh, it's Urza. We're talking about our hobbies. Do you have any hobbies, Urza? What is the thing you want to do most? Urza's eyes lit up. Oh. Me. I want to try wearing all kinds of gorgeous armor and cute clothes. Huh. So Urza is actually quite vain, hee hee. Beautiful things are worth praising, there is nothing wrong with pursuing beauty. Just then, Natsu, who had been arguing with Gray as they walked into the guild, noticed Urza had returned. He grabbed Gray and ran over. Urza. I've learned a new move. Let's duel. Idiot. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. If I get beaten up, don't think you're getting away. Or are you afraid? Ha. Would I be afraid? Gray and Natsu never saw eye to eye. They were like fire and ice, always fighting or on their way to a fight every day. However, Ibo felt that they actually had a pretty good relationship. Since they were here, he might as well ask for their opinions. Gray, Natsu, do you have any hobbies? What do you like doing most in your free time? Gray. Become stronger. Natsu. Eat meat. Haha, where did this idiot come from? Is your brain filled with nothing but meat? You're the idiot. How is becoming stronger a hobby? I'm becoming stronger every single day. Then the two of them started fighting right under Urza's nose, and as a result, they were each punched by Urza and fell into a peaceful slumber. Sigh, none of these have any reference value tilde there are too many idiots in the guild. Ibo suddenly felt that all these kids in the guild were quite pitiful. Except for Levi, they all lacked parental love. This crappy guild was practically becoming an orphanage. At this rate, the childhood of our group would be way too monotonous. Hey, I suddenly have a good idea. Ibo raised a finger. What do you guys think if I build a Naruto-themed amusement park in Magnolia? An amusement park. X5. After all, they were just kids. Gray and Natsu were eavesdropping while pretending to be unconscious, and the three girls' eyes lit up as well. I heard amusement parks are facilities that only exist in the capital. I've never been to one. I've only seen them in books and newspapers. They say there are things like carousels, roller coasters, and Ferris wheels. I've always been curious about what those are. When I was doing a job before, I once heard the employer's daughter mention it. They say it's a very fun place, she dreams of going again. Hearing the kids discussing it among themselves, with eyes sparkling with longing and anticipation, Ibo knew his idea was right. Magnolia was too small a town, it didn't really have any good places for entertainment. If he really built an amusement park in the town, it would surely be very popular. Perhaps it could even become a new landmark for the city, attracting tourists, boosting the economy, and revitalizing the town. And what kid wouldn't want to go to an amusement park? Ibo wanted to go too, he hadn't even been to one in his past life. There weren't many opportunities that were meaningful, profitable, and fun at the same time. Ibo made up his mind. The idea is great, but building an amusement park requires a lot of money, right? Does Ibo plan to pay out of his own pocket? How could that be? This kind of thing doesn't necessarily require me to pay. We can attract investment. Attract investment. X3. Ah, you guys don't need to worry about this, just wait for my good news. It was too troublesome to explain the dirty dealings of adults to a bunch of half-grown kids, so Ibo decided to go talk to the master. If this was done well, it might even solve the retirement problems of the guild members. Afterward, Ibo found Makarov and talked for a long time, successfully convincing the master and receiving his full support. Then, the next day, the Kingdom Daily, which serialized Naruto, published a small advertisement. Recruitment advertisement. The author of Naruto, teacher, Bo-ai, joins hands with the Fairy Tale Mage Guild to build a Naruto-themed amusement park in Magnolia Town. We are now sincerely recruiting partners from all over Fury to build a dream ninja world together. Those interested, please come to Magnolia Town, Fairy Tale Guild and contact Mr. Makarov for details regarding cooperation. A few days after Ibo posted, GG, in the newspaper, two groups of people showed up at the guild at the same time. One group was Duke Everlew, a great noble from the south of the kingdom, who is the nominal lord of Magnolia. The other group was the Hartfilia family, a mage family with a long and prestigious history. The two groups arrived one after another. The guild master arranged them into different rooms and took Ibo to discuss the cooperation matters regarding the ninja amusement park, with each of them separately. Ibo met with Duke Everlew's messenger first, a maid who was uniquely ugly. If the woman hadn't repeatedly emphasized that she was a maid deeply favored by the Duke, Ibo would have thought the Duke was trying to disgust him on purpose. Even if it wasn't intentional, she had already disgusted Ibo. Our Lord Duke has made it clear, if you want to develop the land in Magnolia, you must place the ninja amusement park under Duke Everlew's name. The Lord Duke can take a little less of the subsequent revenue, only 20%. This is the Lord Duke's basic condition. Was this person sleep-talking? This was the first time Ibo had felt such strong negative emotions since coming to this world, so he asked directly, Guild Master, can I just throw this disgusting thing out of the guild? Absolutely not. The hideous, horse-faced maid was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then let out a war cry-like scream. Ah! How dare you insult me? The Lord Duke will not let you get away with this. Ibo really couldn't take it anymore. He didn't want to deal with this thing at all and asked Makarov directly, Guild Master, the mages in our guild shouldn't need to be afraid of these nobles, right? Makarov had a headache and sighed. Although we aren't afraid of the Duke, this is indeed a procedural issue. Nominally, Magnolia belongs to Duke Everlew's territory. We cannot develop the land without his permission. Even that house of yours, Ibo, is an illegal structure. Great. You actually built houses illegally. I'm going to report you to the Duke. You're finished. Is there no other way? Sigh. I thought writing a letter to Duke Everlew beforehand to inform him about this would be enough, but I didn't expect these nobles to be so stupid and greedy. How about this? I will write to the royal family and hope they can mediate this matter. Are you not listening to me? You've committed a crime. How troublesome. Why does our guild have to care about the opinions of people like this? How about this? Should I just go and kill the Duke? Ibo. That's a bit too extreme. Duke Everlew is also a mage. Neither the kingdom nor the council would allow such a thing to happen. Cold sweat broke out on Makarov's forehead. It wasn't that he was afraid of offending the Duke, but he was startled by Ibo's cold, indifferent attitude. Something is wrong. Ibo has always been such a well-behaved and kind child. Why does he become so cold-blooded whenever he encounters nobles? This child won't go down the wrong path in the future, will he? Makarov's internal thoughts were intense, and Ibo heard them all, but he didn't care and didn't think there was anything wrong with his own thoughts. The disgusting maid's inner thoughts made him feel nauseous. He figured the Duke behind her wasn't a good person either. His tolerance for such morally corrupt privileged classes was pitifully low. Resisting the urge to throw a fireball at her, Ibo said to the maid with disgust, Go back and tell your master that we do not accept his terms. We will definitely build the amusement park, and the money will stay with us. If he has the ability, he can come and take it himself. Get out. You will regret this. The ugly maid left with her tail between her legs. In the kingdom of Fury, even a 3-year-old child knew the reputation of Fairy Tale, and she didn't think she could handle this group of mages. Makarov looked distressed. Sigh, Ibo, you were a bit too impulsive. Our guild is definitely going to be criticized by the council again. Compared to dealing with hyenas like that, I was being very calm by not using magic. Surely you aren't afraid of the council, are you, guild master? Makarov grinned. That's not it. Avoid their sharp edge. Let the council go eat shit. Ibo smiled in understanding. This was exactly what he liked about the old man, his protectiveness over his own people. Forget it, what's done is done. Let's go talk to the Hartfilia family about the cooperation. Ibo, you don't need to worry too much. Magnolia has been Fairy Tale's territory since ancient times, it's not up to others to point fingers at how we want to renovate the city. Didn't our guild only have a history of about 100 years? Out of respect for the old guild master, Ibo didn't ask that question. Makarov leaned in secretly and added, actually, our guild has been owing taxes to those nobles for a long time. We haven't paid a single penny in all these years. If our guild ever weakens, they might even seal off the entire guild hall. Ibo had long felt this way. His guild looked like the type of troublemakers that never followed the rules. Their alignment was probably chaotic good, and the council's fines were sent to the guild every month like wholesale shipments. Ibo rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. Although the people in the guild weren't bad and had a clear conscience in their actions, coming from a society governed by law, he knew very well that to the country, his guild was actually a local gang, a bunch of lawless desperados. It was obvious that the kingdom's control over remote areas was very limited. This was unavoidable. After all, this world was vast and sparsely populated, and it was hard to govern effectively. Ibo felt that he might need to take some time to study the relationship between the country's monarchy, the nobles, and the mage guilds to make some preparations early. The situation was unclear for now, so he would play it safe first. Afterward, Ibo and Makarov went to the room where they were receiving the Hartfilia family. Ibo had researched them beforehand. The Hartfilia family was a celestial spirit mage family with a history of hundreds, if not thousands, of years. The current head of the Hartfilia family was particularly skilled in business. They had initiated and led the kingdom's entire magic train project and were now one of the premier wealthy families in the Kingdom of Fury. Ibo naturally welcomed such a capable business partner. The Hartfilia family's messenger was also a maid, but this anti-aged maid was much more pleasant to look at. Ibo just knew that the aesthetic standards of this world couldn't be that strange. Our master is very interested in your guild's amusement park project. The Hartfilia family has come with sincerity. Our family is willing to provide all the funds needed to build the amusement park. We will contribute capital for a 40% stake, and our only requirement is that your guild takes full responsibility for the amusement park's security. Such good terms. Are you here to do charity? Ibo was a bit surprised and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a family that can do big business, their vision is just different. We have no objections to this cooperation plan, but a small problem has arisen. Just now, Duke Everlew. Ibo told the maid about the conflict with that ugly woman, as this was a joint project and any troubles encountered had to be communicated to the other party in advance. Surprisingly, the Hartfilia maid didn't react much upon hearing this. She said, my master also has some friendship with Duke Everlew. The Everlew family possesses the celestial spirit key of Virgo. For some reason, my master borrowed their key. Originally, I was planning to visit the Lord Duke on this trip to the south anyway, so, let me handle this matter first. I should be able to bring back good news for everyone. Since they were being so sincere, Ibo didn't mind reciprocating, and they quickly finalized the subsequent cooperation matters. Fairy Tale would form a partnership with the Hartfilia family to jointly establish a Hokage amusement park company, though the guild master would handle the rest of the details. Ibo was just the one providing the idea. The reason this deal could succeed was mainly because both Makarov and the Hartfilia family saw the potential of the amusement park. The guild master also hoped that Magnolia could develop using this opportunity. However, even so, as the author who authorized the Hokage IP, the money he would receive later wouldn't be little. He had thought that building the amusement park would cost him a fortune, but he didn't expect to meet an angel investor. Now, it would probably be very hard for Ibo to spend all his money. Before leaving, the Heartfilia maid left a friendly reminder. My master is very optimistic about Magnolia's prospects and intends to build a new railway here. I hope this news is useful to your guild. We shall take our leave now. Wishing you all the best in everything. Farewell. Ibo watched the carriage drive away and complained to the guild master. They are both maids from great families, so why is the difference so huge? Ahem, I have long heard that Duke Everlu's aesthetic taste is unusual. It seems it's true. Because he was disgusted by the indigenous nobility of this other world, Ibo grew angrier the more he thought about it. He stayed up overnight, flipping through materials to research the power structure of the Kingdom of Fiori. He picked up the first document. The Kingdom of Fiori is a permanently neutral country, with an area of over 7 million square kilometers and a population of 17 million. In other words, this country has a land area more than half the size of China, yet its total population is less than that of a first-tier city, making it even more sparsely populated than Australia. It is foreseeable that the influence of the center, the king, cannot radiate to the local areas, and the influence of the local areas, the nobility, can only cover the vicinity of their castles, which fits perfectly with Ibo's stereotypical impression of Western fantasy medieval times. The facts are indeed so. Take Magnolia for example. Major matters are basically decided by the local gang. Fairy tale. What is a lord? He really wasn't familiar with them. However, his own guild was also disappointing. The master threw all local management work to the mayor, which was equivalent to handing over power. Although they relied on the guild's strength to dodge the territorial tax, the townspeople still had to pay taxes to the nobility. This kind of inaction often leads to the local mage guild being in an awkward position in the city's ecological niche where no one manages it, no one wants to manage it, and no one can manage it. This is also the norm for how mage guilds and local governments get along in this world. One can only say that it is fine if the mages in the guild have a conscience, but if they are all a bunch of bullies, then the local residents are in for a hard time. The reason for this strange ecology is naturally because of the transcendent status of mages. 1/10 of the people in this world can use magic. Even if only 1/10 of that 1/10 can become a mage strong enough to join a guild, that is still a 1/100th ratio. In a country of 17 million people, there are 170,000 mages. This is not a small number. It is precisely because of the existence of mages, a supernatural group that possesses great power and is quite numerous, that the Kingdom of Fiori, a permanently neutral country, firmly implements two sets of parallel vertical management systems. Namely, matters concerning mages are managed by the Magic Council, and matters concerning non-mages are managed by the national government. One can only say that it is worthy of being another world. Such a chaotic system can actually maintain social stability. That's not right either. This fool society doesn't seem stable at all. 2 years ago, there were even people snatching children everywhere. Forget it, this broken kingdom is doomed. What is even more unbearable is that the Magic Council also claims that they and the national government are on equal footing. Even a normal person can see that the real power is in the hands of the Magic Council, which manages the mages of the entire eastern continent, and the royal family and nobility all tacitly obey the management of the Magic Council. But, the Magic Council does not admit this. They will say that they are equal to the kingdom, that they will not actively interfere in the governance of the country, that they strongly support democracy, and that they only manage mages. It sounds sanctimonious, but in reality, they are just too lazy to manage it and don't want to manage it. As long as responsibilities are not clearly defined, there is no responsibility. The relationship between the Kingdom of Fiori's royal family and the Magic Council is like the relationship between the mayor of Magnolia and Fairy Tale. Holding a position without fulfilling its duties is a sign of incompetence, which will only incite conflict and cause chaos. Since this country implements two parallel management systems, there will inevitably be complex cross-cutting issues that involve both systems. Just like today's conflict of interest regarding territorial issues between guild mages and noble mages, which is a very typical cross-institutional event. Most nobles are mages, which leads to them having dual identities. They are both high and mighty mages and prominent nobles. These guys take all the good things. To resolve such troublesome conflict events, the experience summarized in the past is, the higher-ups shirk responsibility to each other, and then the conflicting parties resolve the problem privately by themselves. The general process is, this is a territorial issue under noble rule, so it belongs to the nobility to manage, but Fairy Tale is a mage guild, so it must be managed by the Magic Council. The Magic Council respects the king's rights, so it belongs to the king to manage. Duke Everloo is a feudal lord, so this is your own business, you go manage it yourself. The final result is often that everyone is too lazy to care, and whoever has the bigger fist gets the final say. That is why Makarov has never cared about Ibo messing around, he is just annoyed by the accountability letter that the council is about to send over. This matter will definitely end up being left unsettled. Fairy Tale will continue to develop the amusement park to make money, and the Duke will at most file a small report, he certainly won't dare to come to Fairy Tale's territory to cause trouble. But because the Duke occupies the kingdom's legal principles, he probably fantasizes that one day, after Fairy Tale declines, he will come over with the title deed to reap the rewards. And Ibo cannot brazenly go and kill Duke Everloo, because that Duke is also a mage. If a mage from a legitimate guild kills a noble mage with no criminal record, both the council and the kingdom's army will take action to bring the murderer to justice. Thus, after completely understanding the messy and convoluted complex relationships inside, Ibo, who discovered that he could actually do nothing, turned red all over. This world is just a huge makeshift operation. This country has countless system bugs, but this society just happens to be able to function normally, so everyone turns a blind eye to these bugs. He thought that after sorting out the situation, he would be able to come up with a solution, but he found that it was unrealistic to resolve Duke Everloo within the rules, and killing him outside the rules was a bit not worth the loss. His originally disgusted mood became even worse. How about I just blow up the Magic Council? In a daze, Ibo fainted from anger. Unexpectedly, the next day, another unexpected thing happened. The maid aunt from the Heartfilia family, who had just left Magnolia yesterday, returned to Fairy Tale. Mr. Ibo, I hope you can accept this. In the reception room, the maid aunt took out a golden key, placed it on the tabletop, and pushed it toward Ibo. This is the contract key of the Virgo celestial spirit. It previously belonged to Duke Everloo. Out of the celestial spirit's request and my own personal wish, I hope you can accept this gift from the Heartfilia family. Huh. Ibo was a bit confused. The zodiac keys, just gifted to him like this. Wait, when did his relationship with their family get so good? As far as I know, if a celestial spirit's master does not voluntarily terminate the contract, the celestial spirit is not allowed to betray its master, right? Does that Duke Everloo not want this celestial spirit anymore? I can feel that you are also a celestial spirit mage. However, you might not be very clear about this. Our Heartfilia family once possessed all the zodiac keys. Although the 12 keys were later passed around, the Heartfilia family made a contract with the celestial spirit king, and our family still retains the power to reclaim the ownership of the zodiac keys once. This is also the main reason why Duke Everloo was willing to lend the key to my master previously. The maid paused and continued. Originally, I wanted to use this unused power to reconcile the conflict between Duke Everloo and your guild, but I am very sorry, my negotiation failed. Duke Everloo rejected my request. Since that is the case, I had to exercise this power and terminated the contract between Duke Everloo and Virgo. Virgo is now in an ownerless state. Before coming to visit, I asked for the celestial spirit's opinion, and she is also willing to acknowledge Mr. Ibo as her master, so I hope you can accept this key. This isn't that good. Ibo scratched his head. With such a huge pie falling into his mouth, he always felt a sense of unreal absurdity. Is this Heartfilia family some kind of money-giving boy? Why did they come over to cooperate, sending money, sending connections, and now even sending a celestial spirit? Could this be some kind of scam setup? Fortunately, Ibo has a lie detector. The master instructed to befriend Mr. Ibo as much as possible. I hope my fawning won't cause him trouble. It shouldn't be too abrupt, right? I have tried my best to restrain myself. Huh. That's not right, is she really not lying? What is up with your master? Could it be that she is a fan of my books? Ibo was confused, but this matter seemed to have no downsides no matter how he looked at it. How about I just accept it? Mr. Ibo, please do not worry. In the future, if our family wants to continue expanding the railway market in the south, we will most likely need your guild's help. Please let this gift be an investment from the Hartfilia family in you. But you don't have to specifically look for a 7-year-old brat like me, right? Although there were many doubts, Ibo still decided to accept the golden key. After all, it would be a waste not to take free benefits. If there is any trouble, he would just leave it to his future self to handle. Since you have said so, I will shamelessly accept this gift. Thank you. You are welcome. May your friendship with the Hartfilia family last forever. In response to my call, traverse the gate. Open, Gate of the Maiden. Did you call for me, Master? Accompanied by intense wind pressure, an unusually tall figure appeared before Ibo. This was a tall lady wearing a maid outfit, nearly 1.9 meters in height. She had long pink hair, with a side ponytail draped over her chest that gave off a wifely vibe. Her figure was full and curvaceous, and her temperament was gentle and maternal. She was simply the ideal, perfect woman. Are you, a celestial spirit? Yes, Master. Virgo, the celestial spirit of the Maiden Palace, at your service. Ibo started the summoning ritual as soon as he got home. It was his first time summoning a celestial spirit from the zodiac, and he hadn't expected it to be in human form, let alone so beautiful. Miss Virgo, I must say, I am stunned by you. I am a celestial spirit loyal to my master. I generally work for my master in the form they expect, prioritizing service to my master above all else. Ah, I see. Is it sensed through soul magic? Or does the magical connection itself have the effect of transmitting information? Celestial spirit magic is truly. Sorry, I digressed. Let's start signing the contract now. Do you have any requirements regarding the time you are summoned? I can provide service to my master at any time. Is this the maid spirit? So dedicated. Do you have any other requirements for the contract? My master's magic power is very abundant. I hope to be able to stay by my master's side for longer. Ah, I can satisfy that requirement. I will try my best to keep you in the current world. Then, the contract is established. Please treat me well from now on, Master. Virgo kept a proper smile on her face the whole time, although Ibo felt that the smile lacked any emotion, because her inner voice was a complete void. This was the first time Ibo had encountered such a situation. Even with the celestial spirits that couldn't speak, Ibo could hear their thoughts through telepathy magic, but he couldn't hear anything from the Virgo in front of him. Prioritizing service to my master above all else. So, is this a celestial spirit lacking a sense of self? Judging from the perspective of celestial spirit magic, she would probably be a very useful tool. We are partners from now on. I don't really like the title, Master. Can you change it? Your Majesty. I'm not an emperor. Change it. Young Master. I'm an orphan, I don't like that. Change it again. Sir. Too old. Change it again. Please give your instructions, Master. Ibo curled his lips up and took Virgo's hand, only to discover that he couldn't see her face even when looking up. Virgo, you look just like my mother. Can I call you Mom? In exchange, you can call me Dad. Ibo clearly felt Virgo's body stiffen for a moment. This time, he could finally hear a voice. This time, the master is a small child. So this is what human children are like. Okay, Dad. Now it was Ibo's turn to be silent. He seemed to have misunderstood. Virgo wasn't suppressing her inner voice, nor did she have resistance to mind reading. She was just genuinely a bit emotionless. Ibo immediately felt bored and waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. I was joking. Call me whatever you want, anything is fine. Virgo tilted her head and replied. Okay, little master. Ibo felt the frustration of shooting himself in the foot, but since the words were already out, he didn't care much about it. Can you tell me what abilities you have? The previous celestial spirits weren't smart enough to provide help for Ibo's research on celestial spirit magic, but Virgo's arrival gave Ibo hope. Perhaps his research on summoning magic could see a new breakthrough. Certainly. I am an elemental control type celestial spirit. I specialize in earth element magic and have a basic grasp of hand-to-hand combat. Ah, is that all? I am an all-purpose maid. I excel at all household chores. I know every skill a maid should have. Never mind. Let's ignore that for now. Let's go outside and test your strength. Ibo dragged Virgo and teleported outside the house, watching as Virgo effortlessly dug 7 or 8 holes in front of him in an instant. Ibo fell into deep thought. Is your ability just this? Seeming to realize that the little master was not very satisfied, Virgo bowed and explained. Little master, the magic strength of a celestial spirits is preset. We unlock different levels of strength according to the master's magic power. In other words, your strength has different tiers. Which tier are you at now? Primary. Although the little master's magic power is abundant, it can only extend my summoning time. It is not enough to unlock the celestial spirit's intermediate strength. Primary, intermediate, advanced. In other words, you have 3 levels of strength. Generally speaking, yes. Ibo glanced at his mana bar. Magic power. 650-691. After upgrading meditation to LV3 a while ago, his magic power growth rate had become much faster. If he meditated with full effort every day, he could increase his magic power cap by nearly 10 points. His total magic power was estimated to break through the 1000 mark in another 2 months. Now, Ibo could also roughly perceive others' magic power strength, and he had some guesses about the magic standards Virgo mentioned. He estimated that when magic power values reached 1000 and 10,000 respectively, those were the thresholds distinguishing the primary, intermediate, and advanced levels Virgo mentioned. Ibo's deduction was not without basis. Anything below 1000 magic power belonged to the small fry category. The elite mages in the guild all had over 1000 magic power, even Urza had that much now. Everyone said Laxus was about to be promoted to S class, and his magic power was around 10,000, so 10,000 magic power was likely the threshold for an S class mage. As for Guildarts and the Master, Ibo couldn't probe their magic power levels, it was likely a terrifying number. Then, he would wait a few months until his magic power broke through 1000 to see if he could unlock Virgo's intermediate strength. I roughly understand. By the way, you can also change your form, right? Is this transformation magic or a celestial spirit ability? This is part of the Maiden Palace's ability. I do not have a fixed form. What I turn into depends entirely on what the master is thinking when summoning me for the first time. Then can you turn into other appearances? This, theoretically, it is feasible, but I haven't tried it before. After all, every time I am summoned, I am the master's most ideal appearance. No, I want to try it. Change into another one for me to see. Virgo nodded. Then please summon me again, little master. Ibo decisively sent Virgo back. Open, gate of the maiden. Virgo. Did you call me, little master? Eheheh. Ibo's eyes widened sharply, because the 1.8-meter tall, long-legged, busty older sister from before was gone. Appearing before him was a petite, twin-tailed lowly maid who was only a little taller than himself. Wait. No. Don't shock me. Ibo shivered in fear and immediately sent Virgo back again. He took a deep breath and thought about the young girl characters he liked again. Open, gate of the maiden. Virgo. Did you call me, little master? This time it was finally right. The Virgo that appeared had turned into a cute, short pink-haired, emotionless girl maid. It was just that the way Virgo looked at him seemed a bit meaningful. It must be his imagination. Ibo felt that the lowly Virgo from just now was definitely just an accident. Ibo said excitedly. This ability is amazing, Virgo. You really are an all-purpose maid. As long as you are happy, my little master. Ibo. Who is she? Good morning, Sister Kana. Let me introduce you. This is my newly contracted celestial spirit, Virgo. She is a celestial spirit from the Virgo constellation of the zodiac. A celestial spirit. She's so small. Today, the Virgo summoned happened to be in her petite form. She even had to bring a stool to cook breakfast for Ibo in the kitchen. If it were any other summoner, there might be a risk of getting shocked, but Ibo realized too late that he had absolutely no worries in this regard. So Ibo pretended to ask with a look of bewilderment. Virgo is a celestial spirit who can change her form. I wanted a friend of my own age, so she turned into a little girl. Is there a problem with that? Oh. So that's how it is. Virgo is busy washing Ibo's clothes. Kana thought about it and didn't seem to find anything wrong. It was normal for Ibo to want a friend of his own age. Let's not talk about that for now. The master officially announced in the guild today that a large area in the south of Magnolia will be cordoned off to build an amusement park. Ibo, you're amazing, you actually succeeded. That's a matter of course, nothing to be surprised about. Ibo shook his head conceitedly, then had his cheeks pinched by Kana. You cocky little Ibo. Your big sister is complimenting you. I know, I know. So, Sister Kana, is that why you came to see me? Yes and no. The master said the amusement park is currently in the preparation stage and is recruiting a large number of mages who can use earthwood magic. I heard the pay is very generous. I wonder if I can go help. Ibo, you know earthwood magic too, will you be signing up? Sister Kana, I am the advisor for this amusement park project. In theory, this generous pay is coming out of my wallet. Kana froze, her hand stopping in midair. Her expression shifted from dazed to shocked to confused. Ibo, when did you become so rich? Of course I don't have that much money, but I brought an investment from a tycoon. Sigh, it's too difficult for you to understand the ins and outs of this, Sister Kana. Anyway, you just need to know that I won't be short of money from now on. Is that so? At only 11 or 12 years old, Kana really couldn't grasp the situation in such a short time. In her impression, Ibo had always been the little brother who needed her care when he first arrived at the guild. Although she knew he made money writing books, she never had any real sense of it. As a result, she suddenly discovered that her little brother had unknowingly become a big shot, capable of mobilizing the entire guild's energy. This was clearly something only those adults could do, just like guildarts. In a child's eyes, there is a clear dividing line between children and adults, but Ibo seemed to have blurred this line with his own abilities. This was something Kana realized only at this very moment. Ibo, you really are amazing. You've already said that before Tilda. Ibo smiled and patted Kana's head. I know you want to earn more money, but actually, you can rely on me a bit more, big sister. I'm already very rich. In the future, I might have more money than I can spend. Supporting a few more Sister Kanas would be no problem at all. PFF tilde no way. Since when does a big sister rely on her little brother for support? Although Ibo is amazing, I won't fall behind either. Kana quickly regained her spirits, but soon she noticed something wrong. Wait, Ibo, when did you get so tall? You can even reach my head. Huh, no, you're floating. Kana stepped back and realized that Ibo was actually floating in the air. Ibo put his hands on his hips and said proudly. Impressive, right? I used gravity magic to offset my own weight, and then used wind magic to control my movement, so I can float in the air. However, I still don't control it well enough. If I want to fly freely, I won't be able to do it for a while. Can you take me flying with you in the future? Definitely. He had learned gravity magic from Guildarts and poured inspiration points into it. At LV1, he could only designate an area to increase the gravity within it. After upgrading to LV2, he could release the magic in reverse. Even though it was a magic with a very simple principle, few people in this world thought of using this method to fly, perhaps because there were many other flight magic spells in this world. However, because the level was forcibly increased, this magic was not easy to control, often causing him to drift around and scrape the ceiling. After Ibo upgraded magic power control to LV3 and combined it with wind magic for micro control, this new flight magic finally stabilized. Flight magic was a modified spell model that should be considered the first new magic created by Ibo. This was a huge step forward, and today's Ibo also had the ability to write his own magic book. You have to know that as long as there is a spell model for a certain magic, even if they don't understand the principle, a mage can successfully cast the spell. Therefore, most wild mages are semi-illiterate. Someone like Ibo, who is self-taught and can create magic on his own, is definitely one in a million. I have already proven that creating magic is feasible, so Sister Kana, next it will be time for the card summoning magic. Please look forward to it. I have always believed in Ibo. For the next period of time, Ibo began to focus on the research of summoning magic. Because of Virgo's assistance, his research went very smoothly. No, it should be said that it went unexpectedly smoothly. One night, Ibo and Virgo had an in-depth discussion about celestial spirit magic. Virgo, why is it that after a celestial spirit is summoned, they won't die even if they suffer a fatal wound? Because celestial spirits are not human. When summoned, we are a form of existence similar to a thought projection. Our main bodies are not in the human world, but in the celestial spirit world, so we will not die in the human world. Soul magic. But I remember you saying that you only know earth element magic. This is more complicated to explain. Little Master, you should know that magic power possesses attributes. In addition to common elemental attributes, there are some rare attribute magic powers in this world. For example, dragon attribute, god attribute, and dark attribute. Besides these, sun power, moon power, and star power also belong to rare attribute magic powers. What we celestial spirits use is actually star power. Strictly speaking, the magic we use does not belong to the human magic system. This is also why we celestial spirits cannot use our true power in the human world. Oh, is what you usually use not my magic power. The key. The key is a converter. After the master's magic power is converted by the key, it becomes star power, so what we use actually still belongs to the master's magic power. Stellar magic, link magic, and heterogeneous magic. That's not strange then, that's not strange. Virgo, if I input star power directly into the key, can you exert more power? Humans find it difficult to manipulate stars, Little Master, do you also know stellar magic? I know a thing or two. However, this is actually of little significance. Gold keys have a conversion and utilization efficiency of 90% for magic power. Little Master, you are just handing over the step of magic power conversion to your body. This will instead consume more energy, which is not worth the loss. I see that too. It seems the role of the celestial spirit key is even greater than I imagined. Of course, as the pinnacle creation of holder-type magic, the celestial spirit key has never been surpassed. Creation. Wait, the celestial spirit key is man-made. Little Master, I am sorry, Virgo cannot answer this question. Celestial spirit magic is really getting more and more interesting. Thank you, Virgo, I think I have an idea. You are welcome, Little Master. You are an excellent celestial spirit mage. In the past, few mages paid attention to the core of celestial spirit magic. You are already very close to true celestial spirit magic. True celestial spirit magic. Virgo, perhaps one day I will be able to create my own celestial spirit magic. Then, I look forward to it, my master. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.